PKA 698 with our guest Josh Wolf. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by PharaohDistro.com, Blue Chew, and Lock and Load. Josh, thanks for joining us from a wonderful hotel room. Looks like a Marriott.
Thanks for having me. It is not a Marriott. It is a hotel. Well, I'm not going to say the hotel.
What room?
Yeah, I almost made a little oopsie.
Who's on the bed behind you and how old are they?
That is my son, who I tour with. He is he opens for me. And
cool.
Yeah. He's gonna come over and join us in a second.
Well, I'm going to take all my pedophile jokes and put them right back on the shelf. Let's not go.
Well, he looks to be an adult.
He looks like an adult.
It's my story. I'll tell it the way I want to.
He's 27.
Yeah, he's legal. Don't worry, Woody. Just bring him back.
Definitely
pedophile jokes. We can't do 4 hours here.
And not super hairy either, Woody. I don't know if that's what you're.
It is live.
Actually, I like hair.
He does a gross amount of hair. He likes men. He's gay.
He likes hairy women.
This is what happened.
A hairy woman, Woody?
Yeah. Dude, so this was the genesis of the whole thing. We went on this whitewater rafting trip, and there was this girl. She was smoking hot, an absolute smoke show. But the other hosts on this show felt like her happy trail, everyone knows what a happy trail is, was a turnoff. But I've always viewed body hair on a woman as a sign of high testosterone, therefore a sign of high sex drive. I'm in.
You know what I like in a lady? A receding hairline.
Yeah.
That fucking gets me going. That horseshoe.
Wide shoulders, narrow hips.
He is high, baby.
Yeah, vascular arms, broad shoulders. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
I see what we're doing. Okay. Yeah.
I was there. I saw that lady. She was cute and all, but she was hairier than me.
She was super fit.
That shit off.
Right? She was super. She was a whitewater rafting guide for a living.
Woody, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Isn't it okay to grow the hair, and so you have the potential for the hairy legs and the hairy arms and the lip, but you just shave it so you don't have to prove how hairy you are?
I guess I could live with that if I really knew, but I need the receipts every now and then.
You're right, Josh. You can do that, and it's a better move.
Yeah. I mean, you really can have the best of both worlds if you want it, Woody, but if you're into also a little cozying up,
men,
keeps you warmer in the winter. Yep.
Warmer in the winter.
Warmer in the winter.
I got a little lost in this one.
Woody wants a woman to hunt for him and care for him.
$17.95, and we need a burly gal to get us through the hard times.
If she can't split wood, what good is she?
I mean, yeah. Have you seen some of those pictures of the Irish peasant women from the 1800s?
They could
big bitches, big rough hands for farming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they survived the winter. The little dainty redheads, they died.
You ever get a hand job from a lady with calluses? Ooh, it's so good. So good.
I'm not a fan.
Just not 2 days in a row.
No, I got to.
I dated a stripper, and she had those calluses on her hand from the fucking pole, and it would be so intense when she grabbed my dick. I'd be like, "Whoa, no, okay, whoa, stop." It almost be like after you come, and she keeps going, and it gets way too intense. It was like that from the beginning. It was like, this is too much.
I don't
much
like
stimulation.
That. I wouldn't like that.
No, I'm not in for the rough part.
They were strong too.
Can I tell you, I did a stripper in college. And so I would go watch her dance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so because I would tell her, after you do a lap dance for somebody, come over and give me their money. So she would take the money and come over and sit on my lap and pretend to give it to me. And the guys would fucking fume. It was such a fun thing for me. I look over and kind of wave to them because, they're following. They're like, that girl likes me. And then she walks over and sits on my lap and puts their money in my pocket.
Yeah, it's like LARPing as a pimp with none of the risk, none of the, the
I don't think it was LARPing.
On the street corner. Well, he said pretend, she is at the end of the day. At the end of the day, she is a stripper.
I think he kept that money.
It's funny when you look back on your life and remember the day a kink was born.
That's right.
So you were just buying food with sweaty ones.
But by the way, that strip club. Yeah, you didn't lick your finger before you touched those bills. That strip club is where I saw Woody. How old are you guys?
51 over here.
Okay, so
33.
what do you remember the cherry pie video?
Yes.
Warrant.
Mm-hmm.
I do too.
Okay, so we saw Warrant, Firehouse, and one other band in San Antonio, and Warrant was closing. And what was his name? Janie Lane was
Not good at that.
lead singer. But he said they were closing with cherry pie.
Mm.
He goes, hey everybody, meet us over. The place was called PT's in San Antonio. Meet us over at PT's. My girlfriend Bobby Brown is dancing. Nobody stuck around for the last two songs. People ran out of the venue because I had been to PT's before. I'm like, that only fits 200 people. I went out of here. It was pretty amazing.
You want to get your mustard?
Damn, Bobby Brown.
I wonder if he
I don't
got
know who that is.
paid to pimp the strip joint.
I
asked because it happens now to UFC fighters a lot.
What do you mean?
They'll do an after party after their fight and they get paid for it.
Yeah, big time.
I think she obviously got paid. Yeah,
Yep. You can tell.
Dude, if life would have went a little differently, that's Trump. Like,
Is this what he has up there, and we just don't know it? Could he be
Could
like
be.
a? Oh, that's.
I have to
like
tell
a
you,
little more.
He should go out like that.
honestly, I don't know who felt more masculine in that picture.
Yeah,
I'm going
That-
with the boy.
That was a
he looked
tough
like
picture.
Garth.
That was a tough
He looked
picture.
like Garth from Wayne's World.
He did look like Garth, who was the funniest character in that movie. So good for him.
You know the story about Dave Chappelle and Dane Cook.
No,
No.
So I guess
how
Dave
one of them is
Chappelle-
an excellent comedian.
Yeah, well, there was a time. I always liked Dane Cook. I found his
Me too.
performances to be great. Like his special or whatever it was so fucking good at the time. You know, it's a different time now. But anyway, he was up, and Dave Chappelle comes in, and they tell him, "Hey, Dave, when you go up there, just do a quick tight 10. You know, this is Dane's night. I mean, Dane Cook. Yeah, he's up. This is Dane's night. Big deal for him. You know, just do quick 10 and get on off the stage." He's like, "Oh, for real? Okay." So he goes up there and does his 10 minutes. And of course, he's Dave Chappelle. Everybody loves it. He's like, "All right, y'all, you know, I'm going to hop off here and say goodnight to you. I don't usually do this, but you want to hang out, smoke some cigarettes and shit? I'm going to be outside for the next couple hours." And
Oh,
he walks
man.
off the stage. The entire room empties, and it's Dane's turn. And he goes, "That was Dane's night." He takes the whole audience outside to the sidewalk and smokes cigarettes, takes pictures, signs autographs for like an hour.
Okay, that's
I
a
have
pretty
a-
big sabotage. But who among us wouldn't go hang out with Dave Chappelle a little bit?
Oh,
Yeah,
100%.
you'd have to go. You'd have to
Yeah.
go hang out with Dave Chappelle.
Let me say two things. First of all, Dane's comedy right now, don't judge it on what he used to do. He's
Sure.
grown. Dane has always been top 5 performers as far as comics, but his comedy right now is like legit. Chappelle one night at the Comedy Store. So it was in the main room, and look, man, comics, none of us, if Dave's like, "Hey, I'm gonna do 2 hours," we'd all be like, "Okay, I'm gonna watch that 2 hours, and you can bump it. No big deal. We're here. You get to do what you want. You've earned." So he's on stage, and the set was supposed to be probably 20 minutes, and he was at maybe 23. And he's starting, Paulie's backstage. And Dave's starting to put his jacket back on. He's putting the mic back in the stand. The set's winding up. But Paulie can't see that from backstage. And Paulie's, at the time, he still owned part of the Comedy Store and all this shit. And there were comics back there. And so he just goes, "Hey," from the back. He goes, "Hey, Dave, just curious how much time you're doing. There are comics back here who want to go up." And Dave, from the stage, you can't see Paulie. You can hear his voice. Dave goes, "Is that Paulie?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Hey, Paulie." And he goes, "Let me ask you a question, Paulie." And he takes his jacket off. And he goes, "If any of those people back there have 30 fucking years in the business," and he takes out a cigarette and he lights it. He goes, "Let me get a beer and a shot." He goes, "I won't be here for a minute."
Just does another hour.
Yo, he was right. Just let him. Let him. He's a respectful dude.
That was Pauly Shore. And that was Pauly Shore in the back.
Yeah, it was Pauly. Because Pauly,
his mom, doesn't his mom like own the place?
Yeah.
Well, his mom did own the place and sold it to, stayed in the family, and so Pauly and his brother and sister. And,
okay.
But yeah, man, he super respectful dude.
It sounded like Pauly was kind of respectful too.
They both were. That's the thing.
Well, I don't know that Chappelle was in this scenario.
He was entirely.
Chappelle's funnier.
And when you get to that point in your career, he's right. I've been doing it 30 years. I'm Dave Chappelle. I'm going to do my time. I'm not going to be disrespectful, but you're not going to scream at me from backstage. That's not going to happen. And I could see both. I could see Pauly because Pauly wasn't watching. He didn't see Dave putting his stuff on and getting out of there. All he knew is he had a room filled with comics waiting to go on stage.
And probably people that couldn't fit in the room being like, hey, should I go home?
Yeah. Yes. Saying things like that. I was on that list. I was very ready to not go on stage, but super excited to watch Chappelle.
Yeah. Seems like if you could poison that room, like if you get some food poisoning in there, you could come up and like get seen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look at, what are you doing? Getting a drink? You getting a drink out of your bag?
No.
That's
What
Jake. That's
What up,
Jake.
fellas?
How are you?
All right, I'm doing good.
Doing solid.
Don't willy me. I don't like.
I got a social question.
What?
I'm watching basketball right now.
Yeah.
And
So
as the old players are getting beat by the young ones, the transfer of power is not peaceful. They are flexing, pointing to their dick, screaming in their faces. There is no like, you're a legend, man. It was an honor to play with you. That shit is not happening in basketball right now. When a comic kind of, loses his spot as king of the hill, do the other comics like, dude, you're a legend. I have respect for you. I'm glad you paved the way. Or are they like, move over, not funny dick shit?
maybe behind your back they are, but to your face, it's a very super respectful situation.
Okay.
Now, I'm sure behind their back, they're like, this old fuck.
Yeah.
Funny joke since 1987, but in front of your face, they're super nice. I'll tell you something else, man. Like recently, I've had a couple people say to me, I was in LA and I got introduced. This one woman was like, he's a legend. I'm like, am I? Are you introducing me right now?
Yeah, you aged into it. Now you get to just say it.
Yeah, I was like, are you calling me old? Is that all it takes to be a legend? Is that
What you could also do? You could make up things that dead comics have said about you, where you could be like, hey, I want you to introduce me, Josh Wolf, as Patrice O'Neal's personal favorite stand-up comedian. He told me that before he passed on his deathbed. he couldn't speak. He just had a diabetic stroke and he was in a coma, but he blinked it at me.
He Morse code blinked out Josh Wolf.
He blinked it out. Yeah.
I love it.
Like those Vietnamese POWs blinking torture.
R.I.P. to Patrice, whose favorite comedian was Josh Wolf.
My favorite comic of all time, Patrice O'Neal.
He's on my list. He was so fucking funny. All the old O&A appearances of him, I re-listen to probably once a year. There's
a guy who went out on top.
He was so far ahead of his time. But dude, my favorite. Nobody, I can laugh. I can see his jokes over and over again, same jokes, and laugh every fucking time.
Yeah,
every time.
Even the episode of O&A they did like right after he died, where they had basically every famous comedian, like the really big ones at the time. So like Jim Norton and all his boys, like Louis C.K., basically plug and play any of them in. Like they just laughed about him the whole time. Not even like all the deferential stuff. Like Jim would just go into stories like, another thing that fat retard did? We were getting hookers in Brazil and he told me that he'd paid, and then he came out quickly after coming and was like, we gotta go right now. And it turns out we robbed a couple prostitutes because Patrice was too cheap to pay for it. And then you have fucking other comedians in there being, it was so funny. So good vibes, that Patrice guy. Damn shame he just ignored that Beatles for, his whole life. I guess for 20 years, 15 years, just
That's crazy.
He just ate as many sweets as he wanted and just never did anything.
When I hear people say to me, "Yeah, I wear shorts in the winter because my legs don't get cold," I'm like, "That's called diabetes, dude." That's
Catching strays here.
superpower, bro. That's-
No, they're so resilient to cold they're turning purple. Like can't feel them.
yeah, you shouldn't be super proud of that.
No, yeah, he could still be here. He was
Now-
only 41.
That's right, guys. I need to know something that we were talking about. I think we went on the air, but is it really illegal to be a midget and play baseball?
Well, they won't lock you up, but like it's against the rules of the game,
Yeah.
which I had just learned from Kyle and Woody before.
So there's a height limit. It's like
Yeah.
a ride at Six Flags.
Yeah.
So in 1951,
Because your strike zone is your knees to the bottom of the letters on your jersey.
Right. And if it's
So
only
you get a guy, you throw a guy who's 3'7" out there, and suddenly the strike zone is just very small. And then he'll crouch down too. And then if he ever gets plunked, he's dead.
Zach, bring up a
Can you
picture
show
of the
this
little
picture?
fucker.
I got one for you.
Kyle, I'm
In
not
that-
gonna lie to you. That was my first strategy. Oh, you want to get in the box, little man? I'm
I hit him every time up. I swear to God. Bring that
Kyle,
little fucker out there.
He's just
listen,
beating
if
that little guy.
because
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna
walk him
walk
anyway.
anyways. I might as well plug him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going
So-
to hit him in the ankle. I'm going to break his fucking leg.
That
This
was
guy
it.
in 1951 played for MLB, Major League Baseball team called the St. Louis Browns. I didn't even know about that team. And he was 3'7" tall, and he was ordered not to swing. I saw him in look at there's
1'8".
his number 1'8".
1'8".
I saw a photo of him with a different stance where he like spread his legs really wide and made his strike zone extra small. Like I don't know. And his thing, they just thought a pitcher couldn't hit his tiny little strike zone, and but they made it illegal.
Wow. Look at that little fella.
Yeah, that's a
3'7".
Grown
He's
man,
so scared.
Yes, that is an adult.
He's
He
so
was
scared.
but
Here, hold
not
on,
a
I think-
midget because doesn't have. It's not all thighs and elbows. Like
He's
that was-
26 years old in that.
This is
picture.
so long ago. They didn't even let blacks in the
No,
stands.
he's a midget. He's not a dwarf.
Got it.
I think
Oh.
a dwarf is when you have a normal size. Peter Dinklage is a dwarf, where you have like a normal sized head and everything else
Oh.
is small. I
thought
think
you
a
needed
midget.
powers.
No, none of them have powers. Common misconception. But
They
Not
don't-
even
and
the
they
cock?
don't grant wishes if you capture them. You find out after lengthy litigious battles in court. But yeah, this guy, I think that was a foolhardy rule to ban this little fella. I think the rule should have been like he can bat, but he also has to field. So it
For
has to
sure.
be like a tactical player in your lineup where like, yeah, you get the free walk, but he has
can't
to
see
play, put him in
Oh.
right field.
I just found out what happened. He had one at bat, and he was 3-0. He had 3 balls and no strikes, and he couldn't resist swinging, and he fouled out. Wait, fouled out? Isn't
You
no? He
can't foul
grounded out. I'm sorry, I don't know enough
Grounded
about
out. Yeah, yeah.
baseball.
He couldn't resist swinging.
He couldn't resist swinging.
Those
and he
little
grounded
fuckers
out.
are incorrigible. You
I'm
can't.
gonna say something else. He's actually, it would be a liability because if he gets on first base, you look at it's going to take him a long time to run to second.
Yeah, you got to be a pinch runner. You bring him in as a pinch hitter, and then you immediately take him out. Or you'd have to. You can't have him running the bases, and you can't have him fielding balls.
Right?
I'm asking different questions in my head. Are we
And-
trying to win games or sell tickets?
Went
Right?
both.
I want to see this guy play.
Well, what about the Savannah Bananas? I bet you they could put.
That's actually a good idea. They could get a little fella on their lineup. Did you see the guy do the backflip no glove catch the other day in the outfield?
How great is that? I would 100% go see one of those games.
Who are
pretty
the
cool.
Savannah Bananas?
They're
You should
Oh,
check
I think I might have seen him on Reddit. Do they dance?
We've
and
talked
stuff
about 'em
before the
before.
pitch.
Oh, they're like the Globetrotter style baseball team, right? Okay.
it wasn't that they were a regular team, but the attendance was down, and so they tried something new. They're like, let's add some performance art to our baseball game, and so they're doing coordinated dances, like all the players are as the pitch is
Yeah.
coming. It's really ridiculous.
If they really wanted to up attendance, they should have started playing football.
in the outfield.
Yeah.
They should have had a football game going on while they were playing baseball.
Yeah.
It's minor league
People would
baseball,
show up.
so like it's hard to get them in the stands. It's just their people's families, really. You would think.
But the Savannah Bananas now sell out everywhere they go.
Yeah.
Like
Do
when
they?
they come to Vegas, it's hard to get a ticket to that game.
Yeah, it's a fucking show. It's pretty cool. I would watch too. I don't
Damn,
live
good
that
for
far
them.
from there, honestly. That's a good idea. I'm gonna go to Savannah soon. Anyway, I wonder if I'll make sure I watch a game.
How about this though? If you do have a midget on your team, the other team has to have the same amount of midgets.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
Yeah,
then it's
right.
almost kind of a cold war of adding more midgets. Because
You bring a guy
then
that's
it's like,
borderline.
hey, we've got the best.
Hey,
starting
measure that,
9.
cocksucker. We said one midget only.
That probably would happen.
We go out there
There'd be a lot of
and measure one guy.
technicalities.
That would be hilarious
And
if you could.
It's
field
like
9
Little
midgets.
League. If you hit, you got to put him in the field. You can't just have him get on walk and pinch run.
Right?
He's got to play one inning in the field and stay on the base path.
The normal St. Louis Cardinals are all riding the bench because I showed up with 9 midgets. And you have to like scurry around and find 8 more.
It's like a scene in Moneyball where Jonah Hill's like, Brad Pitt, there's just not that many of these guys. Like, we're really trying out there. We're scouring Barnum and Bailey.
I've seen Wizard of Oz. Get out there and get it done.
We're reaching out to India because apparently there's a lot of midgets in India.
don't
I
think it's
learned
that
from
they-
that
Really?
one
per
scene.
capita,
of-
or do they just
of-
have a lot of people?
I don't know. I think it's.
I
Just
think
a
they're
lot of
the
people.
most populated country now, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah,
about that?
they're on top.
They passed
They're winning.
China?
They're beating
How come I
China.
heard, and I could be 100% wrong on this, but I don't think I am, but I hope I'm not, but I could be. I heard that in California, south of LA, there is like a midget community.
Really?
Yeah. Now,
Zach,
like a
can you look
neighborhood?
into that? Is there a midget community in Southern California?
I could have heard that in my dreams,
Welcome to Little Angeles.
but LA, Little Angeles. Am I wrong about that? But I thought I heard that.
We've got our best men on it.
I don't think those people are too organized.
Fairfax County, Virginia, the Midgetville in Vienna, Virginia, was a collection of 6 small no, it's not even full of midgets. It's just small.
What do you mean?
They just made it
I'm
town.
looking for a place where midgets kind of gather up, ally with one
call it-
another.
Midgetville?
This is the Wikipedia is called Midgetville, refers to a real or legendary community of midgets, people with a form of dwarfism who are normally proportioned, or collections of small midget-sized houses. Okay, so these guys they're just midget-sized houses they built. They're not even inhabited by
What are they like
little-
being called again? Little folk?
little people.
We
Yeah.
people.
That's called. It's just.
They really shouldn't have named it Midget Town.
We're in a hotel room, and somebody just opened our door.
just walked in. Is it maybe he heard you talking about midgets?
No, this
That's
is
what they
cool.
got.
I've seen a half a dozen videos that start this way.
That's Pete. Do
Let
what he
her in.
says.
Oh shit, Kyle, you said the California midget thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long
Oh, he
Beach,
did.
California, or Josh did. An urban legend holds that with the success of the 1939 American musical fantasy film The Wizard of Oz, many of the little people who had acquired their wealth by playing the roles of the Munchkins purchased lots in the LA Linda development of Long Beach and built homes suited to their needs.
Hilarious.
Became known as Midget Town. I
They
mean,
should
I'm
have
sure
their
it's
own
a
zoning
dead
laws.
city now. They don't live that long.
Like
What
what
a
laws
ti-
saying how high your countertops are supposed to be and stuff like
Mhm.
that. They should change them.
And how,
Oh,
I
they do.
wonder how much, if it's cheaper to build houses for midgets.
No.
For sure. Just raw materials? Yeah.
Yeah, and raw materials, but you got to think like
Vaulted
everything is-
ceilings like 7 feet.
Everything you know about building houses is shrunk though. Like it.
yeah.
No,
It-
who
it
has
all
that
changes.
skill set?
Now we have to like instead of those guys build a house every week. Like they're throwing up houses next to me. I'm guaranteed they're all the same on the inside. Like all of a sudden we need fancy tiny midget doors or something.
Well, I'll tell you this. So I remember going to a barbecue at Ralphie May's. Do you guys know who Ralphie May was?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Great big fat person.
Yes, exactly. And I told him it was at a barbecue, and I go, "Hey, I got to take a dump." He goes, "Joshua, go upstairs and use my bathroom."
Oh wow.
And so I went up, and I, dropped my pants and sat on the toilet and fell right through. I didn't think about it. He had an extra large toilet.
Mhm.
And when I came downstairs, I go, "Ralphie," and he started laughing. He goes, "Did you fall in my toilet?" And I go, "Dude, big." He goes, I got tired of breaking regular toilets.
You got tired of
Think
dude.
about that.
If that's you will never find a wake up call if you're like calling specialty plumbers to titanium reinforce your
Prison toilet.
Yeah, this is called Kingdom of the Little People in China. Now, whether or not they live in those homes behind them or if they're just for show, I don't know.
Dude, look at those armed ones down front.
Yeah,
and in the back.
Why are they
you wouldn't believe this? High crime area.
I would not fuck with like that guy looks scary. I don't want to mess with him.
I think they snuck a kid in there.
It looks like they built the Shire. Like, why couldn't they just put them in regular houses?
Why are they armed?
Because they have to guard their king. Look at the king in his little gold and.
Is it Halloween?
It's Christmas there.
Shit. What the fuck?
You know,
look at the sneakers. The sneakers really take you out of it. I'm having a hard time suspending my disbelief when all those tiny Santas have Nikes on.
Riz.
I do wonder: is there a country that has the highest percentage
per capita? Yeah. What's the highest
leave
per capita?
This. Bring that picture back up, Zach. Look at this dude on the right, the absolute lady killer of Midget Town.
Really?
In his jacket.
Oh, damn.
Look at that guy. Real short, obviously, but look at this jacket. Look at he's got swag. He's got charisma.
But did you catch the guy in the top center? Like if you look at yellow and go the very top.
Double thumbs?
Double thumbs. I like double thumbs.
No, above double thumbs. He's touching his sunglasses.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know if that's a midget. That's just a tall kid or something.
Man, you can tell the king has that kind
Imagine your kid had low self-esteem and you just let him go to this place and rough him up. What this place is? This is clearly a tourist attraction. They don't actually live there like this.
Dude, it's China. They might make them live there.
Would you go visit?
Yeah.
No, I would feel sorry for him. I don't even go to the zoo because
you don't want to dude, they'll eat right out of your hand.
You put a quarter, get that goat food out of that machine. There you go, little fella. You're like, flat palms, they bite.
He's all irritated. You don't pet the little people.
Do not feed them. They won't perform unless they have food held over their head. Literally.
They look like, I imagine little people to be thieves.
I think that's bigoted.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
why.
really racist. And besides, you're thinking of gypsies.
They're down there by my pockets.
They'd be the worst thieves. Have you seen their hands?
They're perfect for getting into pockets and grabbing things without us knowing it.
Yeah, they're like part of Ocean's 11, dude.
No, not at all. No, if you like a pickpocket's like a good pickpocket's hands are going to be like long, slender, like a violinist's hand.
Yeah, a lady would be the best.
Yeah, like a raccoon's hands.
Yep. Yeah,
like
it's
like definitely like imagine if you're trying to get close to somebody.
40,000.
Definitely, a lady would be a better pickpocket because if a hot lady sort of like sidled up to you in a crowded bus or something, you'd be like, "Yeah, come on over here."
Right.
Like if you wouldn't find space, you'd be like, oh, you might even start talking to her. But if a dude like sidles up to you and you can feel the heat coming off his big man body, you're like, "Fuck, let me get away from this dude." Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Like you would let a lady get close, and then she's got those sneaky hands. And if she touched you, you might take it as flirting. Yeah,
not in your pocket.
Especially
take it as flirting.
Especially in my pocket.
Yeah.
Maybe
she's gonna find I don't have anything in there. It's just straight to my cock.
I cut the pockets out just for this situation.
I have no money. Just
Kyle,
no cut out.
I love the idea that you put holes in the bottoms of both pockets just in case somebody else puts their hands in there.
Yeah, he's on his his ninth phone of the year, but eventually this is going to pan out.
Just cut the pockets right out.
You guys are saying you wouldn't go if you were in the neighborhood in Chongqing or Sichuan or whatever. You wouldn't pop by.
I'd go.
I would go
for sure.
I feel sorry for them. I legitimately do. Like I don't.
You don't have to bully them. You can like.
Yeah, I mean, if you're there,
I'm gonna be tempted, Taylor.
No,
when in Rome.
Well, don't. Well, treat
when
them
in Midgetville.
Yeah, when in Midgetville, do as
I find midgets to be the most rare of all minorities. Because I was talking to my girlfriend about this the other day. I've only seen one midget in the wild in my life.
Come on,
I've only seen one.
That
can't be true. There's no way.
I still remember seeing them in in Orlando. It's the only midget I've ever seen in the wild. I find them to be the rarest of all minorities.
They are rare. I'm not gonna.
And they're hard to spot.
I was gonna say maybe you just don't see them, dude. But we see them.
Yeah.
You saw one last night?
Yeah.
Where?
In Vegas.
In
Did
Vegas?
you make a wish?
Did you Vegas? Vegas?
She was getting in an Uber, and I saw her jump into the car, and I heard a little Super Mario sound effect when she jumped out.
Yeah. See, Kyle,
I wasn't a
we saw
midget. She
one
just got stepped
last
on by a
night.
Goomba.
That would honestly, if I was a midget, I would have in my pocket playing all the time. Bum 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 bum. I just kind of run around.
Yeah.
I'd throw mushrooms around.
I'd want to move to a place where they're wildly superstitious, and I would just take the roll of the dice that they were going to worship me and not like eat me.
I think I just hang myself with a really short rope. Oh, actually, a really
No.
long one, huh?
That'd be tough. I think your neck is so much girthier than a standard body hang.
They just take it like Danny DeVito.
Like Jim,
in that
remember
episode?
Danny DeVito when he tried to hang himself in Sunny and he couldn't do it?
Can't do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dinklage, that head is so much bigger than the body. I feel like the rope would get right underneath there.
He'd flip upside down and just slide out.
It depends what style you are,
Yeah.
what your skill points are in.
Maybe I'll just jump off something high.
I have a
like
lot of questions. Could
Countertop.
you do mushrooms and become normal size?
No, you
He
could do
jumped-
that.
Give that Mark. He jumped off a building. Yeah, first floor, just right to the crush.
Right to the-
You can jump as a midget. Anything's high.
That's
I
true.
don't know.
You can't
I wouldn't
ride
live
roller
like that.
coasters.
Because like not only do you have like the tiny penis clearly, but you've also just everything in life.
I don't
sucks.
know. Some of
I
them
don't
have
know.
regular hands.
So, guys, do you remember? So, I was on a show
Yeah.
called Chelsea Lately, and there was a guy named Chewy on there who was her
Yeah,
side.
yeah.
Chewy, his first job, he was in porn.
I was gonna say, Kyle's like, yeah, midgets have the tiny penis, and the three of us are like, You can tell 75% of these hosts have seen midget porn.
He had a regular size penis because I remember asking him. My job on the show is I produced his segments, so I would go in pre-show and but we'd end up talking. And I was like, Chewy, like, you were in porn, huh? And he goes, yeah. I go, but like, and he goes, I have a regular sized dick, Josh. And I was like, oh, what's regular size? For who? And does a regular sized dick look super big on you? Like if Shaq has
definitely.
a regular sized dick, it's got to look.
Yeah.
He has to. You see his girlfriend? He'd split her in half if things were all the correct proportion.
Proportional.
Zach,
Right?
can you find a good picture of Shaquille O'Neal? And
Yeah, but now you're
girlfriend
assuming that
wife?
dwarf vaginas aren't also the same size.
Yeah, show me
Which they could be.
Shaq with that tiny Asian hottie that he was walking around with.
That's a great point, Taylor.
Yes, it is.
Very astute observation, genius.
If you think of midget porn, regular large dicked dudes are having sex with them.
Mhm.
So the vagina must be a regular sized vagina?
They're pretty normal size from neck to groin, really.
Yeah. Again, it all depends, like the flavor, the style of midgetry.
Look
you
at
have.
that
Come
poor
on.
thing.
She's not a midget. That's just
Just
Shaq.
the tip is your only option.
I mean,
Whoa. Kid,
What is that?
now,
Can that be real?
that looks
Wow.
photoshopped. Is that too?
I don't know.
is she genuine? She must just be a tiny person too, because I know he's
He's
7
leaning
feet.
over to make himself
Still.
small.
Can you go back to the picture with the jorts? Those would be pants on me, right?
Yeah, they
Oh,
would be
yeah.
pants on us.
Those would be Jinkos on us.
Yeah, those are
Like-
Janko jeans for sure. They'll,
She could
like,
fit in that pants like her whole body.
Yeah, that could be a sundress for her.
That's a sleeping bag for her.
What a
Shaquille O'Neal
gigantic
is
human being.
giant. Have you guys ever met Shaq?
I have.
No.
Yeah, he's so much bigger than you think. Like he's big. He
You've
was
met
at
Shaq? How has this not come up?
he was at
What?
MLG Raleigh.
Woody, I met Andre the Giant.
Really?
An even bigger Shaq.
I met him in an airport, and I remember shaking his hand and just being like, it just disappeared.
Mhm.
And I was a child at the time, but it was, I couldn't believe there was a human being that was just walking around Earth. And I also remember thinking, I'm so glad I'm not flying on his plane. Because
Yes.
Oh, he's
He probably
known
has to
for his
sit in the
gas.
middle
where's he sitting?
with your
He
luck
sits up
right
front.
next to you. Yeah.
He sits up front. He'd have to they get out like a bucket for him to piss in. You ever see that? I'm trying to find it, but there's a picture of him holding like a can of beer. Here it is.
Oh yeah,
Like look at his hand holding this fucking can of beer.
a normal can of beer, a 12-ounce can of beer, and he would do like drinking feats.
Well, not even that. It was just his normal drinking was extraordinary. So like he was getting a ride somewhere, like and in the back he drank like 30 or 40 beers on the way there.
He would drink like 8 bottles of wine at dinner.
Yeah.
That looks like a V8.
That's
Man.
So you can imagine how fast he'd go through those. He's just sipping them down.
Let me ask you a question. All of you guys a question. Your ideal size, because I would never want to be that big.
Yeah.
Right.
But what's the ideal size for you?
I think 6'3" or 6'4".
6'4"
is perfect.
Yeah, 6'4" is definitely the ultimate height. You get taller than 6'4", and you start lending yourself to looking very gangly and like some weird proportions.
6'4", like a lean 205 would be sort of ideal. Like if strong.
I feel like people have gotten taller in my lifetime. So like at my age, I'd say 6'2" for my generation and 6'3" for the next one.
He's 6'3",
Mm-hmm.
and he's half Jewish, half Asian. So that doesn't make sense at all. It's like 2 negatives made a positive.
Wow. He's rarer than midgets.
Yes. A tall Asian Jew is like, I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, right.
I mean, as a
don't even try to find a problem on his taxes.
I had a hockey teammate once.
Here's what's crazy. A tall Asian Jew who's bad at math.
Facts.
Wow.
He's a novelty.
That guy's an anomaly. Yeah, I had an Asian hockey player teammate with a giant dick on my team.
What?
We all shower together. Yeah, it was you just fucking hanging dong as Asian as could be.
Dude, Asian hockey player already. You're in. Oh,
He was good too. He was one of our best players. Dude, this guy had everything going for him. Asshole.
Then he became is he that astronaut?
Yeah.
He's an astronaut. Do you know about this guy? There's a guy who was like a Navy SEAL astronaut doctor.
You're not familiar with this dude?
No.
There's this Asian guy. He's like Captain Yang, and he's an American, obviously. And he became like a special forces operator, physician, like medical doctor, and then astronaut.
Yeah. He's pretty attractive too. Here.
Hey, leave some pussy for the rest of us. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Yeah.
Thank God he's up in space giving us.
Can you pull up his Wikipedia page?
He's up there getting alien poon now.
Wait, that checks a lot of boxes for every dude.
Yeah. If you got to go send somebody to meet the aliens, you at least want this guy in the group, right?
It makes sense. Yeah.
I kind of want him in charge.
He can fly us up there, and he can patch us up, and then he can kill him if we need to. Like, this is the guy.
Yeah.
This is one of those guys that like you hope is like 20 years older than you, and then you look it up and he's not.
Oh
Like,
no, that guy's
Johnny
ridiculous.
Kim.
Johnny
Yeah.
Kim. What a fucking cool name!
Yeah.
He's like a cartoon.
I like to
character.
believe his parents are still not.
Get me. The
satisfied.
president's like, get me Johnny Kim.
Get me
parents-
Johnny the Hammer
Like
Kid.
Cut to
Asian
Johnny
tiger
Kim.
parents
He's
are
like
over there, like
on a
astronaut,
hoverboard.
doctor, Navy SEAL, no lawyer, huh?
If he has brothers or sisters, they fucking hate this guy.
Man, I hope he's short. I hope he's short with my whole
There's no
being.
way. There's no way.
Johnny Kim is not short.
He's probably 6'5".
And you know what? He fucks perfect.
He fucks perfect. He's so
Pretty
good at it.
penis.
Perfect.
He's coming up with like business ideas while he's coming. Like successful, robust business ideas. He's like about to come in like 2001, and he's like, I have an idea for a ride-sharing app called, I don't know, Uber. I'm too busy to invest in my time in this, but maybe you take it.
Hilarious.
Dude, I just looked up
married with 3 kids.
the Andre the Giant drinking record and this is world confirmed Guinness book. 119 12-ounce bottles of beer in 6 hours.
What? That's what he drank?
That's what he drank. That's 20 an hour for 6 hours,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which means every 3 minutes he was opening and finishing a full beer.
It
That's
seems like
wild.
that's all you'd be doing.
Yeah. You
probably
want to get
was.
a keg. Why does he
Well,
get a
if the
keg?
Guinness book verified it, yeah, that's probably what he was doing.
Yeah.
But I couldn't do that to V8s, and that would be maybe an equivalent.
Yeah. I don't think normal people could do that with water. Like,
How much fluid is that? 118 times 12.
It's incalculable.
Yeah, impossible.
Yeah, I
to
wish
do.
I could help you.
Hold on, let me just off the top of my head. It's 1,428 ounces of fluid.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's 1,416.
How many
or
gallons is that?
1,428?
Oh, it's 119 beers, not 118. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
That is like, do I have that much fluid in my body right now?
I think that's 9 gallons of beer.
That must be 9 gallons of beer. That's baffling. Man, he was.
Roughly 9 gallons of beer.
Did he ever like not pee? Like was he just?
Oh, he's pissing the whole
in and out
time.
the whole-
Yeah, he
On
had
the-
to break the seal.
yeah.
You know he'd shit in the
Yeah.
bathtub when he'd go to a hotel for sure.
Damn. What a.
Well, he's Ralphie May.
What a
He's
thing.
not fitting on these toilets.
Mm-mm.
That's true. Yeah, he would have to like squat over the toilets and then just paint like
No, he'd shit in
those
the
Indian
bathtub.
style shitters. Yeah, he'd
True
just
story.
shit in the bathtub, and then it was some poor Hispanic woman's problem the next morning.
Oh, he'd waffle stomp it down.
Do you
He's
think he had
chilling.
solid? No, actually, he wasn't waffle stomping any solid shit down. He was drinking 120 beers. It was full liquid.
I had a friend of mine who used to shit in the shower and waffle stomp it down in college. That was
Ugh.
just,
what?
That
hot
is
chick?
rude. Hot chick.
and I told him, I go, the toilet's right next to the shower. And he said, I don't like shitting when my asshole's wet. It doesn't feel comfortable. And I was like, you're doing it in the shower?
Right.
Yeah, you've taken a problem that doesn't exist on a normal toilet and introduced it.
He just
Yeah.
likes shitting in the shower, man. There's no excuses for that. He
Yeah.
made something up real quick.
That
I
guy's
need to check
that
out.
guy's a ghoul. I don't like that one bit. That's rude.
It's gross. It's one of the grosser things. He's
Yeah,
also
Maybe
one of the
something
few
happened to
guys-
him once on a toilet.
Well, he's one of the few guys that I know has no shame about shitting on an airplane.
Oh, I've never shit on an airplane.
See, I have no problem shitting in public. Some people are like, oh, I can't go shit in the Walmart bathroom. Like,
Mhm.
I need to wait till I get home. Like, that's totally fine shitting in public. A plane, though, like, I will hold it because I see it as I see it as an assault
Yeah,
on
on the
everyone.
rest. I see it as rude. It's rude to shit on a plane. That's for peeing. Wait till the terminal. Get
Absolutely.
it together.
Nah.
Yeah.
And emergencies. Oh, Jacob doesn't agree. Jacob,
Nah.
tell him.
Hey man, if you gotta go, you gotta go. I'll shit anywhere. I've blown up bathrooms at fucking holiday parties. No way.
Yo, dude, you remember that Christmas party
Yeah.
at Liz's house where you shit?
Dude, hold on.
You shit in the only bathroom.
You're a terrorist.
I shit in the only bathroom, okay? And I waited in there to let it air out a little bit and occasionally peeked my head out to see if anybody was waiting and then just left the door wide open. And then 10 minutes later, Liz, the owner of the house, walks by and she goes, wait, what the fuck is that smell? I was right next to the kitchen, too. It was a good time.
Right next to oh, that is bad when you're like at a get together at an apartment or something.
We were
and,
asked to leave.
like right
Hey,
next to the
man,
kitchen.
I'll poop anywhere. I'll shit on the floor right now if I need to.
What?
But I believe
there's
you. Don't
better
do that.
options. No, I don't believe
He's
him.
in like that
Let's
Superdome
call his
scenario. It's been an hour and he's shitting
See,
on the floor.
but it wouldn't, and call me high-minded, but
Hmm.
it's not that I would be embarrassed to shit on the plane. It's that I'm putting myself in the shoes of like someone else having to go in after me, knowing that they're also trapped. Like if all of us have gone into bathrooms on airplanes and someone clearly shit, and I get like kind of angry about it, where I'm like, you fucking piece of
I
shit.
agree.
Like, whereas if you walk into like at a ballpark or a Walmart or a grocery store or whatever, it's like, it smells like shit. Of course it does. People shit here. But it's because we're all in this together up in the
Look,
sky, and for someone to just throw all
I-
courtesy to the wind.
I shit before I leave my home. Like when I wake
Thank
up in the morning, it's part of my morning routine as much as like washing my face or brushing my teeth.
I'll
There's
tell
no
you something else.
emergency shits in my life.
To me, pooping, it's not that I won't poop in public, but it's an emergency situation.
Yeah.
If you're shitting at the airport, it's an emergency. Can I tell you what I heard coming out of a stall?
I can imagine.
Yeah. Probably
I
shit.
heard, I'm washing my hands, and I just hear this dude behind me go, "Oh, why is this happening to me?"
We've all been there, brother.
I wish you replied that.
You know why, boy?
He's
You
sitting
know
over
what you
there.
did?
He's like, Lord, I haven't spoken to you in a long time.
Yeah,
Ramada
that's what
Bang.
goes.
No, I'll shit if I need to go, and I'll definitely try to go before a long flight. If I'm about to fly 6 or 7 hours, like I would absolutely, because I don't and piss. I have to piss in almost every movie I watch, so I won't even drink a drink if I go to the movies. I want to get the big popcorn and like a cherry Coke or something if I'm at a movie, but I know if I eat the popcorn, I'll drink all the Coke and I have to piss and I'll miss the thing in the middle. So I just sit there dry mouthed so I don't have to go.
I pee before I get on planes and I sit up again. Because I don't want to get up if I don't have to.
I don't want to piss on the plane. I really don't. I don't want to get up. It's annoying getting up. I feel like I'm inconveniencing people and that trays moving up or carts moving up and down and everything. If you're in like the tippy front of first class, it's so nice because then you can just not only have a little more leg room and there's not a seat in front of you, there's a wall, but you can just pop up and it's like you've got your own bathroom. I've told the story before, but we were on a Virgin flight and this peasant comes out the back there up into first class. And by the way, first class on Virgin is this magenta glow that they these lights they turn on. It's all black, but it's magenta LEDs, and you feel like you're in the fucking future flying somewhere. And here comes this tiny little Asian lady. She walks into our seats, like between our legs and the seat in front of us, and starts talking to us, questioning how much these seats cost. How much your ticket costs? How much this cost? It's nice. Oh, how much this? And my friends wake, but I'm not saying anything. I'm pretending like I'm asleep. And my friend wakes up and she's like, what? What is this? She's just being questioned by this tiny Asian lady. And then the lady tried to use the bathroom. The gall. They escorted her back where she belonged.
She was trying to build rapport so she could use your bathroom.
How do you feel about the people in back coming up front to use first class bathroom?
It's wrong.
Try and stop me, bitch.
Look, we're paying like $170.
I can use the bathroom or use the aisle. The choice is yours.
I just barge in the first class, but I'm like, the official air marshal business. And then
the real air marshal caps you immediately. Those guys are hard in the paint. Like the best shooters. So like the best shooters in government agency, bar none, are the fucking air marshals.
Are you making this up?
No.
Oh, you didn't know this?
No.
The training they go through, like the level of precision that's required, because it's not a question as to whether you're going to be in a dangerous environment firing. You will be. Every time you pull your gun out, you're going to be on an airplane at altitude with friendlies everywhere. So you've got to be like the best of the best with that Glock. They're another level.
Also, Kyle, can I ask you, if there's a hole, if they miss and there's a hole in the plane, does that fuck everything up?
Nah, we'll be all right. No, there's not enough pressure. It's even in space. Even in space, if that happened, we'd be all right. So that's a science fiction thing. What you got to think.
That's a movie thing?
Yeah, because what you got to keep in mind is
I'll go
the
second.
Atmospheric pressure is only like 13 or 14 PSI where we are in a cabin. Here on Earth, we're under 13 or 16. It's somewhere in there. It's in the low teens of PSI. Same thing if we're in a space capsule or an airplane. So punching a hole in it just means there's now it's like if you had a tire with 16 PSI in it and you put a hole in it, it'd go psss, and you could put your finger right over that shit. Nothing will happen. Even in space. In space, you could put your finger over that shit.
There was a hole in the International Space Station. It took them a few days to find it. And they think they didn't really pin it down on anyone, but it seemed like someone operated a drill and accidentally poked the side of the space station.
No shit.
Yeah. This is like 4 years ago, something like that.
You think it'd be a micro meteorite or something, some little piece of shit the size of a grain of salt moving at 20,000 kph or something.
That's a good theory too. I only know what I read.
Yeah. But yeah, I that's one of the things that annoys me in movies. There's a scene in Alien 4 where she flicks some acid on the window and she sucks the big alien out. Like its back sticks to the hole in the wall and it sort of disembowels it from the inside. Vacuums it out.
I have an update. So Russia is suing NASA for that hole. It was 1/16 of an inch, 2 millimeters, and they think it was a NASA guy who accidentally made that hole.
Dude,
okay.
Well, it was someone up there.
What forensic experts they are to pin down what hit their space station in space and figure out it was an American.
If you make that hole, that's one of those ones where you look around and you're like, you probably just sneak. You're not telling anybody, hey, I made a hole in the shower.
Right. Put a piece of tape on it and hope someone else discovers it and they don't know.
Like, all right, I'm only up here for another 11 months. Maybe maybe I can make it home in time.
It could have been anyone.
Yeah, it could have been anyone. I guess I imagined a lot more cameras running at all times in the space station.
That they would put a hole in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
They
I
fixed
guess
it with a
the-
piece of tape for a while.
Did one of the
Cap-
Americans
I don't know what
did
that
one of the Americans cop to it, or were they just like, oh,
Cop to what?
No, to making the hole. Like, is that why?
Wait. I misunderstood. I thought that they were on a different space station, and they were saying one of our astronauts dropped a nickel and it hit their shit. And you're saying that we were all in the International Space Station together, and somebody drilled a fucking hole hanging their poster, and it was the American.
Yes, that's what they're saying.
All right, I
So,
believe that.
Like,
Yeah, that seems more realistic.
yeah.
Yeah.
Josh,
Our
I know you.
station sticker.
Josh, I know it was short, and I know you got a show. Thanks for popping by. We'll have to do a longer one soon.
I would love to come back on. I'm in Philly next week, in Austin the week after.
Okay.
And so,
All right. We'll get your. I'm in St. Louis. Kyle's in Atlanta, and Woody is in North Carolina.
Raleigh.
Oh, there you go. Well, Philly and Austin, that's not close to any of you guys.
Nope.
No, it is not. I will not see you there. But if you're in those cities, check out Josh's links below and go see him. Go tell him we say hi.
Guys, let's do it again soon. I appreciate you very much.
Yeah,
Thank
of
you.
course. Have a good show, man. Take care.
Thanks, guys. Later.
Later.
Okay.
Yeah, Kyle, I was wondering why you were
You can just
taking
close
such,
the browser tab. There you
I was wondering why you're taking such umbrage with the idea that someone on the International Space Station would make a mistake and cause that.
Yeah, I thought they were suggesting that like some space junk that America caused had randomly hit their shit, but because that would be ridiculous
Yeah.
to say.
Or maybe fucking Igor up there caused it, and they're like, we got to get out in front of this. Unless, Woody, you read an article. Did someone confess to it? Did they fess up?
I didn't see that. But they thought it was a NASA guy. I don't know. I picture somebody new to this space station hanging posters like every college freshman
with a power drill.
It's just a picture of like an almost nude woman.
Or if it's a girl, a cat that says "hang in there."
Yeah, hang in there. That is such a classic poster. I hopefully, man, if that's up, I hope. What am I even saying? It's a bunch of nerds up there. It's probably like Harry Potter shit.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're nerds.
Lord of the Rings,
like,
maybe.
Cool people don't.
It depends who you're talking about.
aside
So the
from
guys
Johnny
who are
Kim, cool people don't become astronauts.
Well, a lot of them that are doing the flying and like the actual astronaut shit are Air Force. They're like fighter pilots and shit, right? Test pilots and stuff
but
like
the
that.
Air Force also is bullied by the other military.
Somebody's got to
arms.
fly that rocket ship, you know?
I don't know. I'm making this up, but I thought that like in the old days, you know, like when they were landing on the moon, it was absolute jocks who were up there just in case we had to get into a fist fight with a space lizard. But nowadays, it's like engineers and botanists and stuff. But I'm not sure I'm right.
They definitely send engineers and botanists up there, but I think of the guys who are like the NASA astronauts who are the ones who take you up there as like Air Force badasses.
I wonder if there's an easier way to get on there. Like if it's known. Here, a quick parallel. I was a swimmer. I swam butterfly stroke, and I was pretty good at it. But it helped that nobody wants to swim butterfly. It is by far the hardest stroke. And therefore, every practice, you're absolutely getting your ass kicked. It's difficult. If you go less than like 85%, you can't even breathe. Every other stroke can be done slowly, but not butterfly. So it's like there are fucking no female butterflyers. If you're a female butterfly, you might be world-class because you're willing to fucking do it. Is it like nobody wants to be a botanist in space? Is there an easier route, a less competitive avenue into space?
I think
Everyone
best
wants to
bet
be
would be
pilot.
saving up to $20 million.
There's definitely a tier to it. Like, yeah, like the engineer who's in charge of fixing shit on the space station that keeps it flying around with all that magic. Like, that's the fucking guy. That's the engineer. Whereas like a botanist, there could be 100 brilliant botanists who are just like, yeah, you know what I like about botany is being on a terrestrial world where plants are. That's a big part of it for me. And so they have to take like number 102, send him up to the space station. And then like that also takes a little bit of bravery too, because if shit goes awry as the space station botanist, you know, like you are not a priority. Like you're like, hey, what'd you figure out about plants? Oh, they still don't grow up here, bud? Okay.
I do.
Like
only if you bring here up there with you.
Yeah, we're gonna bring Johnny Kim and his
Yeah, but they grow into
mind
zero gravity.
back.
That's the important part.
I guess it's this. Well, I think growing in the native soil is important too.
the native soil of like
the moon, Mars, wherever you are.
Oh, they could grow in Martian soil. They just need to add the chemicals to it.
Well, then we're back to it only
yeah.
grows if we bring us here. Like if we bring the Earth with it.
Well, the idea isn't to terraform a planet and grow. I think they're doing that for a lot of reasons. You know, the idea of having a sustainable space station or like a long-term colony ship. They just wanted to know if shit would work up there. You know, you ever see where they have the spiders up there, how they do their webs differently?
No, but that's interesting. Zach, can you show me a picture of a space spider web?
They have a spider guy up there?
Right, that's the easiest way to get up there. One arachnid expert.
That's absolutely the easiest way. Yeah. That's just some congressman's nephew who's just like, I want to learn how spiders do webs in space. And he's like, man, I can't even imagine an application for this. Send it up. You mean we're going to bring spiders to the new world? What are we doing?
Okay, so the right one's Earth and the left one's confusing.
Good thing they didn't take it with a good camera.
Right.
Yeah. Man, what year was this taken? The 50s?
Right? You can put a man on the moon, but you can't take a picture of a spider.
Struggling with these photos, but in any case, the webs were different. I think he's having a hard time. I think the one on the left's all a jumble, and the one on the right looks like
probably nauseous.
Basically a normal. Yeah,
spider on the left is a lot bigger.
Yeah, it seems like they're having a hard time doing webbing on the left there. It just looks like a mess.
Well, imagine how much money that cost.
I mean, not much. You said to get the spider up there.
Yeah, spiders are free, dude. You don't have to pay for them.
I guess that's true. I guess that's the one cost effect. That's how he like sold it. He's like, you know, a spider weighs a tenth of a gram, and I got him on me right now. Like, I got a pile of spiders in my pocket.
I got one in my armpit.
Then all the other astronauts are like, do not send the vial of spiders guy up here with us. We're trying to learn about asteroids and mining. And this guy's goofing around with bugs. If we do terraform Mars, I don't see a reason to bring spiders. Because we're not going to bring the bugs that we need spiders here to eat. Like, you're not going to bring locusts.
They do seem like a low priority, right?
Super
I think
low.
we'll leave the spiders at home.
Yeah, leave the spiders.
We'll bring the
bugs.
We'll bring the bees.
We'll bring some bees.
To terraform? It seems like if you could just get something to grow and die, then another thing could grow in that, and you'd eventually have like oxygen and carbon dioxide. Someone quick figure out terraform. It seemed easy when I read it.
A huge amount of like formerly living matter, right?
Well, you start small.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Mars in particular? Because you know the plants need to take.
Let's start with the moon. Let's not get bananas here.
I read a sci-fi book where they explained the strategy for the nature of this sci-fi book was that someone put a sphere around Earth so that our time stood still kind of while everything else raced forward. So we wanted to leave Earth and go somewhere where time was normal, and they were going to terraform Mars, and they made it seem like a feasible thing. Like, yeah, just get some algae on there that requires very little except sunlight. And then it grows and dies and grows and dies, and then more complex things can start going. And I understood it when I read it, but I can't explain it. So
it must be more complicated than that then, because otherwise Musk or one of those guys who are obsessed with this would have sent some algae up there, or they probably have, and it just dies.
We don't have any magic algae. That's the thing. They made up a thing that works. They're like, all you need is that thing that needs nothing and makes oxygen.
Yeah, well, sci-fi books are pretty terrible when you use realism, and it's like, it's an uninhabitable wasteland. I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Zach. Like part of it is the thing's core stops spinning, or it doesn't have a core or whatever, an iron one, so it doesn't have a magnetosphere. So it's a radiation land, and that might. Sure, you might be able to go on the surface and do your thing, be there for 6 months, and you might not get cancer, but you've got to get plant life to like live and exist there, and like ecosystems to exist there in the radioactive wasteland of Mars that's getting scorched by all those solar rays that aren't deflected because, again, they don't have any sort of magnetosphere bouncing it off. You ever see the magnetic field of the Earth and how you can see how it's just a big protective field bubble that we're wrapped in that keeps us from dying from any moon, number of space things.
Well, do any of the other planets that are nice looking have that? Venus,
that are
maybe?
Nice looking?
Yeah.
Venus, lead melts on the surface of Venus. The Soviets rather, sent landers there in the 70s and have pictures from the surface and stuff. They landed on the surface, took photos, and sent them back, readings of all sorts. That's not the place you want to go either.
Okay, well, Mercury is probably very hot.
It's
Right.
also very tiny. It's just a big ball of metal up
Well,
there
then why are we set on Mars?
because it's the closest thing to what we have.
But you said it doesn't have that.
Nope, sure
Core.
doesn't.
So then it's a little bit dead in the water.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Oh well, that's not fun.
If you're going to live on Mars, the way it would have to work is you would be underground. You would be living underground in a cave system. That's how
what they
life
do in
on Mars
Invincible.
works.
just
Yeah,
being
that's-
bombarded by radiation from the
No
sun.
radiation down there. You're underground in a cave system, then you're fine. You could have life there. There's water there. If you went up to that big place where there's a huge frozen ice sheet and went underground and used the water from that ice and the gases from that ice to make your underground ecosystem, growing algae, sure, whatever. Or maybe you bioengineered some sort of plant that makes a lot of oxygen and just grows rapidly in underground conditions powered by your electrical lights, like make the thing that you need to keep you going. But you're never going to be on the surface of Mars with blue skies and fucking.
You're telling me
oceans.
enough people standing on the surface with hairspray can't
Nope.
create a little
No,
bit
that
of a
won't do it
chip?
either. That's we've got another hole in the ozone actually because of CFCs or whatever they are. We've got that's back again.
Is it?
Yeah, it's over the
How do-
Arctic, I
How do
believe.
they know? Where's the hole? Where's the hole?
I mean, they can see it. Scientists can. I think it's in the Arctic, as far as I know.
No, nothing's
but
going on up there. It's fine.
All those poor animals, all those poor polar bears that have a hard enough time already.
I think the polar bears are doing solid, right?
No, their habitat's being taken from them. They're sort of devolving into growler bears. You know, they're
Are
having
you
to
trolling?
interbreed with the grizzly bears.
No idea I have no idea what direction polar bear populations are going in.
You can imagine, though, they're polar bears, and we have a bit of a global warming situation where their habitat has been melting for the last 100 years. So
I thought you told
probably-
me there was like a bunch of ice up there. There was more than like the 70s or some shit.
I did not tell you that. There's less. There's less than there was in the 1997s and the last year.
1997s.
Yeah, like, there's less ice than there was last year. You know what I mean? So like that's the only time I care. Like when I hear about global warming, I think about those poor polar bears up there looking real sad. Because every now and then I'll see a polar bear at the zoo and they just dumped out a big bucket of ice and he just lays in it like, oh, a whiff of home. He just lays on this pile of ice in this hot San Diego fucking field he's in while we gawk at him as he shits in a cage. This apex predator, the biggest land predator in the world, I think. Poor guy laying on a pile of fucking ice. I feel sorry for the zoo animals. I really do. When the Ukraine thing happened, that's what I was sending money for. We'll figure bullets out for you. You'll figure them out for yourself. But there's like dog shelters that are blowing up and nobody's getting the puppers out.
I don't like that.
No.
Got to give him a hand. Yeah, well, I guess we do want to be on the lookout for the polar bears. Pretty neat.
Yeah.
I mean, then again, they wouldn't do anything for us.
Yeah,
Not a
that's
damn thing. They'd eat us.
They'd eat you in half a second, and they'd pull your liver out to feast.
Dude, did
on
you
the
see the
island.
internet question going
Orcas
wild?
do to
Like,
sharks.
if your daughter's lost in the woods, would you rather her found
If you
by
are.
a man or a bear?
Yeah.
Yeah, a person.
I heard it as your daughter, but maybe I heard it differently than normal.
Yeah, it started out as like you because they're asking whores. They're asking they're asking whores on podcasts like, "Hey, whore on a podcast, would you rather
Mhm.
bump into a man or a bear jogging through a path in the woods?" And all of them say a bear.
Hey, whore, are you going to give the answer that's reasonable or the one that drives engagement to your OnlyFans? I'm going to give the engagement driving answer. No one actually wants to see a bear more
Yeah,
than
they
a dude with like a flashlight.
No, I
Go
don't
read
thi-
the Reddit comments. Like,
Yeah,
they're
no,
all
I
just
have
like,
friends that do. So in my, I have these like flying Facebook Messenger chats. Everybody from Florida would rather see a bear. What does that say about Florida?
What does
Yeah,
it say
that's-
about people?
And
their
what kind
fears?
of bear are we talking about? I'm not just up on this. Like,
You don't have any details on the bear or the man. That's part of the question.
Okay. Am I lost in the woods or I'm just in the woods?
In my question, it was a daughter, but if it's you, I don't know if that makes a difference. It does. Men are less scared of men, I think.
Okay. If my daughter's lost in the woods.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the whole crux of the question is that it's a woman.
Okay. And is she the woman lost? Or is she just out and about?
She's jogging through the woods and she's going to come upon a man or a bear. Which would you prefer, ladies? They all say bear.
Okay. Well, then they're retards. You want a grizzly bear
So you went
up
straight to
rising.
grizzly or polar, right? Like, there are other kinds of bears. What if it was
the
koala?
implication is that it is a grizzly bear. The whole point, the whole crux of the question again is that would you rather run into an apex predator or a man? That's the real question. We say bear because bears are big, scary predators.
Okay.
Nobody who formed the question or whom is answering the question is imagining a koala bear or a cuddly bear.
Well,
We're picturing a scary
Kyle,
monster.
I didn't watch the horror podcast. By the time the question got to me,
We didn't watch the horror podcast, Kyle. We're sorry.
I didn't either. I'm just filling in the gap for those who can't.
When it got to me, it was your daughter's lost in the woods.
It's so funny because I
No
agree
details on
exactly
the man
with
or
what
the
you're
bear.
saying.
Of course.
Yeah, that like you have to be a stone cold retard to be like, oh, my daughter's out in the woods. I'd rather her come across a hungry bear who's a apex predator than a dude who could I'll say 100% be more adept at getting someone out of the woods.
Hang on, is it a white guy?
Oh, now
No details on the man or the bear. That was
Now-
how I had it.
Exactly. You see the
Yeah.
point? It's a man. It's a man. That's what matters because it's not about race because that would make people uncomfortable. It's about men and how toxic masculinity is and how women have to live in fear of men every day because they've been trained to.
Wah, wah.
Mhm.
Go play with
Yeah,
your
I
bear
would
in the
rather-
woods, ladies.
I think I'd rather bump into the bear just because I think bears are fucking cool, right? Like I want to see a bear.
Dude, a bear's gonna fuck you up so
Depends
quickly.
on the bear. I've chased
Please,
off.
I can outrun a
before.
bear.
You cannot outrun a bear. You cannot outrun a bear.
I can run like the wind, Taylor. You don't even know.
Yeah,
First of
Taylor.
all, the bear doesn't know it's in a race. So when I take off, he's going to be a little confused at first.
Dude,
I'm
when the
way
bear
ahead of
sees
him.
when the bear sees you running, that grizzly instinct is gonna be like prey. And then it's not a big cat.
Praying's not going to help, big boy. You can't catch me.
It's not
Yeah.
it's not a big cat that's gonna go clump
I'm telling
on the,
you, I'm
on the back
100%
of your
on
neck.
this. I can
It's
help
Taylor,
it's-
in your
it's organs while
scenario,
you're screaming.
the bear still doesn't win the race because he stops when he catches Kyle, huh? Now nobody wins.
He wins when he's shitting Kyle out into a cave.
That's
Not
not how you
now,
win
like,
The top
races.
speed's only 30 miles per hour, Taylor. You don't think you can run 30 miles per hour?
You're
Oh
right.
shit, only 30? My bad.
Damn, that's okay. I was prepared to lie, and that's faster than I thought they could go. 30 miles an hour. Those are big. Yeah, dude. So what is this one of those questions though where it's just like idiots signaling to each other where it's
No.
like, oh,
No.
men are so dangerous, I'd rather see a bear. But like you get them out in the woods and it's like, hey, either a random dude pops out from behind that tree or a fucking grizzly bear that weighs 1,000 pounds and sees you as a snack.
Yeah, you can't. I'm telling you, like it's an interesting question. I like that question a lot. And women will 90% of the time they will say they'd rather bump into the bear.
No, women on the internet who are lying for engagement will say that. In
I
reality,
don't know. Ask your lady colleagues in RL. I bet you'll come back with a lot of ladies who are like, yeah, men are scary. Alone in the woods, just us. I'm in my sports bra. I don't know. The bear might not be hungry that day.
maybe
Men
I
are
have too much faith in
men
people.
are always
Because,
like
I
that.
literally can't imagine someone being so daft that
Yeah.
in their heart of hearts, they're like, yes, I'll take my chances with the apex predator who sees me as a delightful treat.
Yeah.
As opposed to a dude who would more likely than not be like looking for birds.
Or jogging. I always picture a nature like a trail. Like here in Atlanta, we've got lots of like trails where you're pretty alone. If you're up there jogging, you might see a person every 5 minutes, crossing the other way.
I
But
might be.
I could
somewhere-
drag you out in the woods.
I'm somewhere in
Not
Taylor's
you.
daft scale because
Maybe if I
when I
clubbed you.
heard bear versus person, I thought, what are the
I
odds
could
that it's
drag
one of
you.
the dangerous kinds of bears versus one of the dangerous kinds of people? Like, how many men are dangerous if you see them alone in the woods? How many bears are? Because not all bears are dangerous. As a matter of fact, in here, most of them aren't.
You're
Most
playing
bears are
rational
not
thought.
grizzly.
Women aren't capable of that. They're
No,
emotional.
I'm daft. I just
That's
heard
true.
Taylor say it.
That's true.
You're wanting look what you did makes sense because you'd want to get the data. You'd be like, okay, well, I live in this region of America. That's black bears. The black bear attack, per meeting.
I have
is
successfully
20%.
scared off a black bear before. It's
Now,
not
black
hard.
what percentage of men
that
in
bear
North
act like I
Carolina
hurt
are
his feelings?
sexual criminals? And you like break it down. You'd be like, the math says, but a woman would never do that. She'd be like, men are fucking scary. I don't want to see a man in the woods. I can't. My brain's not capable of imagining a hypothetical bear. So bear.
I
That's what
think
women are
you might be right on that. I'm
I
more,
like that Kyle describes women as so stupid they can't imagine
Not
bears.
stupid.
And Taylor's like, that sounds right.
I think
They can imagine a bear. They could picture one, but they can't imagine what it would be like to be there in front of a bear. They can't imagine what it'd be like to see something and be terrified. And
pull up a brown bear, a grizzly bear.
You ever see an animal and you know that if it stood there and stuck its nose out, you couldn't even make it mad with your hardest blow, like a bull? Now imagine a bear that's twice the fucking size. Like, you can't injure it in the slightest. You'd have no chance. Like, if it bent over and presented its asshole, you couldn't hurt it.
Now, Kyle mentioned a bull, but like a cow.
If
you hit a cow as hard as you couldn't even make it mad?
If you hit it in the nose, sure.
Okay. That would make it mad. But if you hit it like on the top of the head,
it would get its attention.
The top of the head, he doesn't care.
It hurts your hand so much.
Gee.
It's so the top of its head, like up there where it's
hard.
almost got sort of a human cow lick. a cow lick, which is where it comes from. Like up there, its skull is so thick and hard. I've hit it. I've I've
touched it. I've pet it.
It's a big thick rock thing. They don't care. Like, you'd hurt your hand. You'd hurt your hand severely. It'd be like punching a rock.
I'm still where's this big bear conversation happening?
The internet, TikTok,
Facebook Messenger,
Facebook Messenger. Okay,
yeah, TikTok.
Man, not up on the fucking trend.
You don't keep your pulse on.
I do not have my finger on the fucking pulse of the bear discourse.
I like to know what's going on. I've been following this Columbia, all the universities. I keep joking. The new Taco Bell Infantata.
Did you see Biden spoke out on it?
What did he say?
You'd approve. He basically said, like, this is a cross section of the right to free speech and violence. And he's like, if you stop someone from going to class, if you're destroying property, that's not free speech. That's not okay.
They took 3 janitors hostage in New York.
That's not free speech. Yeah, I think it was only a couple minutes long, but I walked away being like, well, this doesn't change anything, but I agree with him.
Yeah, well, they're calling him Genocide Joe, so he doesn't have to worry about losing that part of his base anymore. The far left is not down with Joe Biden. I'm not saying they're down with Donald Trump either. Most of them can't vote and don't know how to. They're busy smoking doobies out there at
those
the Columbia parking lot.
Doobies.
You see those?
They need some. It's the opposite of that, honestly. Though those kids need to get fucking high. They are way too high strung about this shit.
Did you see those frat kids who I
sent you the picture.
At UNC?
Yeah. They kept the American flag up, and then I saw a clip of like some fat pink-haired bitch coming up to him and being like, "You're fucking insert a million buzzwords, fascist, racist, something phobe." And then one of the frat guys is like, "Lose some weight, you fat pig." And that's like every comment's like based, like this. And it's so funny to see the frat guys just partying, having a good time, keeping the American.
Yeah, the gloves have been. Once you're standing under a flagpole, being pelted with rocks and drinks and beer for an hour or so, you defending the American flag from your fellow students. Gloves are off with the verbal insults, I think, at that point. Yeah.
My wife and I were talking about it. We were just disgusted by people taking down the American flag and putting up a Palestinian one. It doesn't sit right with us.
Well, I liked seeing the NYPD come in and like fix that, like taking down the Palestinian flag. I loved here in Georgia, in Atlanta, at Emory University, they had a big shit show, whatever. That's where you might have seen I'm a professor of economics as she gets fucking tossed to the ground, and they're like, look at them, they slammed her head on the concrete. Her head,
but only once.
No, not even once. Like, she landed on the grass and her head was over the concrete and her face may have touched it, but like, you get slammed on the concrete, you don't wake up for a while. This big bitch is crying, and they're like, I don't fucking care, ma'am. I'm a Georgia State Patrol member. They're locking them the fuck up. It's great. Really enjoy it. I get what they're trying to do. I don't like seeing Palestinian babies fucking 4th degree burns so that you can see them looking like a piece of meat in a window. That shit's disgusting. I hate that that's happening. But, as Woody always says when this comes around, fuck around and find out, right? Woody, he says they deserved it.
I watched a podcast of
especially the children.
The guy was from the right, but he's a never Trumper, so I don't know if you still consider him from the right. And Anyway, he compared it to the subreddit Am I the Asshole? And he's like, everybody sucks here. It's really hard to defend what's happening to the Palestinians. It's really hard to defend what's happening to the Israelis. It's like everybody sucks here.
Yeah, and you can't file like walk a thin line between. You're almost not allowed to say, I don't want genocide in Palestine. I don't want babies burnt. I don't want aid workers directly targeted. That's the thing that gets me. That's the thing I really don't like, because look, if the Mexicans came over and did what they did to us in southern Texas, things would get rough, but they wouldn't be like this. Aid would be getting to the people. The children wouldn't be targeted. You wouldn't have people with their hands behind their back shot and thrown in a pit. We'd ship them to another country and let that happen over there, away from prying eyes.
That's
okay,
what
I'm not saying
those for.
It's not that how evil they're being or how awful they're being. It's how flagrantly they're doing it. It's they know that there's no breaks for them, that nobody's going to tell them to stop.
America's going to keep giving them money. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
But on the other hand, that October 7th thing was not cool. And whatever happens is directly because that happened. So know that as you suffer.
Biden rightly is taking a lot of heat for what's happening because we're still supporting Israel, right? So you are tacitly supporting all the bad stuff that
Israel's doing. We're building?
Oh, wait, there's more. Trump, on the other hand, his thing is like, well, what Israel's doing wrong, they have a PR problem. They need to put some better videos out there. And I'm like, you don't sound like Genocide Joe. We got Genocide Don over here too. Like he says Israel needs to finish the job.
Doesn't have the same ring to it.
I know it doesn't, but he needs to make sure that while Israel does this, they should take some videos of them like feeding puppies or something. Yeah. And I'm like, this is not a better.
All of our politicians just have a fucking boner for Israel. Like they will say, not like, do you see the shit like making like laws about anti-Semitism now? Where like it's like they get so riled up. Anything about like a Republican from fucking Arkansas, they'll be like, hey, in the past few years, like 100,000 people have died of like overdoses that are preventable in your state, and he'll be like, that's a damn shame. And then someone on a college campus will be like, I don't like this Israel stuff, and he'll be like, we need to shut down the ability to speak. I'm doing Lindsey Graham, by the way. And we need Israel's my greatest ally, and I will be killed before I say anything otherwise. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, why are you this vehement about a foreign country? Like this is ridiculous.
I hate all those hate crime laws. Like I don't know. Like if you say beat up a guy on the street just because you don't like his hairstyle, and you beat up another guy because he's Jewish or black or whatever, same penalty, same crime. There shouldn't be like a double down penalty because this guy's a protected group. Agreed.
Like even like I think my Missouri guy, Josh Hawley, has said stuff where he's like, I will always support Israel. You can never stop me from it. And it's like, whoa. You're an American elected official. You shouldn't be saying this shit about any foreign country. If like something is better for Americans.
Like as a member of the IDF though, right? Like isn't that the guy that wore his IDF uniform?
I have no idea about that.
He?
Is he?
I mean,
really?
I'm asking. Like one of the congressmen wore his IDF uniform after one of the squad flew the Palestinian flag.
Oh, maybe it is him. I don't know. But like seeing American politicians be that vehement and being like, I will never stop supporting this foreign country is like, well, what the hell? Like that shouldn't be your number one priority. You're an American.
I only care about the war in Ukraine. That's the only one that's cool.
Old hat. That's old.
Dude, I saw a video from that recently, and it's a Russian, and he's making like a TikTok video for Russians, and he's just like, send us pump shotguns. We need pump action shotguns. We're being cut apart from the sky. And I was like, oh, my calling. I would be so good at shooting those drones, I bet. But that's what they were asking for. They want pump action shotguns to defend against the
pump.
I don't know why he said pump. I mean, obviously they're cheap and they work. They're $300 a piece, and I don't.
I didn't understand. It was a Russian or a Ukrainian guy who said they wanted shotguns.
A Russian guy, because they're getting hit by those. I saw a picture of how many drones the Ukrainians have right now, and it was just this mountain of them in boxes. They have so many of these like suicide drones that like are, a guided missile basically operated by a guy, and they're just killing a lot of Russians.
I used to
Just
be
a
very
lot of
excited
million
about the
dollars.
idea that the Russian military was getting diminished, right? So many tanks getting busted, armored vehicles, etc. But now I kind of feel like Russia hasn't been in a real war since Afghanistan, and even that one's not, I don't know, a little different. Now, Russia has a lot of military experience that they didn't previously had. It's gone from theoretical to genuine. China, I think when they take their shit and test it in war, they're going to learn a lot. They're going to, because China hasn't been in a real war for my lifetime, ? I don't know. A long time. Russia, not too far from that. They're not like America, who likes to do a dust up every 4 years or so.
They are, though. They've been in Syria fighting continuously with us, in the Middle East fighting ISIS continuously. They were part of the global war on terror, especially with ISIS.
I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, that's a really good point. This is a bigger scale, though, and I do think
Sure.
they're learning a lot from it.
Yeah,
You guys,
this is-
I did. I think it was like a couple weeks ago. One of you, or maybe both of you, were like, Russia has more tanks now than they did at the start of the war.
More personnel.
Something like that.
I read more
And
tanks. I was the one who said that, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, and I was like, "There's no fucking way." I did see something. I think you guys were right on that.
Oh, really? They do have
Yeah.
more tanks? You saw that too?
I may have
wonder
just
how.
been personnel.
How
I
can
don't.
that
I
be?
don't understand how that can be either. But I think you guys were right.
I don't know how that can be. I don't know how that could be. They've lost so many. They've lost thousands, and they haven't built thousands. Like, they're not building new T-34s.
It is true.
The new
trust on this stuff. You know,
Their
like
new tank is the Armada. They've made 12 or something.
Oh, that's not very many at all.
They won't send any of them. The T-90 is what they actually use. It's
Zach
the
says they
Hell knows
tripled
this.
production.
they triple production. One thing they do a lot of is upgrade old tanks. You know, so it's like, this is a World War II
T-90.
piece of crap. Yeah, the shell is, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah. I don't know. Every time I see the war recently, it's been mostly fighting in trenches with machine guns. So, like, that's the fighting I've been seeing. I haven't been
Fighting in
seeing the
trenches
big-
would suck so bad. That would.
Oh,
suck.
and then I saw like a double attack 'em strike on a position of Russians training somewhere
that.
today, and it's like God's shotgun. Those missiles.
That's a great description.
It's like God had a double barrel and He lets you have it with both barrels.
I'm shocked that Russians are still assembling like that. So what I saw, I'm going to make up numbers. It looked like 150, 200 people in.
Said 160.
Oh, well, damn, look at me. And in like what I would call half a football field, maybe less than that. And I'm like, dude, that is a lot of people to have standing around. They must have been gathered there. I bet they wanted to tell them something. You have to stop doing that. There's drones everywhere. They see you and then they attack you, and the whole thing takes like 4 minutes. Stop giving the Ukraine, or keep doing it, but you're giving the Ukrainians so many targets. Why haven't you learned from this?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And that shit it's shooting, I think it's tungsten, like chunks moving at the speed of light, basically. Not really, but
or HIMARS. Because
I think my understanding is the ATACMS is like the missile part that gives it the extra range, but I may not understand what was going on. I know when it went off, whatever it is, it's that. And it was also smoldering and smoking, each chunk giving off some sort of scary gas.
oh, that's not dust. I don't know.
It was burning, like wherever
shit.
they hit, like on the ground. It seemed like it was like burning and giving
meteorite.
off. Yeah, it was so cool. Love seeing that stuff get used. Go America!
Are there any wars we're not like involved in
Why
right
would
now?
there
Like
be?
really huge ones that we
Sudan.
could.
The Sudan and
Sudan?
Haiti and
Isn't Saudi Arabia beating somebody up? Are we
Yemen.
involved in that? Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure we're involved in that in some way.
Yeah, definitely.
You're
If the
probably
Saudis are. What about Haiti? I don't know if that's a full scale war. It's more just like
Collapse.
gangland warfare, I guess, where it's just a bunch of gangs eating people.
I heard a
Taylor has-
YouTuber went down
Taylor
there and
has
had
more
barbecue and got
FOMO.
snatched up.
Well, a YouTuber got snatched up.
I heard a YouTuber went down there to interview barbecue.
get
and they
eight-
snatched him up. Nobody knows. Nobody knows if he got it.
What? That's funny. Like I can't imagine what would possess you to go to Haiti right now.
Views and clicks, baby. Get those subs.
There aren't enough views though to
there's
make
enough
up
views.
for like it's like I'm gonna go meet the cannibal warlord of Haiti.
If you thought you could get 100 million view video out of going and seeing the cannibal warlord of Haiti, you'd do it. You do it and then the next week you'd have to find somebody even scarier to interview. So
That's just an investment because like today you interview barbecue, tomorrow you interview Putin or something. Like your next video is going to get a lot of attention too.
I don't know if that's. I bet
That's
there's a
works.
lot of steps between barbecue in Haiti and Putin in Russia.
Yeah, a lot of warlords. Like you got to go to Somalia for sure.
A lot of hopping to go.
You know what I would want to see? What I would love to see an interview where you're interviewing us like the Somali captain, like the pirate captain of Somalia, and like when it cuts back to you, you're dressed as a real pirate,
like an old school one.
Yar matey, tell me about what you've been doing on them seas.
I'm here in Mogadishu in blackface to find out what's going on.
With a parrot on your shoulder.
Clearly a prop. It's got blackface also.
It's an African parrot.
Shave my head, blackface.
African parrot. I think that's a thing.
It's an African American parrot. He talks like that. Leave him alone. He's dropping the N-bomb all the time.
I'm sorry, I didn't teach him this. I did. Yeah, I don't know what the Somali pirates are up to. Probably no good.
I think the Houthis have taken over that bag. It seems like they're the ones causing trouble off of Africa and up into those straits.
That is close to Yemen. Yemen is kind of Iranian allied. That's where the Houthis
Aren't you glad we live in the boring part of the world? You know why it's boring? Because we made it that way with our American missiles and power, Taylor. And everyone is afraid to make it anything but boring here because they know we'll kill them.
God made it that way too.
Nice protection. If God is the fucking eagle that flies on top of that flag, then yes, we made it that way.
I watched a YouTube video that explained why America was geographically so hard to invade, and God did that.
Half a dozen countries used to be over here. They aren't anymore. They're gone.
God did that too. Through
No
God,
more
anything is possible. You might want to jot that down, Kyle.
Yeah, there aren't no Frenchmen over here.
No,
that's true.
I think we should take a good chunk of Mexico. I think we should they
need to build something down there worth stealing first. Then we can
Mexico. I want
down.
it. Yeah. Also, it would really shorten how much wall we have to build.
That little peninsula thing down there. You want that?
Yes.
I want that too.
We should take that. Actually, what we should do is we should do what Croatia did to Bosnia with Mexico's shoreline. Mexico's been just sending fucking people from South America.
Your listener knows what Croatia did to Bosnia.
They took the whole thing.
Yeah, Croatia the map.
The entire fucking coastline.
Yeah, can you pull up a map of Croatia? This is fucking hilarious.
And so we do Mexico's sending all the illegals up to us. They're fucking causing problems. That's enough beaches for you guys for now. Get it together. We just huge slice their entire Pacific coast, ours now. Beautiful, beautiful beaches, resorts.
I'm still going through Dan Carlin's Supernova in the East about the Japanese in World War II.
Look at that beach.
Oh, look at that. And not only is it a beach, can I just say it's a huge chain of islands. This map is probably being a bit vague because of the size of the map. I bet there's dozens and dozens of those islands there.
They did give them a little bit. I bet there's a port there.
They gave them one port.
So easy to control, like in a military sense. Like they can just take that away easily.
Look. Oh my.
Is that Croatia?
Did they film Game of Thrones here?
Right? I actually think they did do some filming in Croatia.
I'm pretty sure that's
a bunch of cool shit in Croatia.
I think that's King's Landing rooftops that you were looking at over there, and obviously you got the water here for any shooting.
Shucks.
Plus, I gotta say, if they're like, so we found two locations. There's this beautiful Croatian paradise, and there's also Tucson, Arizona. They have a little town with red roofs too, and you're like, let's get in the plane, Mark. We're gonna be in Croatia for the next 3 months. I'm thinking, is it good? Yeah. Is it nice this time of year? He's like, it's nice all the time in Croatia.
It's beautiful.
Like a paradise. That's the most beautiful place.
Amazing.
Yeah, let's.
What's the exchange rate in Croatia, Zach?
Let's see. Now, what is the Croatian dollar? Probably something goofy.
Be right back.
The euro. I guess we should have seen that coming. Oh, there it is. The kuna. I wanted to see what they actually have.
Looks like $1 is 7 kuna.
7 to 1. Yeah, but how much does a fucking kuna get you?
How far does a kuna go? You know what I mean? Like what is a loaf of bread? How many kunas is a loaf of bread? You would think like a quarter of a kuna.
Let's see. Croatia prices for food. Is
What a
Croatia expensive? Oh, this is cruisecroatia.com. This is fucking propaganda. They're not.
That's my site.
They're gonna fool me. Cost of living. Milk. 27 euro cents.
Okay, that still seems low.
What is the? I feel like a retard. What's the
Euro's
name
stronger.
of the smaller denomination within the euro? Like the the pennies, the cents. What is it?
He said euro cents. That's probably euro cents.
No, I'm making that up. It said 0.27 and the euro sign, and I was like 20, 25 euros.
I don't know. Bits and bobs, whatever those losers name their currency.
Bits and bobs. Dude, you can get, that's not that much chicken at all. 0.15 kilograms for
Okay, here we go. Look, Zach's got a chart for us.
Okay.
Seems pretty similar, honestly.
1,700 a month. Cut out alcohol.
Cut out alcohol, cut out the gym, cut out your phone. This is gonna be
Double entertainment.
Coffee is pricey. Or maybe
your own
everything else is
coffee,
cheap.
Jesus.
Yeah, $35 a month for coffee. Is that?
That's about right, honestly. With
That's
my
not
coffee
that crazy.
pods and like sweetener and fucking cream and shit.
Dude, $520 just for eating out.
That's so bright.
That is so
That's more than rent.
Yeah. Damn, Croatia looks nice. That'd be a fun place to live. What language do they speak?
Croati.
Croati?
Mm-hmm.
Is it one of those?
Serbo-Croatian, right?
You're probably right. I don't know if the Balkan area, I don't know if they're all like Italy, where most of them speak English. Actually, Italy's a terrible example. Like Germany, where they all speak English.
I expect those people to speak English, like show some respect.
Yeah, English is the global language. Really a hangover from what you were saying during PKN, the English having the most kind of badass, biggest empire of all time.
Yeah, they spread it everywhere.
Evidence of that is, what are we speaking right now? What does the whole world speak?
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of it anyway. Like even the countries that are, I think, I wonder what the percentage of Indians, the most populous nation in the world we learned tonight, is speaking English, because they were a fucking colony forever.
Yeah, probably a good bit of them.
Isn't it crazy that tiny island of England or Britain somehow colonized all of India?
Dude, they were fucking good at it. They knew how to run a show. Hey, we're putting trains in here, bitch. Get out of the way. We're starting companies. We're starting businesses. Oh, you got a problem with it? Do you guys, where's your giant navy? Hey, where's your giant navy, India? I don't see it. I don't see it, India. Oi, bloody, here's ours, though. We're Australian now. It's crazy how much having a fantastic navy really
Who else
makes
has a
work
good navy
easier.
in the planet?
Right now.
Really? I think the British still have a really good navy, right?
We do. We have the biggest navy. It's not even close. It's absurd how not close it is. The French have a bitch-made aircraft carrier. I think the England might have a couple, but they're still not what we have.
Doesn't Russia only have like 3? Like
the Russians don't have any aircraft carriers. They're real aircraft carriers. China has an aircraft carrier they bought from Russia that was an old one. It has a ramp on the end so that the planes can actually take off. They're building an aircraft carrier right now, and like you can see from the sky that they have scorch marks on their electromagnetic launch system, and so they clearly haven't figured it out yet. It's sitting in port, still being built.
If we have more tonnage than the rest of the planet combined.
Definitely
yeah,
not
we do.
The rest of the planet combined, right?
Right.
I mean, we're at 2 million just with
more relevant tonnage, because another thing you got to keep in mind is like, what is that 1.125 of China's? I bet a lot of it is nonsense.
No, if you do the math, we absolutely don't. There's some surprises on here.
Oh, what are you surprised by?
Greece. I didn't think Greece would have a big navy. Canada has a navy. Interesting.
Those are all icebreakers.
Canada. That's embarrassing for Canada.
Taiwan, they have a navy.
What a terrible partner that you guys are.
Italy has a much more solid navy than I thought. India, per person, terrible navy. I mean, that's a tiny navy when you break it down.
Whose?
India's. Like they have so many people, and it's like you barely have like twice what the Netherlands have, and like 75
they don't pay
people.
taxes very well.
I think when you're bordering your biggest enemy, you probably Like we're gonna need a
I didn't-
land army.
Yeah,
a culture of corruption over there in India. It's not going to lead to like a strong government.
yeah, and they're always
I
going
hear
to.
Modi is trying to fix that. Some guy that was like high on Modi. I saw him on TikTok the other day, and he was just like, "This is Modi did this, Modi did that. Every single region has a different tax system. He's bringing it all together under one thing." And he was like, "I don't know anything about Modi. He's probably conservative or something." But this guy seemed to be real gassed up on him. I don't really care about India either. They shit in the street over there.
I don't care about India either.
It all
I have
starts
no
that way, right? You know, at first
Yeah.
they're like this nation of savages, like China was whatever 50 years ago, and now you look at a Chinese city and you're like, holy smokes, that's like better than New York.
Ah,
I don't know if there are Indian cities. Like, I mean, there are Indian cities way bigger than New York, but like not better than New York.
better
I said
in
that
what
about
way?
China.
By what
I was
measurement?
trying to show China's progression, and
Okay.
Japan had a progression like that. India could do the next one.
China's so far. China's got like 20 cities with over 1 million people in them or something.
They have a lot of people, so it checks
But you
out.
knock down that dam, they lose like 6 of them.
Yeah, that's
No,
like
we did
saying
a-
like
a
Mexico
lot of
City is like Mexico City is bigger than New York. Like
By what
Doesn't-
measure? Like
by
like square-
population.
Is it?
Yeah, Mexico City is enormous.
I thought New York was really big, and I look into it, and it turns out there's a bunch of cities that have more people.
Yeah,
Mm.
and like you look at that list because I've been on that Wikipedia too, and it's
Mm.
like, man, you got to do like 2 long scrolls before you're out of Asia. Like we did so many things in China and India.
Tokyo's absurd
And
from high altitude. Tokyo doesn't look real. It looks like
That's probably the coolest big city on earth, right? I haven't been, obviously, but it
Nobody
looks
has.
clean, like
Yeah.
super hyper clean, and that's
I think
nice.
Like all the
a
stereotypes
great
were true. It was hyper clean. It was beautiful. The people were like very polite and like organized. I went to the subways, used the subway to get around in there. I was shocked at how everyone stayed on their side. There were no stragglers walking against traffic. You know, like on the escalator, I think there's like just a regular escalator like any of ours. But on one side, people stood still, and the other side was for the walkers. There's no blocking the path. And 0 people disobeyed the system. The social
Yep,
contract
everybody
was
knows what's
strictly
up.
adhered to.
Good for them. We can't even manage that in airports.
True.
no. Well, in some places we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like a husband and wife standing next to each other, blocking what is a horizontal escalator called? Like the moving sidewalk thing?
Speedway, a walkway,
Yeah,
a
walkway.
sizzle pad.
It's definitely not that.
All right. So
Okay.
like husband and wife
You
will
had
stand there with their
0 names.
suitcases blocking the sizzle pad. And that you wouldn't be surprised by it. It's just like, oh yeah, you keep walking until you hit the first couple.
Are you having a dog issue right now, Kyle?
I'm
I
about
choose
to
to
go
believe
get
he's
him.
yelling at his girlfriend.
No, is she acting up?
She
Mhm.
won't shut the fuck up.
You gotta he hits her with a newspaper to keep her in line.
Rolled up
No, he hits her
newspaper.
with a bag of oranges. No bruises.
No bruises. I'm still watching that Dan Carlin thing, the Supernova in the East about the Japanese in World War II,
Mm.
and it's so fucking good. I'm like, I feel
Is
like
it
I'm
making you
there.
like the Japanese more?
Oh, it makes me despise them.
Hating them?
It makes me despise those
Mm,
scummy
okay.
pieces of shit. Oh, they're awful. The Australians were hardcore. They were, I think they're maybe on Guadalcanal or one of the big islands. Lots of Australians. They've been stuck there for a long time, not much food. And the Australians just got so good they stopped losing men almost, and they got so good at killing. And they're talking about they came upon one of their guys. They've been tortured, and there's a sign above their guy that said he took a long time to die. And it's like this enraged the Australians. They went on a killing spree. It's just like it's great. They find their guy like bent over with had been raped and with a bayonet up his ass. He's dead. And,
Ugh.
like they would. So after a while, there was no taking of prisoners at all, or even considering the taking of prisoners, or even messing with a body. They considered the dead bodies to be like zombies. They might get back up because they'd often play dead. They'd often be like one guy out there with a grenade under him, ready to pop up and take you with him.
I don't.
It may
That
be.
doesn't seem very honorable.
It's super honorable if you can take a Marine down with you. But it makes me hate the Japanese, just despise them. Like the Battle of Midway is just one of the coolest stories ever. Basically, the Japanese show up with their 4 carriers, 4 aircraft carriers, and like a huge navy, and we're there with I think 3, and one of them's fucked up already. It's already damaged from maybe a previous battle. and they're bombing land with their carriers when they spot our carriers. And so their guy has a decision, because it's a big deal to switch from land to air bombing and get the refueling done. And so he decides to take all of the guys who are bombing the land, let them all land, let them all refuel all the planes, including the ones that are like flying around doing defense. Basically, he brings every plane back and has it dressed, fueled, and like armed to go fight the American to go fight the American carrier. The alternative would have been to be like, send what we have now. And as soon as we can send more, send a little more. And as soon as we can send another one, every time we have a guy with a plane that's suited to attack the carrier group of the Americans, send it. He could have done that, because that's what the Americans did. The Americans had this, it was continuous. It begins at like, they know exactly what time, because it's the fucking Navy. And like the Americans were attacking continuously. Our torpedoes didn't work. The torpedo planes are most dangerous job. They have to fly at wave height and like detach this torpedo, and they would either go too low, or even if they hit, they didn't work. Like our torpedoes for the first 2 or 3 years of the war were bullshit. They literally didn't work. Yes, it went on for years. Torpedoes not working before they fixed the problem. Meanwhile, the Japanese had the best torpedoes in the world. So all the torpedoes are hitting and missing, or just not blowing up, doing zero damage. And then the dive bombers come. It's starting to look like the Americans are going to lose, because the Japanese are fending them off so well. Then the dive bombers come, and the pilot had been at Pearl Harbor. And the pilot, you've got his first person not viewpoint, but like his narrative as he's coming down from high altitude straight down into one of the carriers. It's got a big red circle painted on the deck. And he's like, I'm aiming right for that 50-foot circle. And I drop my bomb and I pull up hard and I watch and watch. That's a biplane. But
this is the American Revolution. No, I'm confused.
Yeah.
But they hit 3 of the Japanese carriers. They destroyed 3 of the Japanese carriers in that battle, and that changed the whole war. Like, that's where the war changes. The Japanese lose 3 carriers, and even though our shit is heavily damaged, I think they sink one of our carriers in that battle. But the reason they sink our carrier, if I remember correctly, they came and attacked our carrier, fucked it up, dropped bombs through the deck. There's wooden decks on American and Japanese carriers. The Germans had steel decks, I think, or the British did. And so the thing's on fire. They radio back, 1 carrier down, 1 flat top down. That's what the Japanese say. But the crew on that boat was so good and experienced at putting out fires and repairing that they put the fires out, repaired the deck, and were launching planes off of it. So when the Japanese get back, they think 1 carrier's down. It's not. In fact, it's been repaired to full power already before they can get back. And so they say, oh, we found another carrier. And so they hit it again. I think then they sink it. So they think they've taken out 2 carriers when they've only taken out 1.
I think I have this right. Early in World War II, there was an attack on an American ship of some sort, naval ship, and they took out the firefighting team. And then something that would have been extinguished was sunk. So then the Navy made a change in tactic and trained every single sailor to have a firefighting role, so that you couldn't just take out the right 37 guys and sink a ship. And that lends to what Kyle was saying, like, they were so good at firefighting, because literally everyone on the ship is a firefighter.
World War II aircraft carriers were triply flammable, I think he puts it. And that they're
compared
full
to
of
what?
Compared to anything, compared to any other naval vessel.
Those things are so flammable.
Compared to any other naval vessel, because they're made of wood and they have all the fuel for the planes, and then the bombs for the planes, and they also have guns on them. So like have all the ammo for those guns, all those 5-inch shells or 8-inch shells or whatever the fuck, and all the powder that launches them. So if you hit the wrong part, it's just they would jump out of the water. Those big gigantic naval vessels, destroyers and stuff, when the magazine goes off, in every narrative I've heard, like different battles, they talk about the boats jumping out of the water from the power of the explosion.
Nowadays, Russian tanks are curiously flammable. Like I see them just drop a grenade in the open hatch. So if the Russians abandon their tank, maybe it's immobilized or something, then the Ukrainians will come along and drop a grenade in the empty tank just so that it can't be repaired and reused. And it's surprising to me just how often they seem to burst into flames. All the rounds that are stored inside catch fire and blow it up.
Mm-hmm.
I guess
Yeah.
that makes sense. You're probably not like spending a ton of time fireproofing against like a grenade attack at the last second because it's like it's already over if that happens.
The American tanks have their magazine in a separate compartment that has blowout panels. So when it explodes, it has a released explosion that vents so you don't kill everyone and lose the turret.
Well, that's a much better idea.
It's a way better idea if you're inside the tank.
I'd so much rather be in that tank than the one where you just burn alive.
We've got AC as well, like good air conditioning in there. 100%.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
I
I
asked
bet
the
the
tank
Russians probably
commander
don't have
about
good
that.
AC because it's Russia.
Yeah, I think he said that Russians don't have AC. I think he said the Israelis have AC suits, like there's a hose that goes onto what they're wearing, and the Americans have AC, if I recall. That's something like that.
Fucking cool. I'd love an AC suit. Just walk around all the time, like water circulating in it.
I think
like
it was
cool
powered
water.
by the tank. Like the tank has a hose that you put on your, I'm making it up, shoulder, and now you're air conditioned inside.
I wonder if it's like I would want liquid to be radiating through it, like an engine radiator.
Like you're a computer?
I am a computer.
Well, I guess
keep me cool.
Technically,
I want like hell. I want it all up around my head and my groin. I want like armpits. I want that.
You're not going to kill a lot of foes if you're all sweaty.
I don't intimidate with lack of shrinkage.
I just want to.
You just want to be sweaty, dangling, sweaty balls.
Sweaty balls, long. It's me at full size entering battle.
That's how we beat the Japanese. Is they saw our sweaty dicks and balls, and they're like, "Oh, we cannot possibly compete with this." Because they were cold.
I think I don't know how many times Trump's violated his gag order, but I didn't understand it until last night. I was like, oh, he wants them to arrest him. That's what they want so badly is for a presidential candidate to be in jail. Oh, that's a good look for Donald. If they lock him up for contempt.
It is hard to watch much more reporting than I do on this topic. And I've heard both. I've heard some people say, what Trump really likes to do is get right up next to the stove and all but touch it. He doesn't actually want to go to jail. He wants to do everything up to that line without crossing it. I've heard that people who talk to him in private say he really, really doesn't want to go to jail. He would hate that. But I've also heard what Kyle said, which is like, it is, dude, for a guy who plays victim, this will double it down. He will be such a victim in this thing. He'll cry lawfare.
You telling me Biden locked up his opponent during campaign season? Is that what happened? Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that would rally a lot more people potentially to his side because looks very banana republic-y.
The intellectual part of me wants to be like, Biden has nothing to do with this. He's not engaged. He's not part of it. This is a state level thing happening in New York. That's not a Biden, but that doesn't matter. The details don't matter. What matters
the Attorney General is a Biden appointee.
Is what matter.
If Biden wanted to like postpone,
is this the Attorney General or is this the state level thing that's happening? I don't think this is. Yeah, this isn't. Frankly, this isn't federal.
Yeah, frankly, it's hard to keep up with his many trials. I suppose this is the hush money trial.
Yeah.
Oh wait, is it?
Yes. Well, yeah, the federal. They call it the hush money trial. It's about federal election fraud.
I saw that that lady fucking wrote about killing her puppy or whatever. The
Kristi Noem, his potential VP candidate.
God, like they are dragging her through the mud. You
see
Mitt Romney was like, at least I didn't kill the dog.
I didn't see that.
What happened with her dog?
Okay, so she is a country girl and she wrote an autobiography. And I think the way I heard it presented is it was some attempt to be like, I'm every bit as tough as the men are. She was going hunting and she had a dog that was worse than useless. A puppy, I should say. She had a puppy that was worse than useless. It was untrained. And she shot the puppy in the face because it was ruining their hunting excursion.
There's not more to it than that?
No. And when called out on it, she kind of doubled down and she's like, you don't understand. This puppy really sucked. And she shot something else in the face too. A goat.
Was it a goat?
She shot a goat in the face because it smelled bad. Probably goat-like.
She smelled a Mexican for winking at her one time.
This is all I have ever learned about this woman, and I don't like her.
It does.
Nobody does.
Fox News is ripping on her. Like Fox News, who's the Judge Piero? I'm close to that, but not perfect.
Oh God, yeah. Her armpits are disgusting.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like her either. Then
she was like, "America is a nation of dog lovers. We do not approve of this."
All right,
damn. When you lose
she's
Fox
right.
News, you're off the course there.
Nobody likes people who kill dogs. Michael Vick was so good at running with that ball. and then shut that right down.
He was not cool with it, dude. Michael Vick was a piece of shit because he was torturing those dogs and killing them and all the rapes. He was breeding dogs. He was
his dogs were begging for a bullet to the face.
Yes, like this wasn't just a guy who attended dog fights or had a dog that fought. Like this was his side hustle was a fucking dog fighting.
He was
ring.
the commish.
He was the commish. He was in charge of. He had his finger in every dog pie. He was breeding dogs, like killing. There was like a bucket for drowning the dogs in, like all sorts of shit. Fuck that guy.
Yeah,
he was so good in Madden 2004.
He was good for the
Madden
Philadelphia
2004.
Eagles.
He was a god.
So in his defense,
if you played with him in Madden 2004, you were cheating.
I was playing all by myself. So
that's odd jobbing. Yeah,
he could just run away from the defense. Fuck you. So fast. He was a ton of fun to watch. Like I actually watched the Falcons. You know, that was a couple.
Do
of
they
years
like let
him
on like ESPN now for like analysis and stuff?
I see him every.
He doesn't really have the gift of gab.
Yeah,
that's unsurprising.
He's not. He seems a little low energy. He's sort of like low key. It's not that he's unintelligent. He's just kind of low key. He doesn't have that sort of, and he's not funny. Not funny.
Dude, it is wild how successful Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal are now. I know you guys aren't basketball fans, but do they get into your feed every so often?
I'll see because I follow like the NHL stuff, and from time to time, both of them, but more Charles Barkley because I think Charles Barkley is a big hockey fan. Like he'll go over to the NHL side and talk about hockey with them, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of neat.
He's kind of fun, isn't he? Like,
he's a funny guy. I haven't seen much of Shaq, but Charles Barkley's funny. Shaq
is also funny. Adam Sandler tells this story where he was Shaq was on one of his movies, and he's like, we're all professional comedians. And we're like, what the fuck? Shaq's funnier than all of us. Like, how is this happening? And the story is pretty funny. He was playing basketball. Adam Sandler, you wouldn't guess, but he's an avid basketball player. He really likes the game. And he's playing, and Shaq is playing with him too, just dominating, swatting. The guy can barely jog, and he's kicking everybody's ass, and they're like loving it. Shaq swatted me. And then after the game, Shaq says he's going to shower down. This is like a YMCA or something with a gym and a shower. And Adam Sandler's, well, I got to go see Shaq's dick. I need to see this. So he's like walking backwards by the shower. He's like, let's get a peek at Shaq's dick. Let me take a look at this. And Shaq has his bodyguard there, and that guy's this ginormous guy. I think I've seen him. And Adam Sandler's like, I'm sorry, I just came here to see Shaq's dick. Don't tell him about this. And he's like, that guy's gonna rat me out. No fucking way. That bodyguard keeps my secret.
Yeah.
And he goes up to Shaq later, and he's like, I'm sorry, man. I should have done that. That was probably uncool. And but your bodyguard put me away. And he's like, what? I don't have a bodyguard. That was my dick. That's the Shaq story. But
why wouldn't Adam Sandler just shower with Shaq if you wanted to see him naked?
I don't even know what level of true the story is, but
that's true. They are. He could be fibbing. He could be telling
right.
He could be rusing us along. Story, but
yeah, Shaq and Charles Barkley are making so much money now. Charles Barkley way more money than he ever did during his career. He's making 200 million a year. The Saudis tried to throw a bag at him to do their golf thing. What do they have? Like the LP. I forget what
they have. A huge golf thing. You're right.
Yeah, they're trying to like replace the PGA Tour, and they thought that if they got Charles Barkley, that would do the thing. And all Charles did is like take that offer to TNT, and they matched it or something, and he just stayed in his current gig. But he is beloved in the basketball world.
Is he a big golf guy?
He plays golf. He's always played golf. Yeah, he's notoriously terrible at it. Zach, can you pull up Charles Barkley and the hitch in his swing? It's wild. You would think he's joking that he doesn't. He did work it out. He's improved since then, but the hitch in Charles Barkley's golf swing is legendary. It's
good now.
Yeah, I was saying he fixed it, but
how do you know about this,
dude? I keep my finger on the pulse of the internet. If something happens, I know about it. I watched his golf swing today. I watched
Yeah.
Charles swing today.
Right, like in the first picture, there's a stud. There used to be a stutter in his swing that you would think he was like telling a joke or something, but he just couldn't get past it. Let's see if this plays well. See,
Ooh,
play it again.
I'm not
This
good
is
at
his
golf.
best effort.
But no part of that was correct.
Wouldn't it be great if
See?
you like
Why is
edited
he
this to make it?
slowing down so much?
It's called a hitch in your swing, and apparently it impacts some golfers. I'm not a golf guy, but he's not the only person to have to fix this. But his is extraordinarily bad.
That's wild. Usually, like if you're a really good athlete at one sport, you're at least somewhat athletic in other avenues. Like you're not going to be like an NHL player who then goes and tries golf and just can't do it. Like, and I would have like.
Oh, he's a good golfer.
Clearly not. If that's
no, even with that swing, look, despite that swing,
did you see where the ball went? He topped it. There were fucking 30 yards left. Didn't hit the fairway.
He said he lost 25 million gambling in Vegas.
On golf, probably.
No, like blackjack or something.
He's not good at that. Well, I guess a lot of athletes not that great at
He
gambling.
talked about playing 25 grand a hand, so things get out of hand quick.
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
I've been fucking with my dog. I got this.
You really? Isn't your dog small?
Yeah.
He can take it though.
Oh.
Oh,
Is that his favorite toy? Why are you buying puppets, dude? Dude, 3 weeks ago you were going to be a sword guy.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Puppet. Can you even do ventriloquism?
Of course I can.
No.
I can't do ventriloquism. Yes, I can do ventriloquism very well, Taylor.
I'm quite good at it.
We're all incredible. At
What? He has light up eyes?
Of course he does.
You're winning
He's
me
Lord
over.
Satan. Look, the
Why-
dogs.
Do you have multiple puppets, or do you just settle on the devil?
Calm down. No, I've just got the devil. I felt like I wanted the devil because the devil could maybe say horrific things.
Uh-huh.
You know, I thought
What's
that
he
would be
going to
neat.
say?
Just devil shit. You know, just that sort of thing.
Yeah.
The dogs.
Make him
are-
say it.
The dogs are terrified of him. The dogs are terrified of him. I get it out and just chase him around. It's great.
That's a good normal thing for your dogs to be afraid of. Is
The devil.
A devil puppet.
Yeah.
Most well-adjusted adults don't care for puppets.
I put it up on the bookshelf and it watches over me when I sleep.
You can't just have a devil puppet. Like this is like if you got into World War II memorabilia and it was all Nazi shit. Like
I just need the devil. I appreciate him. Maybe would you like it about an
He's
angel
different.
and they could have like a conversation?
yes, I would.
Well, then you
prefer
should
that.
get the angel puppet then.
I'm not buying
we do a
puppets.
Come on, we'll do a little puppetry together.
No, that's gay. All right, I'll get a puppet.
They're on Amazon.
That much
Taylor's puppet curious. That didn't take a lot of convincing.
I think that's like a $50-$60 puppet.
wow, that's a big first step into the world, isn't it?
Well,
He dove in head
you know.
first.
I wanted the hat. I didn't know that. I
get
until I
it.
got my
You wanted
hand
to
in
have a
there. And I
puppet,
felt
but
the button
you didn't want to appear foolish.
when I found that.
No,
Yeah, we don't want that.
you wouldn't want that.
Want
The
that at
finest
all.
puppet in the land.
You want to do that? You want to do
Does
that?
your girlfriend like it?
Oh, she loves it. Yeah, I put on puppet shows. I've got a whole green screen outfit that I wear.
Is
when
she
I-
scared when you light the eyes up?
Well,
Does
no,
she whimper?
she's an adult, so and a human.
And
All right.
she whimpers, and then I put her in her fucking kennel.
She runs into her cage for,
You should
for
practice.
security.
Like practice this next week, and then like next show do like a who's on first like comedy stylings. You
I
talk
was
to
thinking-
the
Genius
puppet.
idea.
Yeah,
Well, I just think if I do a green screen and then I wear the green screen suit, then all you would see would be Satan, and he could just, you know.
yeah. I want you to get the green screen suit, but don't invest in a green screen. Like just you're sitting there and in a gimp suit. You can see your mouth moving behind it.
Of course. You see my eyes. You see my eyes, dude. Yeah.
Well, I spent my green screen money on the puppet budget, and so went for the $30 devil puppet.
No. I like my dogs. They're hilarious. Their dog toys are huge, bigger than your dogs. Like, he has a rope that's like 5 feet long. The girth of it is enough that you couldn't put your hand around it. The girl has a chili pepper. It's like 3.5 feet long. Crinkles when you bite it. Their toys are giant.
They probably tear through them every 3 weeks.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, the rope lasts a long time. But he leaves it outside, and then I mow it, and that's when we buy a new one.
That's tactical. I bet he's like, I'm sick of this rope. Smells like mildew.
This rope has dog breath.
This rope smells disgusting. Oh, is that what I smell like?
Kristi Noem would shoot me in the head for this.
Yeah. Is she a governor?
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe a congresswoman or something.
Not for long. Like,
yeah.
Going against
Governor
dogs.
of South Dakota.
Governor of South Dakota.
Oh, they love shooting dogs up there.
No.
It's the official pastime of South Dakota, dog shooting.
Have you ever seen those like maps where it's like, this is what the U.S. would look like if like only the fucking black people voted, or if only white people voted, or if only
the
boomers,
only women voted. Yeah,
dude. If there was a map that was like for dog lovers about Kristi Noem, not even those states that have like goofy little insular districts within them would have. Like, it'd be all red or all blue, whatever the fucking case was. No one takes the side of a puppy killer.
Yeah, it's kind of not cool.
Yeah, that's fucked up. All I saw was that like some politician killed a dog, and in my head I'm like, probably like an old cancerous hound that needed to be put out of its misery. No, just a spring chicken of a pup who hadn't been caught yet.
You thought it was an old Yeller situation, maybe.
Yeah, a little old Yeller situation.
I've had the old Yeller several dogs. It's real sad. I can't remember if I ran it over or if another car did. But one of my dogs was laying there all crippled, like fucked up, screaming, and had to like jump out and shoot him immediately. Yeah. I've had the old Yeller a bunch of dogs.
How many
I've never killed it. Well,
5 maybe.
Have you ever put a dog down like at the vet?
No.
We did it in my living room. We did it in my living room this fall. We didn't want the dog to be scared at the vet's office or anything.
Oh, they came to you.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Did they take the dog away?
Take the dog away, and they send you the ashes and a little fucking thing and like a little urn for the dog. It's a wooden box.
Dude,
real sad.
I've been there for one of those before. It's horrible.
Yeah.
I was
incredibly
crying.
sad. Me too.
Everybody was crying. Everybody in the room was crying. Like 5 of us.
Typically, what happens is they give the dog an injection that just makes it like sleepy and restful and chill. So at this point, the dog has his head on my lap and I'm petting his or her ear, and then they give it something else and it just sort of fades into sleep, and that's the end. You gave a little time, and I'm just like, it's almost like post nut clarity. Like, okay, the dog's dead. What do I do now? Do I just like walk away, like tap it on the hip and tell it to get up? So that's a weird
TV on.
But the one time a dog had a heart attack at my house, that was weird because first of all, it's a Great Dane, so it's not easy to treat the body like really respectfully. And I carried it like it was alive and put it in the back of my pickup truck because what do you do exactly? Yeah. And then I ride with this dead dog in the back of my pickup and I take it to the vet who can dispose of it. Well, they have a freezer for the dogs. If it was a little dog, you'd like place it in the freezer, but this is a ginormous Great Dane. And like, I haven't told Jackie about it. I was afraid it would like make her feel bad, but the process was just sort of, you're holding it and I dump it like back first into a freezer, one that would sit on the floor. That's
You didn't
like
want to get a graveyard going?
Oh, at the house?
Is this at Apex?
No, we had just moved here.
Oh. We always buried our dogs. We have a graveyard of them.
Oh, I considered that, but I don't really have that skill set. I don't have an excavator. Would you do it with a shovel?
Yeah. You obviously got a bigger dog than I normally bury. I normally bury medium dogs. You're gonna need a bigger shovel.
Yeah, you'd want a little excavator. Is it still called an excavator if it's on the back of a tractor, like one of those little things?
I think of it. I think that that's not a ditch witch. That's that big dirt chainsaw.
The one that has a bucket. That's
I know exactly. Yeah, I guess it's an excavator. It excavates.
Yeah, anyway, just the process of like dumping it unceremoniously into a freezer, and then they like had to push its legs away for the door to close. It was like that's the last time I ever saw him.
Slam the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
rough stuff. Our little dog was tiny. They take it away in like a fucking Easter basket. It was as good as the situation could have been, but it really sucks. Hate losing dogs. Yeah. So nobody likes the lady that clearly she says it was like an 18-month-old dog or something that had bitten people and was a training nightmare, which makes it a lot better. I mean, look, I'm picturing this is like that bear thing. Yeah. This is like that bear thing. How a woman probably can't picture a fucking bear. Sometimes it's hard to picture a shitty dog. Like if she's got a dog that's actually attacking children and strangers, and even like the people it knows when it first sees them, like, what are you gonna do?
If it was a pit bull, I'd be cool with that.
I'd be cool with that too. She could drown it.
I'm stuck on the puppy part. Oh, did a puppy bite people?
You could drag it behind the car.
All puppies bite people.
Not the good ones. Well, I guess all of them kind of start out that way.
Right?
Yeah,
they're teething.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dog bites the shit out of me all the time, that little Pomeranian puppy, like constantly.
But
really
you're not
hard.
going to shoot him in the head.
Won't do it. Won't get the flintlock out and put him down or anything.
He's a man of principle. Kyle won't do it. He won't shoot his dog in the face.
And this isn't like what do they call the opposition reporting? Like it's not or opposition research. This is her autobiography that she published herself.
Yeah.
Damn. No editor read through that.
What did they cut out? Right.
Hey, this part about executing the dog.
He cut out the whole chapter about the black man that flirted with her that time. That's the last white woman Holocaust. What did you cut out, lady? Because I don't know.
I bet nobody, the editor just was like, I'm not reading this boring shit.
She's the governor of a state. Like, if you're going to be the, I wouldn't read a governor of a state.
She's in charge of Mount Rushmore.
But the main thing is, Taylor, that she was a vice presidential hopeful. Like, she's in the.
Not anymore.
Yeah, she was in that like maybe group of 5 or 3 names that are kind of floating around. Not anymore, no.
It would help Trump to have a girl on the card.
A hot one.
One who loves dogs.
Who could talk shit. I want a hot one who could talk shit.
Where's the hot one? There's Lauren Boebert and Tulsi Gabbard. Those are the only 2 hot ones in the whole country.
I could get down with Elise.
Actually,
Stefanik
I don't know Elise Stefanik, but
she's got a strong jaw. Woody, look at that.
I don't know who Elise Stefanik is.
Bite your dick right off.
In the world of politics, she's attractive. Tulsi Gabbard, I think, is winning this 5-person face-off here.
Elise looks so much younger. I'm not sure. But
Tim Scott's got a 2-story mouth. Get the fuck out of here, Tim Scott.
Oh, in terms of getting votes,
gummy.
A black guy or a girl, that would help. A black girl would be better yet.
Wait, who's this? Were we tricked on that previous picture?
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't know in that picture. She's not that bad, but this is the one to the left. This is the big-jawed lady. Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, no.
Look, Kristi Noem up there, like she's got so much light on her that I can't tell what species she is. So that's not even a real photo. Look at her eyes; they're CGI.
Dude, none of these. Tulsi and Lauren Boebert are the only 2 attractive politicians we have.
Big fan of Tulsi Gabbard. I think she was on JRE this week, like talking about how Maui got like $700 of relief money and Ukraine was getting $60 billion.
Vivek is the best speaker in that lineup, so that would help him.
Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy. My God, $5 name.
How long did Trump practice that?
He practiced his name?
Oh.
No, in private, how long do you think he practiced Ramaswamy's name to make sure he got it right? Because this is his boy. Like Ramaswamy is as close to like a team player as you can get. He's like, I hope that's the VP because he's not a pretty lady, but he can really talk well.
He's probably no time at all to practice his name because it's phonetic.
Vivek Ramaswamy.
Like Vivek Ramaswamy. Ramaswamy. I just got it wrong. I wanted to go the hard Ramaswamy. Midwest style, but I guess that's wrong.
That's Saks Avenue Sultan. I'm actually
the Sultan of Saks Avenue. That's what they're calling him, folks. I started it just now.
I'm not Arabic.
He's a brown guy. Don't know where he's from. No one does. Anyone makes me feel safe. I'm pretty sure he
knows more about the border than Vivek. Am I right?
I need to see his birth certificate.
Crickets. Everybody's like, does he think Vivek is a Mexican?
He's from Honduras. One of those shitholes, but he came here.
Look what you made of yourself from nothing to almost a man.
Look at him. I call him my little Aladdin. Folks.
I rub his little belly in. Oh, boat's coming.
It's the American dream. He was running around stealing loaves of bread and whatever godforsaken hellhole he lived in. And now he's the vice president of the United States.
Stealing loaves of bread and singing songs.
Meeting genies. Absolutely.
A little street rat.
Everyone's talking about him. That would be. Oh yeah,
he's got his own secret service detail.
I call him my little street rat. Don't we?
I wish I could remember the lyrics.
Street rat. I don't buy that. I
want the one he does while stealing, like doot 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 doot.
Yeah, I know the exact song, but I don't remember the lyrics. I haven't seen that movie since I was a child.
Yeah.
But Aladdin's one of the good ones. Aladdin's definitely like top tier OG great. Disney. That's when they weren't trying to make, reprogram us or indoctrinate children.
Formatting.
They were raping the kids then. That's what we haven't really talked about that Nickelodeon.
They kept that tradition.
We need to watch that. Have either of you watched the Nickelodeon documentary about how they were like banging them kids? Because Taylor was on that shit forever. He was on this show years ago, maybe 6-7 years ago, talking about how that creep at Nickelodeon would have those girls like feet in ketchup and like tweeting foot pics and like all sorts of weird foot shit with the underage girls. And sure enough, now there's a whole doc about how that one guy there was just straight up raping. What's her name? Not Mandy Moore.
Britney Spears' sister is what Zach's saying.
Oh, I didn't know that she was getting it too. But he's like a big ugly
Britney Spears' sister.
Impregnated.
Holy shit!
That becomes really undeniable when there's like a child with your DNA.
The doc was about Drake Bell.
Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. Yeah, I don't know who Taylor's diddler was, but Drake Bell's the guy in that doc. We should watch that so we can talk about it. I don't like how awful the world is, and sometimes I just want to look away from stuff like that. It's not that bad. Nickelodeon's great.
You look,
give him the slime.
You watch people die
towards it all the time. Like Police Activity is your favorite YouTube channel.
Those people, no, but that's the world getting better, Woody. Those people need to die. I watched one today. The guy's like 911 call. He's like, "Yo, I stabbed Mark. Why did you stab Mark? He was tripping. Come get me, coppers," or some shit like that.
Well, good point. We can't have trippers.
So when the cops show up and he comes at him with a knife, they eventually shoot him to death. And I'm like, world's better. We don't have that guy who stabs people for tripping. And then the other day when that 70-year-old pedophile's knocking on the door so that he can rent a 7-year-old and an 11-year-old from their mother. It's not no children in there, just 3 members of the sheriff's department, and they gun him the fuck down immediately because he draws. And like I said before, I think he was going to shoot himself. Like he was drawing like this.
Probably. There's no coming back from trying to purchase children.
Not at 70.
Sex. Yeah.
Yeah, not at 70. No, you're on a one-way ticket to no fun land.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's ever come back from the child sex thing. Once
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson. I think you've maintained that he didn't do any of that stuff, right?
So
my perspective is that an adult man who has sleepovers with children in private is probably doing untoward things with them.
I go back and forth the same way, and I genuinely, you've probably heard me say varying things about the Israeli-Palestinian thing, and that's because my opinion dramatically changes based on what I intake that week. I can be drawn to either side. That's why it's such an awful thing, or at least understanding either side. And with Michael Jackson, I watched sort of dueling documentaries in the past. One that's like, Michael Jackson's a pedophile, didn't you know? And I'm like, holy shit, he is. And then I watch another one and they're like, he was chemically castrated as a child by his father so that he could maintain that voice. He never had a childhood. This is his first Christmas. He's a grown man. He's a grown man having Christmas for the first time. This is him where they've rented out a whole grocery store so he can experience that. This is him. Like, this is what it was like when he tried to just actually in a normal voice talk to the public. Like it was just
chemical castration is an ongoing drug regimen. It's not something that is done to you as a child permanently. Like the way that they do with like rapists and shit is like they put them on drugs and they have to take drugs that chemically castrate them. Like
he might have been mechanically castrated for all I know, but they had those pictures of his dick.
Why was his
I
voice?
wish
so
they
high?
released those.
I feel like something was going on there that's not natural.
I think he's just doing that.
Like an
So
affect.
I had a boss when I was a kid whose theory was that he sang as prepubescent, and then he was kind of asked to keep doing those songs, keep doing those voices through puberty, make it last longer, and he just never like he socially was conditioned to have a high voice, but it was so high, like I couldn't do that.
I'm 100% on OJ, but I'm like 75. I'm like 50-50 on Michael.
50-50. He had
50-50.
sleepovers like in private with kids in his mansion.
And if it was like Drake, if Drake was doing the shit Michael was doing, I'd be like, fucking pedophile, 100%. But because it's Michael and he does have this weird, like, I think he is maybe a kid in his mind kind of thing.
Maybe he's weird because he's a pedophile.
See, but pedophiles are smooth, cool people, Taylor.
Dude, if he was like trying
better
to
than
be
anyone.
If he was trying to be like
They're usually
was-
really funny and bearded.
Think about how slick you've got to be a professional pedophile. Like not
And
one
strong.
of those losers that gets caught fucking showing up with
and
cupcakes,
like
sending pictures of
owning the
doo-doo.
top 40 for a decade.
Yeah,
It's pretty impressive.
only the slickest
Oh.
and smoothest.
Like
No,
he
I'm
definitely
50-50
was
on
doing
that.
shit with those kids because like the whole idea of like, oh, Michael
Smuggling,
Jackson was just
maybe
wanting
smuggling.
he just was wanting a childhood. It's like then he would have been doing the shit that kid in Blank Check did, which was like putting slides on his house and spending all day every day at Six Flags. He did do goofy stuff like that.
Checkmate.
Was he out there by himself hanging out with his friends barbecuing? No, he was inviting the
child friends. Yo,
No.
you're defeated by your own logic. It's a fucking
wasted by
checkmate.
my own petard.
Yes, hoisted from your own retard. No, and hoisted by your own retard. Like you're wrong here.
No, he was hanging out with. He was like a 41-year-old man having sleepovers with
and
children.
he had the mind of a child. So as you suggested, having the mind of a child, he did in fact do a blank check. He made a carnival in his backyard with a slide that leads to it. He had a pet monkey, Taylor, not a Ferrari, a pet monkey. If you're a slick pedo, you're right. You're driving around like in a like being a cool dude. He was never that. He walked around with Bobo the monkey and a bunch of kids sliding down slides and shit. Like I'm convinced that he was a child in his mind. Like
what does that mean? He was a child and was he retarded? No.
But he didn't know how to read or write music. Like his talent was sort of this.
Didn't all
thing
those
he had.
kids and their families have NDAs? Like robust NDAs?
I don't know anything about that. I know that I know that there's evidence that the one kid's father was like making the whole thing up and they just trying to get money out of Michael.
I don't know. Call me cynical, but I think the eccentric man who put a carnival in his backyard and invited children over for sleepovers was probably diddling them.
You just don't like the music, do you?
His music's incredible. Love his music.
So good.
It's so good. I love Michael Jackson.
Thriller. You should do the ads.
Oh, yes, we should. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Pharaoh Distro. PKA fans, have you been interested in THC but aren't sure where to start? Look no further than pharaohdistro.com, your premium source for THCA, flower, dabs, edibles, and other smoking accessories. THCA, not your cup of tea? Then check out our expansive assortment of Delta products, including edibles, vapes, and disposables. That's right, folks. Pharaoh Distro is your go-to destination for all things THC related. Get ready to elevate your experience with Pharaoh Distro's exclusive Pharaoh Exotic THCA buds. These buds are so premium, they practically come with their own red carpet. Crafted for all cannabis lovers, these USA indoor-grown beauties are the epitome of luxury. And for all the dabbing aficionados out there, get ready to savor the richness of our THCA diamond sauce, incredibly potent. Trust me, once you try it, you'll wonder how you ever dabbed without it. They are the perfect pairing with DabX products like the DabX Go and the DabX Rocket, our premium dabbing equipment. And let's not forget our mouth-watering assortment of high-quality edibles, perfect for anyone looking to elevate their edible game. From Delta 8, 9, and even 10, we have an incredible assortment of edibles and many delicious designs. If you're looking to add a touch of wellness to your routine, explore Pharaoh Distro's range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms, because self-care never tasted so good. PKA fans, use code PKA20 for 20% off your whole order. You heard us, 20% off your whole order for being a fan of the show. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to pharoahdistro.com, linked below, to discover a world of premium THC products that cater to your every whim. Elevate your 2024 experience with Pharaoh Distro and make this year your best. That is pharoahdistro.com, linked below. Use code PKA20 for 20% off your whole order. If you're looking for the most powerful and potent stuff they have in a smokable form, that's going to be the THCA. Far and away so. The THCA is the strongest stuff they have. But if you're looking for more of a mellow high, get yourself one of the Delta 8 lower milligram edibles. I say lower milligram because don't tussle with the fucking nerd rope unless you are a bona fide, dyed-in-the-wool tolerance pro. Kyle has perhaps the highest weed tolerance of anyone I have direct contact with on a regular basis, and he gets his ass handed to him when he goes too heavy on those nerd ropes or the sour belts that are like 300 or 500 a pop. So if you do get those, if you're like, oh, I want the most bang for my buck, and this is like the best per milligram breakdown, and I can't stress how small the bite should be, like comically small. Like our audience will get this. You remember when Squidward was going to try the Krabby Patty and he took the teeniest little bite off the side of it, like pulled the meat off, the tiniest little bite. That's what you want to do with these edibles. Because
he's right. For those of you who don't use SpongeBob SquarePants as your system of measurement, 2 or 3 millimeters from the nerd rope.
Nah, just like Squidward does in that episode where he gains all that weight. People out there, there's going to be a comment that's like, I knew exactly what Taylor meant by the Squidward episode. A classic. That's PKA20 for 20% off your whole order. Buy now. Link below. This episode is also brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about sex. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And big ol' thanks to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Again, BlueChew.com, PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. And as always, Tadalafil. Go to Tadalafil. I'm sure the other ones are great, but Woody and I have never tried them because Kyle told us to go to Tadalafil, and it's fantastic. So check it out. Code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. And also this episode, of course, Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement taking the world by storm. If you're tired of having little tiddlywink, pathetic busts and loads,
you guys are lame.
So you're lame. Your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your wife, they think you don't love him anymore because they're like, he used to come buckets for me.
We all jerked in the Patreon hangout, and you could tell who was on it and who wasn't.
You could tell who was on it. You could tell when someone went, and then it was like, oh, that guy's not supporting the show with our cum pills. So Lock and Load, check it out. Code PKA or code Jizz for 10% off. Hopefully it's back in stock again. And yes, those codes, PKA or Jizz, they work for anything over at Derek's site, gorillamind.com. Whether it's protein powder, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, anything and everything you could possibly need efficaciously dosed by Derek and his team of scientific experts. Use code PKA. Get 10% off.
Mm-hmm.
Lock and Load. Come like a man. All right.
I watched. Have you ever seen True Romance, the movie?
I have not.
It's been a long time.
It's a very good movie. It's written by Quentin Tarantino. It's got Patricia Arquette, Christian Slater, Val Kilmer, Brad Pitt, James Gandolfini, Christopher Walken. A lot of people in it. It's real good. I watched it last night. It's been a long time since I'd seen it, but it had been just long enough that I had forgotten the main points. and it was like watching it new again, which is the perfect amount. I want some sort of
Schwarzenegger film where he flies a Harrier at the end.
True Lies.
Sounds all right. That's
Directed by
Thank you. I'm sorry to derail you.
Yeah, directed by James Cameron, Jamie Lee Curtis, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Tom Arnold.
Tom Arnold of the Stupids.
Yes.
I've been anxious to talk about Taylor Swift. Have you guys? She dropped a new album. Have you guys heard how successful it is? I'm not that big a Swiftie or whatever.
I heard it's kind of mid.
I don't know. I don't even know any of the songs, but here's what I do know. Taylor's leaving. God damn it. She owns spots 1 through 14 of the top 100. The album has 31 songs on it. All 31 songs are on the Billboard Top 100. Every single one. And like I said, she owns spots 1 through 14, right? The next most popular song is 15th. And she also has a 32nd song on the top 100 from some other album. This bitch is just crushing the music world right now. And we have Michael Jackson right now. This is more than Michael Jackson. He never had spots 1 through 14 in anything.
I think Michael Jackson was very talented. I don't think Taylor Swift is very talented at all.
Really?
Really. I don't think that she's 5% more talented than anyone else that I could. She's not better than Rihanna. Rihanna's better than Taylor Swift, more talented.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you.
Taylor
finish,
Taylor Swift has white girl mafia locked down. That's all it is. And white girls are going to. It's like this fucking Stanley Cups that everybody wanted to pay $50 for, so you wouldn't be the poor chick. Like they're just. It's a cult. I'll admit her success is fantastic, but
that's all I was going for. Really,
anybody all I hear is the album's bad.
Really, I don't know.
Yeah.
I literally haven't heard it yet. I should listen.
I won't be.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't hate her. I mean, like
I don't either. I
like Shake It Off.
Pop. I couldn't. I don't know what that is. I'm sure.
Really?
It's
that was
song.
a popular song from like 15 years ago.
Yeah, I don't really keep up with modern artists. Certainly not Taylor Swift. Really anybody. I know Eminem's got a new album dropping this summer. The Death of Slim Shady. I think I'm down to listen to that.
They've been unpopular lately. So I think Eminem is amazing. There's that one video where the guy describes his rhyming pattern and how complicated it is that helped me understand the genius he has. But what he does now is called rapidy rap, and music is it's not the popular kind of rap anymore.
I feel like he does different. He sort of reinvents himself every album with like a slightly different thing. Like he raps in a different way, and like he does characters and stuff. I don't like. I used to listen to the whole album and be super into it when it was Marshall Mathers LP, especially the there was a couple, the Encore album too. Like I owned all those and listened to them incessantly
on the way to hockey. That would hype me up.
I know every word to those albums, like the Marshall Mathers LP, the Encore CD. Like I know those songs by heart, all of them.
I believe
I haven't liked him.
That's never been my talent.
I haven't liked him more recently. I always wish he'd act more because he was so good in 8 Mile. I've said it before. He was supposed to be in the movie Elysium, and they went with, he turned it down, and they picked Matt Damon instead. It's not a good movie, but it'd be fun. It's like a sci-fi movie where the guy's like super poor, and the people who have are on like a space station, and the have-nots are the people stuck on Earth, and they've got a machine on the space station that's like a cancer deleting machine. Like hop in, it looks like you're gonna hop in and get a suntan, but you hop in and just eliminates cancer. But they've got one, but down here we don't. He gets cooked in this like microwave machine than his industrial job, and they're like, you have 20 days to live. And so he's like doing everything he can to get up there, which involves like terrorism and getting a biomechanical suit screwed into his arms and stuff, and using future AKs to fight and stuff. It's kind of fun. It would have been great to have Eminem in there though, because I think he's a good actor. I think he is.
Really? I didn't love him in 8 Mile. I mean, I like the rap battles, and I did enjoy the movie, but I felt like he was always just a frightened little puppy too much. No, it's my take.
I thought it was believable. I liked it.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't listen to music, and certainly not Taylor Swift. I just the whole thing. I don't care. I just don't.
I've been going through a Beatles phase, which I don't know if that's lame or not, but something about at least the Beatles songs I like. They have so many. They're very simple, like Let It Be, Blackbird, that Here Comes the Sun one. I don't know if it's called that. I made a little playlist of my favorite Beatles songs, and that's what I listen to when I work out now. And
Yeah.
it's just, I don't know. I hear and appreciate every note. And I couldn't say that about, something more modern that's faster and kind of confusing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you talked about that movie a while back where the guy like is in a universe where the Beatles never happened, but he kind of remembers the words to most of the songs and he starts stealing all those ideas. That's great.
Yeah. I that was the beginning of my Beatles phase, and it's probably why I picked that movie.
You ever see that picture of John Lennon and Yoko Ono naked?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my God! We obviously can't show it. It's their asses, John Lennon and Yoko Ono, and he has the longest ass crack in history, and she has the shortest. And it's so shocking that they would be together and in a nude photo together. It's you couldn't write a funny story to have characters that look like that. It's absurd because her ass crack looks like it's maybe 3 inches, and his is like 3 feet.
It doesn't look that outrageous to me. I'm going to send you a picture and you tell me if I'm looking at the right one.
I remember his ass crack going so far up his back. Yeah, dude, that's crazy.
Okay. Zooming, enhance. She has the flattest butt you can imagine. He has a way better ass than she does.
Yeah, that's not an attractive lady. I don't know how like.
How did she bag John Lennon, right?
How did she bag John Lennon?
You don't have to be super good looking if you're John Lennon to get pretty much anyone you want.
Yeah, just don't be a burn victim.
Yeah.
It's supposed
even
Beatles.
then. Like,
oh no, he got with her when he was yeah, he got with her. She's the reason they fucking broke up. Oh my God.
Yeah. Like fucking Anna Cole Smith went for that rich old billionaire.
84.
When you're that guy, you can get anyone.
She never got that money. I feel bad. She deserved that money.
She deserved money. I don't know what the breakdown is. Like, I don't know what's fair, right? If I'm king, how do I divvy this up? And I get something. She earned some money.
Yeah, like millions, I would think.
I don't even know if he was literally a billionaire, but pretending he was worth 1 billion, I don't think she gets a billion. I don't think she gets 900 million. Does she get 25 million? Man, now we're talking. Let's talk about
that. Dude was gross. And that dude was all about her, apparently. Like, she was stripping for a long time. Apparently, he had proposed to her many, many times before she said yes.
Ooh.
Like, he was always proposing to her, which says something about him, I guess. That dude wanted to get laid. Of course, she was smoking hot back in the day. She went into that chubby phase later on, but when she was in movies, she's a terrible actress, but she did a few movies. She did one of the Naked Gun movies, if you remember. I think it's the third one. She's really good looking in that. She was like
Jenna McCarthy was always my favorite old school pinup girl. The anti-vax
Jenna McCarthy
chick
was really hot. Yeah, the anti-vax chick. Yep. I know exactly. Pamela Anderson was extremely attractive for a while.
Very true, but she was always a little too plastic for me.
Yeah, her titties have changed shape so many times over the years.
She went too extreme on them. Too much for me.
I don't know if you've been paying. You probably don't know this, but I've in the Warhammer 40K universe. There's been
more. I could finish this story.
There's been some big drama. Like I'm out. They've lost me as a customer.
Oh my
I'm
God,
so out.
Tarkov and Warhammer. Tell me, I'm sorry.
So it's going to sound a little silly, but basically, you've got this emperor. He's the emperor of mankind. He's the main guy, and he's got all these super soldiers and shit. And there are the Space Marines, and they're sort of like the mass-produced super soldier. And then the emperor has these guys called the Custodes. And I think there's only like 10,000 of them ever or something. And these guys are at Custodes tower over Space Marines the way Space Marines tower over a regular man. Like in the same way that like a Space Marine is a god to a regular human, a Custodes is a god to a regular Space Marine. This is like a 10 or 11 foot tall giant meta man who's a genius and a philosopher. And if I think they timed them, and if his reaction time's slow by like 1,000th of a second, he gets retired to this other thing. Like these guys are the best of the best of the best of this race of humans they invented with magic and fucking chemistry. And part of Warhammer is they release these codexes or codices where they break down the nitty gritty shit. It's like the Silmarillion of a specific group. So you'll find out how like their ancestors lived and why their armor looks like this, and you'll learn like what kind of augment. Oh, 2 hearts, okay, and what kind of skin, like everything. There's been many of those, so lots of information about the Custodes. Well, they've decided that the Custodes, some of them are ladies now, just some of them are chicks now,
and that's why they lost you.
And nobody lost and nobody noticed for 10,000 years, but now they're Custodes women. Oh yeah, they just
it's lame.
It would be. It's like I don't even know what it's like. It's like saying the elves don't have dicks or something. It's like it's absurd to just decide
elves with no dicks.
None of them have dicks. That they're a dickless race. It's like actually all elves are transgender.
So they're woke retconning Warhammer.
Yeah, they woke retconned a tabletop expensive game whose player base is like 99% white dudes. Like
so they're pandering to people who won't purchase their product. Are just like resentfully destroying a hobby.
There's big boycotts, like authors of the series are speaking out. It's a whole thing. But then of course part of the community is like, good riddance. And it's like, yeah, goodbye. I won't be spending any more money on your silly product.
I bet that's not a huge part of the community. I bet most people, the kind of people who get into shit like that, really like lore. They like consistency.
Like you've got to understand, the lore is like my favorite part of it. There's hours and hours. I can't tell you how dense it is. It's more dense than World War II. I've learned way more about Warhammer than I'll ever know about a real war, because there's 10,000 years of dense history and battles and character names and like a dozen races of beings over 20 million years of history. No, I'm done now because
they're not all men. See, maybe I don't understand.
No, there's a group of ladies. There's the Silent Sisters. There's the
the Custodes. Here's where I come from, and I might be coming from the wrong place, but it's this. If I see a movie and a woman's beating up 5 men, I hate that. Stop it with your bullshit, right? If I see a superhero movie and that same thing happens, okay, well, this universe has different rules. It is okay for Captain Marvel, who's a girl, to beat up all these guys because she's super powerful.
But this isn't a standalone thing. This is since like 93 or something. They've been dudes, and like very specifically.
So you knew they were dudes?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. No, I projected this thing on there that. I guess in my mind they look like Master Chief. And you didn't really know what was going on. They weren't talking. You couldn't see them.
The selection process to find someone who you might turn into a Space Marine is so ridiculous that the Navy SEALs wouldn't make it. And then the process after that, where they actually just start cutting them apart and injecting things into them and giving them extra organs and cutting all their skin off and replacing it with the black carapace, that most of them don't survive that. Like it's not like the Spartan program where a few die. Most of them die. And they're like, oh no, it's absurd. It's absurd. Not even like the reality of it. It's just the historical nature of it, that they've always been this fighting force of men.
Yeah.
It'd be like slipping lady Navy SEALs in the Osama bin Laden raid. It'd be like throwing a few lady Greeks in with Leonidas at Thermopylae. Like, wait, it was always the other way. Why is it this way now? Who are we making?
No, I imagined this was like the superhero exception that I just made, but that's not what this is.
And it's not necessary, because there's lady characters throughout the Warhammer universe who are badasses. There's no patriarchy. It's everyone on deck. There's no more patriarchy. There's no feminism. We're all just as shitty as everybody else here. There's none of that. So
I don't understand the motivation. I feel like right now, haven't you seen the potential for this backlash?
Now, part of me wants to hate the, like, I don't know, femme washing or whatever that's happening. I'm sure they'll be lesbians, or they'll have like hyena cocks or something like that. But the other part of me remembers that this is a company that sells models, and so doubling the variety of models of Custodes might be a money making scheme. It's like, now
0% chance.
Now you need some big titty Custodes models.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't a money-making thing.
Well, anytime you introduce politics in it, you cut your user base in half. Like we've seen Go Woke, Go Broke, right? There's something plenty of Bud Light, right? Say no more. Now we're watching Tesla go the other way, right? Where Elon Musk rails against the left and his cars, he's 3 quarters in a row, he's selling fewer cars.
Mhm.
In California, the Tesla Model 3 went from first place to third. You know, Elon Musk sells to liberals, but now liberals are like, fuck you.
It's not even like half the player base for the Warhammer thing, though, because that's like assuming that there's an even split in like political affiliation amongst hobbies. Like my guess would be that the overwhelming majority of people into Warhammer are men, which means that the majority of them are going to be right wing because men are just as a whole more right wing than women. And so like they're making a decision that upsets way more than half of their player base for what? To appease some huge investing firm that's trying to push DEI stuff? Are they doing it because they have some internal process that, or they put the wrong person in charge of a department? Like, I don't know why.
I just checked out, unsubscribed from all the YouTube channels.
Wow. That's hard ejecting.
Like I don't follow the Warhammer world
that
at all, and I saw that this was happening because I guess like following fantasy and video games like AoE2, they kind of put some of that stuff in front of my feed. Ooh. Like a lot of, I didn't see one person who was like a Warhammer account on Twitter at least being like, this is a great change. I saw a ton of people who were like the Warhammer man or something being like, what the fuck? This is not consistent with the lore. And then clearly someone who's not even into the hobby, some pink hair, replying and being like, why do you even care? And it's like, I hate that response. Why do you even care? It's like you're questioning why someone cares about a hobby that you clearly care enough to attempt to ruin or inject your own nonsense into. So if why do you care, then just keep them all men. Oh, you care. Okay. So that shit's so shitty. It sucks.
Did the Stormlight archive just get updated?
What?
I hope not.
Oh no, December 7th.
Good.
I'm sorry.
Keep it away.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you dislike it?
Read the books that I sent you.
You took that on yourself.
I know
the books.
I know you didn't. I didn't ask for the Warhammer book, but I read it.
That was like when they put fucking Moses in that reed basket and sent him down the fucking river. Whatever happens, man. I
read the Warhammer book and I had a good time with it. You would enjoy
me to raise him up as my own. I'm just saying.
You would enjoy the Stormlight archive series. You like fantasy. You like that kind of shit. It's very well fleshed out. A lot of action.
The first book is good and it gets worse every book.
It's not true.
I'm into the historical stuff right now. I'm a little bitten by the Warhammer.
Play Age of Empires with me. You'll learn. You'll learn about history.
No, have you shown your shield off, or do you care to?
It's in the other room. That'll be a PKN exclusive. Check out the Patreon.
Oh, yeah. Check out Taylor's war shield.
I wonder. I have a shield too. I wonder whose shield is better. I'm looking for better phrasing.
Well, there's
Probably
only one.
Tune in to PKN and check out the Patreon so you can watch me and Woody shield off.
We'll do a sword. Shield. We'll do a bumping.
Well, you're going to need each of you get a sword and a shield, and you
I have a
go
sword.
at it.
You have a sword?
I don't have a sword.
Oh, you showed up to a sword fight with a shield?
Okay, I'll bring a gun.
This
is a custodies.
Well, don't do that.
Shotgun. Yeah.
Well, don't do that.
Yeah, you
and you'll be excited, Woody. Season 3 of From coming soon.
Gay.
Oh my god.
I don't think
I'm probably gonna watch it.
My girlfriend asked me, she's like, "Are you gonna watch it?" I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know if I'm gonna watch it. It pissed me off so much. I get genuinely mad at products, and I'll like do my own private boycott. Like, I'm not gonna fucking put up a sign. I'm not gonna post on social media. I'm not even gonna bother you people with it. But like, I'm like, all right, I'll never buy from you again. I'll never watch a second of you when I see you on the internet again. And there's so many things that are like that for me that I just don't fuck with.
You're just over it.
I want to deny them like a moment of, I don't know, ad revenue or like $1 of fucking rental money or whatever. I guess I'm a little hypocritical when it comes to Tarkov because it's a Russian company and everything, but I'm off that now. I'm definitely not going back to Tarkov. Like they lost me too.
So even though they sort of made amends and gave us that DLC for free, for included in the price, you're not forgiving.
Look, he has apologized, and I'm not kidding. Like all right, fake apologies, Russian apologies. He'll be like, I'm sorry you were in your feelings like this for what we did. It's like, wait, what? You're sorry that we feel bad about what you did to us? That's like sort of suggesting that we're in our own little universe where what you did is offensive, and you're in reality where it isn't quite so. We're all in the same reality where you did is horse shit, and everybody's pointing it out, luckily. But no, he's apologized or gone back or like, oh, actually, the package will be this, and this package will do that, and it'll be for 6 months. And like he's moved so many like pieces around the board on what you get for what amount of money and what kind of discount refund. And every day it's new because they're seeing how bad it is every day, and it's not getting better. The cheaters, there's big groups of cheaters who have said we're only killing the people who bought that new shit. If we see you and you've bought the $250 version, we are bullying you. We're coming for you.
The new version is cheaters galore. So for people who don't play this game, here's how it works. The cheating. You have an aimbot, and you know where all the loot is on the map because you have hacks. So now you kill everyone, you take their stuff, you go to the parts of there'll be like a 1 in 30 chance that this key card spawns here. Well, you know. So you go right to where all the best stuff is, you hoover it up, and then you can sell it for real life money. Well, one of the things that the expensive version of the game is going to give you is an Avengers Endgame like circle where you can summon your friend group and they enter the game near you, like to help you out with firefights. The idea is it's like a radio, you call for help, and then they show up in the game to give you a hand. Well, combine that ability to call in your friends and put them right next to you with the cheater hacker ability to grab all the loot off the map, and you have a game that is custom made to reward people who use real life money for in-game progression.
Or to stream snipe, because the big part of stream sniping is getting in the right lobby. So what they'll do is they'll watch the streamer, and then I mean like a Discord full of people all on the same call will like they'll have a guy in every region. They'll have different people in different regions of the world if they don't know what servers he's on, because then they lock the server down, and then they're all on the same server and they're all clicking at the same time. And once you get into his lobby, it's like, I got in. Oh, I didn't. Okay, here's my portal. Hop in here, bro. Come on, everybody. Throw your portals down. This is the landmark lobby. You know?
I didn't think of that. Yeah, he is going to get blasted by teams. All the streamers will. And, you know, you can play the game kind of carelessly and for like $4 get 20 million rubles and continue to play it wild like that. And it's a different experience for cheaters. And I'm afraid it's going to ruin the game.
Oh, I'm done with them. Fuck them. I signed up for the beta for
Gray Zone.
Gray Zone's not more PvE. I mean, there is PvP, but I don't like the look of Gray Zone. I don't like how they do their like. There's some mechanic where as you log in, somebody can just be waiting and kill you and take all your shit that you've got on.
It seems like a bad mechanic.
So I mean, it's still early for that game. It's a pretty new game. There's another one though. I signed up for the beta for it, so hopefully I get into it. And it's more it's the Chinese game they didn't just port the mobile version over. They made a PC version of a very popular Chinese mobile extraction shooter. I'm spacing on the name of it right now, but it's like it doesn't matter. It looks like a AAA title though. It looks like Call of Duty to me, but it's an extraction shooter, and it has all the modular fucking rifle mechanics and all the grips and doodads and all that horse shit. So I hope they take a big market share. I hope a bunch of Tarkov streamers switch over. If they're smart, they'll pay guys like Bastillion, Landmark, and they'll do drops. And they'll do, because that's how Tarkov got so big. Those drops,
but they didn't pay them.
No, I mean they've paid streamers certainly, but they don't. Okay. But the drops and getting streamers onto your game and to do certain things would be massive for them, because it's been big for Tarkov. And God, I'm done with Tarkov. It doesn't matter what they do. Like I'll never play that.
You have no games right now. And you're really into history.
Yeah. What can I play? Do you think? Maybe some Warhammer.
Maybe some
new DLC
Warhammer.
Over there. There's some new Empire DLC I hear.
There's just not enough to that game.
Oh, really? Just the same thing over and over, huh?
It's just it's just too short. You don't have to build up into anything. It's fun every once in a while.
Don't have to worry about your villagers, though. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like some people are FPS, 80 IQ gamers, and that's fine. Like some people don't have the APM to play RTS games effectively, and that's totally cool. Like I get it. It's probably like you wouldn't be able to balance it. You get stressed out, you get flustered, and that's all right. Some people just like a simple point and click and searching through backpacks, and you have fun doing that. sorting through your backpacks.
This
and
is kind of funny.
Cards. That's fine.
How does he know so much about this game he's never played? He's really nailing us.
Yeah,
he's watched me play.
Some of us like organizing our stash.
It's a nice, simple game.
Organizing
it's a simple game for simple guys, and I think that's great.
Where you go to your thing and you do some bench presses.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
I get it. It's really intimidating to go play like a really complicated game that takes.
I'd rather play Skriblio. I'd rather play Skriblio than AO.
You know what's funny is I'd beat your ass less in AOE than I do in Skriblio.
You beat everyone. Oh my god, the last game you beat me by 40 fucking points.
Dude, I don't know how I'm winning that every fucking game.
You're really good at it, it would seem.
Yeah, that game rules. It's the game of games is what you're calling
Skriblio on PKN, right? So the audience has no idea.
Yeah, we've only there hasn't been a PKA since we played it the first time.
So Skriblio is a little like Pictionary, but instead of shouting out your answers, you type them in. Also, you have something like Hangman, where it'll be like 5 letters, 3 letters, 2 words.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have a little hint on what the word might be. And this person is using his mouse to draw really crudely, typically. None of us are good at drawing with a mouse.
Yeah.
And the object is to guess it as fast as you can. Taylor types 97 words a minute. And his vocabulary seemingly is all the words. In addition to that, he can spell them. So, like, I'm like, all right, it's 5 letters and 3 letters. What could it be? I feel like Taylor has this like toolbox of words to like pull from, and he's playing multiple choice, and I'm not. He just really has this nailed. Oh, that's Skriblio right there. And you can even see in the top center how many. I think that usually gives you a number, like how many letters there are.
Ash was an idiot.
Giving mercy. Yeah, so you wouldn't.
It's only one word, Ash.
You wouldn't want to guess 2 there.
He said fat. He said fat. What an asshole.
Anyway, it's a game that rewards people who spell well, have a large vocabulary, and type fast. And Taylor is just 3 for 3, butt fucking everybody in the thing. He wins most of the games. Every so often, he'll get a second. I remember Dirty. Taylor won every gosh damn game. And Dirty's like, you know what? Fuck first place. Let's make second place the real winner. And that's when Taylor got second. And I was like, Jesus Christ.
A little tactical mess up at the end there. I take home the gold. The gold
it's wild. He is the filthy robot of Skriblio. And I'm losing motivation to try my hardest at this point. I'm giving answers to other people.
If you don't try your hardest, you end up being like 14th or something. Like I've got a like I was second on the last game we played, but for the most part, I'm usually 5th or worse. Like out of 12 or 14, I'm usually 5th to 10th or something like that. And sometimes you'll be like, all right, I can get to 8th. Then, but once you get to 8th, it's like 1,000 points to get to 7th. It's like, fuck that. What I think I kept fucking up with the drawing part because there were two different times when I was drawing the wrong word.
Yes,
I was supposed to be drawing skunk and I'm drawing coffee or something. But yeah, that's a really fun game. Even though Taylor's very good at it, it's still fun to play.
I love when it happens pretty often that Kyle will be like we'll both get the right answer almost at the same time, but I'll get it like a half a second faster, and Kyle will be like, yes, no, fuck. Because it shows
the difference between, I mean, like being in 7th place versus 1st place. It just means that you're 1 second slower on and get every word just as right as the other guy. It's crazy how good you have to be to stay in the top 3. You have to get them all fast.
Yeah.
It is great. Yeah. And there will be times when I guess the word's easier, so everyone's getting it quickly. And I'm like, oh, nailing it. Like today, this clue, I'm the smartest me. And I'm typing it out. And it makes a sound effect when someone guesses correctly. And as I'm typing, it's just like,
sometimes one guy will get it and everybody's like, the fuck?
Yes.
and it puts so much pressure on you because it's like he already got it. What is that? What is that? And I'll start saying what I'm seeing. I'm like, squiggly line and blue stuff. Squiggly line and blue stuff.
I was on the winning side of that. Like somebody drew an acute angle in a flesh tone, and I guessed nose. And a lot of people were like, "What the? How did you even know?" But I got lucky.
Or nose ring, I think it was, and he hadn't drawn the ring yet. It's like, what the fuck? I was having nose hair over here. Yeah, that's a really fun game.
Yeah,
and the problem is, like I've said before, the people playing the game with us range in intelligence from like genius level to couldn't make it into the military, like ASFAB or whatever level.
Dude, it's interesting how the Hangouts evolved, because if you go back like 3 years, everybody was a real like super winner, right? They're like Titans of Wall Street,
and they still are.
Med students, like people were just really on top. Now, the whole range is represented.
Wait, except for women and colors.
That's not true.
That's true. We've got a woman and a color. If we get to get a colored woman, we double.
I'm not comfortable with the use of colored in this.
We're not the fucking UN over there, but we got a couple.
Is it a bad word? I don't
know how anyone who's black or brown could be offended by colored. We're all colored. Like I'm sort of pinkish,
red
brown.
and yellow, black and white. We are precious in his sight.
Yeah. What you know what is racist? I was watching Star Trek Enterprise. This is from 2001 with Scott Bakula. It's like early days of space exploration, and they meet this group called the Andorians. They're these blue people with antennas. Pretty cool though, because the main guy's played by Jeffrey Combs, who's a big sci-fi guy. Anywho, they call humans pink skins. Dude, the dude who flies the plane is black. Like there's so like the guy right in the front, when you put him on the view screen, it's a black dude like driving. Travis is up front or whatever his name is. He calls all humans pink skins, and it never stops.
Does he ever like respond to it? Be like, what the?
That would have been that's a joke too good for this show. Like if you'd had a moment where like the black guy was there having just a private moment with the Andorian, and the Andorian was like, "You pink skins," and he's like, "Motherfucker. What are you talking? Does racism transcend the stars, you blue motherfucker?" Like that would have been great. Like, but no, nothing like that happens. What they do instead, it becomes.
Who you calling big skin, you fucking Smurf?
Dude, it's
okay. Then boop, you just go straight.
They take more. There's more group showering in that Star Trek than in every other Star Trek movie and TV show combined. It's nothing but Jolene Blalock with her titties and ass out getting scrubbed down. And sometimes they got to scrub each other, because they got real dirty.
Mm-hmm. I'm watching a Netflix show called The Gentleman, I think, or Gentleman, something like that. It's
based on the movie.
Really?
I haven't heard of either one.
Yeah, I told you guys all about the movie.
Well, that's the beauty of me. I can watch something twice for the first time. And so basically this guy inherits like a dukeship or something. He's called Your Grace. And unbeknownst to him, it was funded by a marijuana farm underground. And then from there, there's all sorts of hijinks, robberies, getting it back, working with gypsies, etc. At the beginning of every episode, the warnings include nudity. And I am always disappointed. There's barely any nudity in this thing. I'm like, what is this? This is a tease. What is there? One nudity in the whole series?
No, Hollywood's gone very anti-nudity because now they have to have those intimacy coaches, and they got so much liability by just showing titties that I saw an article that Hollywood is coming out of its chastity phase with more sex scenes to come in coming years. And it's like, who wrote this and how do you know? Yeah. but like I watched that movie True Romance last night, and like 15 minutes into it, we're fucking, and her titties are bouncing, and Patricia Arquette has amazing titties. Her titties are bouncing, and she's like licking like almost his pubic hair, like she's way down low, like licking his belly. And it's like, yeah, this is what movies used to be like. The hero got some pussy about a quarter of the way, right? You felt good. You're like, you start, I can. This is me.
The swordfish era.
This is me. Start identifying with him. All right, that's me. All right, I'm that guy. The guy getting the poon. Now, what's he gonna do? Then somebody wrongs him. Then he beats him up, and you come along for the ride.
What does an intimacy coordinator do?
They stand there and make sure nobody feels uncomfortable at any point as we fake have sex.
Sounds like their presence is uncomfortable.
I can't remember which actor had an intimacy coach for his scene with his wife.
What?
They wanted an intimacy coach to make sure they didn't do anything untoward with each other, I suppose.
Thank God.
Yeah.
That's weird to you. Jackie and I do that. We make sure there's an observer.
Yeah.
Make sure I do it right.
Yeah. You pay him.
Plenty. He's
They're like,
outside the window
I've been
now.
here 4 days.
Like,
You receive 3 times more than you give.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous job to have, an intimacy coordinator.
Yeah.
Just a fucking, you would either get the most disgusting pervert on earth in that job, or most.
That's all
most
ladies.
frigid bitch.
There are no male intimacy coordinators.
There has to be.
Absolutely not.
You're gonna trust a woman?
They will only trust a woman, I'm sure.
What do women know about sex?
And meanwhile,
what they don't like.
They know they'd rather fuck a bear in the woods than a random man.
Call
apparently.
back. I'm digging it.
I would love it if a woke woman got mauled by a bear. Like, I would love it if a woman on TikTok was like, everyone making a big deal because I said bear. Well, here I am at the Atlanta Zoo. This is Billy, the Kodiak bear, and I'm going to show you that Billy's not only as friendly as he looks, but
I trust him more than the
her through the
zookeeper.
bars. I want to see. Remember that Asian guy with the blue jean jacket, the denim jacket, and that panda bear gets a hold of it, and he starts trying to pull him through the fucking bars.
Yeah, that panda. At the end of the day, it's a bear. Like, it's if it wants to, it's strong and can fuck you up.
I saw a baboon.
Don't put your back to the bear cage, idiot.
I don't know monks like you do, but I saw this baboon-like creature walking on a fence, and there was a bunch of Asian people by it, and one of them tried to bully it a little, tried to push it off the fence, and it bit him right here in the cheek so fast he couldn't react, and the monkey was just like, and the dude's like, fuck, and you see that he's got this big bite mark right here on his cheek, and it cuts off before, you know how when you get cut at first, you're like, that's gonna bleed any second now. And there it goes.
Yeah.
I felt like we were in that preemptive preamble, where the blood hasn't started flowing yet.
Yeah,
Dude.
A monkey will fuck you up. You shouldn't
imagine
tease them.
getting bitten in the face by a monkey.
That's a really weird hospital visit. What were you doing? Oh, just minding my own business. It's like your friend's like, no, I got video. He was antagonizing the chimp.
He was bullying that monkey. Yeah,
don't bully animals. Don't be mean to them, especially monkeys. They have hands.
Every now and then I see the people fucking with the bison. I guess there's some sort of, maybe in Yosemite or somewhere, wherever you can go and do that tour where there's bison on the side of the road.
Animal to fuck with.
Yeah, they're enormous. I saw one.
Bison different than buffalo? Stupid question, but
bison are what we call what American buffalo are called. So there's lots of different.
When I did that motorcycle, when I went across the country, the tat.
Yeah,
you see buffalo.
Yeah,
I saw one gore a child the other day in the face. He had his head. Yeah, he had his head stuck out a car window, and the buffalo was sort of walking up, and the kid just still had his head stuck out the car window, and the buffalo just went wank and stabbed him in the face.
Okay, that's bad parenting.
Yeah, I thought so too.
You yank that kid back in.
It's a cool ass buffalo though. He was like, "Oh, really? You're not scared? You're not scared? Nobody told you about me?" Whack. Stabbed him in the face.
I'm about to gift you a very unique phobia for the rest of your life.
I'm actually gifting him a really badass Hollywood.
He won't be able to go to Buffalo Wild Wings after that.
No.
You ever wonder how I got this scar? He'll be telling that joke a lot.
Yeah. I was in Yosemite. My father was a drunk and wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I really like seeing people get mauled by animals if they have it coming. If they're fucking with the animal, they're abusing it, especially.
Wait, did this kid have it coming?
No, he didn't like seeing this one. This one's just a kid.
I just don't. Yeah, it was a kid though, so I don't like kids. So
well, yeah, sure.
Whatever happens, right? Where I go the other way is with pit bulls because I hate pit bulls more than people.
Yeah, the worst animals, the worst dogs.
They are probably the worst dogs.
They're by far the worst dog. Like if someone shows up to a dog park with a pit bull, fuck you. It's not sweet. It's not. Oh, they're just the most sensitive dog. No. You bought a fighting dog because you have a weird relationship.
I have an exception. You might be on board. I used to have a violent dog, and in public, we always had it muzzled.
See, that's good. It probably wasn't a pit bull.
It was a Great Dane. So it's a big dog, but it's muzzled. It can't even bark loud. A muzzled dog is like it's trying to scream with your mouth closed.
It's still scary. The muzzle's scary. Kind of a Hannibal Lecter.
Part of it's about how about how you like
all
handle your
fabric.
dog. You know, like your dog did get loose and bite that lady though.
We weren't there, so that technically I didn't handle it.
I don't know if that makes it better or worse.
I hear you. It was.
I'm not trying to throw you under the bus here, but let's.
I was like, technically, your dog did get loose and bite a lady. Pish posh.
Yeah.
I mean, my dogs did the same thing. All right, so like, there was a knot in the fence, and there's a dog on the other side of the fence from my yard. This is the lady behind us. She's got a little floofy fucker, and I got 4 fucking dogs, and Toby, the big dog, is up there scratching on the fence all day. He's scratching on the fence until he scratches one of the planks in 2, and it falls into their yard, cut in 2 basically by his claws. And then he sends in my Pomeranian as the first strike force. He's the edge of the fucking blade, the tip of the spear. 10 pounds of Pomeranian running at their back door, screaming.
He's trying to make Toby proud.
They've got a dog net like back door. I thought my dog was going to invade. I was like, he's going in. Like he's running for their back door. He's going to go in there and get them, I guess. And here comes their floopy little like goober dog, bites my dog and like bows up. Like this is a floofy little like half poodle, half mini poodle, half like those things you had, like a teddy bear
like
dog.
a Cavapoo, yeah.
Bites my Pomeranian, stands over him like he's a boss. My Pomeranian comes running for me, screaming bloody murder. and I'm looking through, I'm like Jack Nicholson on my knees, looking through this slit where the fence used to be, because it's not the whole plank, it's like 2 feet of it. And I'm screaming through it. I'm so sorry, because the lady's out there now. She's out there trying to intercede. And I'm so sorry.
You're yelling through the you're like Wilson and.
What are you saying? I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm screaming at the fucking dog. He finally comes back. He's lucky he didn't have a real dog, or it would have killed his little ass. He's 10 pounds of nothing.
It sounds like he got taken on by like a 14-pound dog and lost.
He did. That's exactly what happened. Like a moderately larger adult dog. Yeah, that's all it took.
I don't
It
have a
nipped him-
14-pounder back there.
and it
What are you
wasn't
gonna
a
do?
fight. It wasn't a fight. Like the other dog went "Arr," and like nipped him once, and our dog had never been bitten before, because my dogs just take his shit all day, and so does everybody else. And he's just like, oh my god! He's just like he's been.
To be honest, I
got
think I like this other dog.
It's hilarious.
The other
Yeah,
dog was
I'm fine
defending
with
his
it.
home.
Oh yeah,
Murphy was invading.
she was like, I'm sorry he bit your dog, and I'm like, my dog's an asshole. He shouldn't be in your yard. Like he's this is the invader. Like it's his fault.
Yeah. Your dog was illegal.
Yeah, absolutely. You go over that border, whatever happens. You know,
Built walls don't work. I've been telling you guys for 6 years now.
Kyle's yard is not sending their best.
No. The 2 big dogs are like hanging back, like because they can't fit through the fucking hole.
Did the big dogs like comfort Murphy when he got back, or were they just kind of like, that's what you get, idiot?
He was fine once he got back. Like he just got scared or whatever. But,
I'm
yeah,
sorry
no, they
you're
don't
in your feelings.
Yeah, fuck Nikita, man. That guy's such a piece of shit. I think that guy gets paid millions and millions
Is
of
that the
dollars.
Tarkov guy?
Yeah.
Man, he really upset his player base, because I would.
Dude,
You
I
love
can't recall
Tarkov, or you
anyone
did.
else ever. I mean, this is like a Bud Light thing almost. Like their player base just revolted.
And so now everyone's on the lookout for the replacement game. What are you drinking, by the way, Kyle? What kind of soda is that?
It's some sort of Asian peach cola drink.
Where'd you get that?
I don't at the smoke shop. I went and got some double doinks earlier. Highly recommend the double doinks. You can get it from Faro Distro. They're very strong. They're like joints with THCA, diamond sauce, powder, crystals, and
Incredibly
it gets me
strong. Don't smoke the
real
whole thing.
strong. Every time I step away, I go and like fire it back up and hit it a few times.
So how does it work? Is this a vape or like
No, it's a joint.
It's a joint.
so you use a
Cone.
flame? I'm sorry, I don't know
Cone.
anything. What's a
Yeah.
cone?
It's like a cone-shaped
I don't
joint.
have one.
You light
So it
the
looks
end.
kind of like a cigar, but like a pot.
Yeah, it's
cigar.
like a bat more
Yeah.
where it's small on one end and it goes up and it's fatter on the very end.
So does it get like less intense as you get closer to the fingers?
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit, because like it goes to like the normal flower instead of like the crystal stuff, but it's like
There's crystals.
it's crystals on the end of it.
Let me go
like
get one. I'll show you.
THCA crystals.
They're
They're
fucking
like
cool.
they're unbelievably strong. Like just a couple little hits, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna be high for many hours now. Like it's
a smokable that makes you high for many hours.
Yeah, it's I haven't smoked one in a while. They had like last time they sent them to me, they had like a peach flavor one and maybe a strawberry flavor one. But like I'd end up throwing some of it away because it would take me so long to get through it that it would like start to dry up because it comes in like a resealable pouch. I should have just used a fucking resealable pouch. But I took it out and like lit it, and I'd take like 3 hits, which is like none of the total, like that's not going to smoke through much of it at all. And it'd be like, oh, I'm where I want to be already. Like I don't want to keep hitting this thing. And then 5 hours later, take like 2-3 more hits. And before you know it, it's like I've been smoking this same double doink, the same joint. They come in 2s for like 4 days.
I thought that if you smoked, it didn't last long.
It doesn't unless you get real fucking high. And this gets you real. The THCA stuff is strong, especially
like a bell
the first
curve. You just making it a bigger and bigger bell curve.
Yeah. It's the first few hits with the crystals on the end are especially potent because it's like THCA, solidified in power. Very strong. If you guys get the THCA double doinks, actually you don't unlike edibles, you don't have to tell people like be careful with your smoking because like you'll know immediately after you take a hit how high you are for the most part. Like, you don't have to wait and see. It's the edibles you got to be real careful with.
Yeah, my thing now is weak ass edibles. That's kind of where I'm happy to be.
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe I'm less of a man or something, but weak ass edibles are cool. Yeah,
I agree with you. Like I don't want to get scary, like ridiculously high. I like just a nice mellow, lower level high.
Yeah.
Kyle's got it here. Oh, maybe he has the strawberry kind. I don't know if they sent me the strawberry kind or if I just got berry.
They did not send me any kind. I had to go buy them.
I'm going to go tell him. I'm going to tell him.
Yeah, tell him to send me some weak ass edibles too. Oh, can you hold it sideways? I think I see why it's a double. Oh, it's just one big one?
It's a giant. Yeah, there's 2 of them in the pouch.
The tip of that is crystals, though. That whiteness is just crystals that are like stuck on there. Tiny crystals.
Delicious crystals. They fuck your ass up. They're strong. Will you smoke through a whole one of those in a day?
Kind of scaring me.
I'm gonna smoke. I mean, I've already smoked one. I'm gonna smoke this one. I would smoke it now, but I don't want to like smoke this room up.
Oh damn!
I was gonna ask that. If you smoke in a room, will that room smell of marijuana over time?
The house will.
It will in the short term, but unlike tobacco, there's no
smell
tar in it. So like,
how do you make it go away?
If I like rip my bong, like it'll make the room smell like weed for a couple hours, or as long as it's sitting out, and then like I go to bed, wake up the next morning, it's not there
at all.
Unless like if it's like still sitting on my counter, like I could smell like the weed that's sitting there, but it's not like smoke. Yeah,
it's like incense. How like it will smell strongly, but it's not a lingering odor because it doesn't have that tar that sticks to the walls and makes it linger.
Okay.
Yeah. Real fucking strong. Recommend those for sure.
Yeah. Whereas like a cigarette is like, if someone smoked a cigarette in my living room, like
you'd know
for weeks. Yeah. It would smell sour and weird.
It's worse. You could be in the presence of somebody smoking a cigarette, especially if it's indoors, and then your clothes have it. It usually washes out though.
Yeah. Same with any kind of, like I really like the campfire smell.
Yeah.
But I don't like have you ever like taken your jeans off after a campfire and you throw it in your laundry, and then like 3 weeks later the laundry hamper's full, you go to do the laundry and you're like, oh, I remember the campfire I went to. Like it just,
dude, I love that. So it'll happen. I wear I'll have like protective motorcycle gear on by the campfire, and then so that stuff can like might be 2 months later when I wash it or put it back on or something. It's like, oh, this reminds me of that great night.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Kyle, is that a Coke? Or is it like an off?
It might be. I mean, it's 100%. Oh, it is. It's a Coca-Cola product. I see that. That's the only thing in English anywhere.
How'd you know, Tyler?
It just looked like
yeah, it's got the bottle
Coke
shape, and it's also got the little swoosh here underneath. I'm sure it says Peach Coke. It's surely says Peach
Nike?
Coke, and I don't know. This looks like Thai or some shit. I don't know. Everything's in.
Does it taste like peaches?
Yeah.
Is that a repeat buy, or are you done with that?
It's the first one I ever had. Bought it today. Hate it. It's real bad.
You're not sold on it.
It's terrible. Never, not gonna go back to that well.
Never again. Back to diet.
No, that Squirtle soda I bought, whatever that was pretty good. Lemon lime. It just had a picture of Squirtle and it said lim lime. It was good stuff.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
No, not Squirtle. Pikachu. The Pikachu drink. That's what it was.
I wonder who
I
that was. I can imagine they paid Nintendo for licensing.
No, it was also from some Asian country.
It's like when you go to head shops back in the day, and maybe it's still like this.
That's where I got it.
Like there would be like a ton of clearly unlicensed Bart Simpson things all over.
Rolling
homes.
trays and lighters. Trays. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, don't have a cow, man. And it's like clearly like just
Matt
like
Groening's not getting his piece.
A slightly off Lisa Simpson head, like a not quite Homer. Yeah. Simpsons. Such a great show back in the day.
When's it going to go off the air? I can't believe like the ratings drop every year, but they keep making more.
I think Dan Castellaneta is going to die of old age before, and then they're going to just have to end it.
I haven't watched it in so long.
No, I don't want to make myself sad and see what it is now.
Is it that bad? Well, you wouldn't know.
Like I've seen clips of like the past, like probably 5 years, and they had some really just embarrassingly bad shit. Like they had like there's one thing where like they had like some really ham-handed like Trump commentary. It was like, oh, this isn't The Simpsons.
That's a mistake.
What the billboard says, there was like one billboard for the Republican National Convention and one for the Democratic, and the Republican was like, enslave women, hate minorities, and the Democrats were like, I can't remember what it was. I would find it, Zach. It wasn't quite as bad as I'm saying. One was clearly like taking a very hard.
They took a side. It wasn't like too.
They didn't make fun of both sides. They found a side and chose it. You know.
I mean, they've done that for a long time. They like write themselves and their retarded views into Lisa, like as a character all the time.
Do you think the writers are Lisa? Oh, that makes me hate the show
so
much.
They think of themselves as Lisa, as like the even-handed intellectual. The only
person in the room smart enough to have a real opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty embarrassing because Lisa is the least funny character on the show. Even Maggie is, well, Maggie's probably less funny in fairness.
I like little Santa or Santa's helper more than Lisa.
I do. Santa's little helper has been at the center of more good episodes than Lisa.
Yeah, I hate that show now. I haven't seen it since the good old days, really. I watched it every night as a kid. It was like my favorite thing. In some weird way, hilarious. I was like, I'm Bart Simpson. I should do pranks too.
Yeah, I should get a slingshot.
Yeah, I did. No, because I was just an asshole because of Bart Simpson. It seemed like carte blanche. It was like, well, that's the guy.
Yeah.
This is the cool
Your father's
kid.
like, I identify with Homer. I should choke my children.
Yeah,
I should oscillate wildly between a lovable oaf and really, really hair trigger temper.
I liked that about Homer. Because Bart needed some abuse every now and then. It kept him in line. I appreciated that. I think if there was a show now where they like actually spanked the kids, like 90% of kids were spanked, it wouldn't work. Can you imagine
kids?
Like, surely they do.
Oh yeah, kids are still getting spanked. I don't think it was as common as when we were kids though, because like I have a lot of friends with young kids, and I don't think they're really leaning into spanking at all.
Zach, find out if people hit their kids anymore. This could be the whole problem.
Broken down demographically,
we might just solve this whole university riot thing.
Yeah, you think it's because those kids didn't get popped in the nose?
I did see him throwing down the other night because some counter protesters, they called them Zionists. The Zionists showed up, Taylor. Oh, wouldn't you know it? All the Zionists, they have a club, I suppose. But they showed up and they started tearing the encampment apart. They started tearing the encampment down and like going fisticuffs with the people that were in the encampment. So you got one group of people pulling the trash they've made walls out of, and the other one pulling it the other way, and then people just like beating the shit out of each other with flags and stuff. It's great. Man, those are two sides that I don't want to.
Everybody sucks here.
I saw the Patriot Front was out. Do you know what Patriot Front is, or the Patriot Front?
I do not know. I bet I can guess based on the name.
Let me say
this.
Like
Proud Boys?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I tried to. Well, at least that's what big global media would have you believe. I tried to Google Patriot Front, and the first like page of results was all like this law center or like that law center's opinion on them. Oh, these people are bad. It was one article after another, like people letting me know that I should just steer clear. And then finally, I was like, oh, here's their website, and it's just like they're like selling T-shirts that are in poor taste. That's all I could say.
Yeah, you're right. The first results are Anti-Defamation League, Southern Poverty Law Center, Anti-Defamation League again.
Yeah.
They got 2?
They're pretty far down. Just looking at it, I'd say the 18th result is them. But the Wikipedia page on Patriot Front is pretty high.
Yeah.
What's their actual website? Is it .us? That's on brand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw those guys were marching the other day. Those are the dudes that show up wearing like khakis and polos and masks.
I mean, nothing wrong with khakis.
You know, to be honest,
Okay,
like
buddy.
I do like their outfits. I can't get past that. They usually wear a blue shirt, I think, and khaki pants.
Sharp looking group of guys.
I mean, the Antifa guys, and just with the bandanas and the mismatched
switched to
ragtag
shorts,
crew.
If they went to those shorts you wear, could you see yourself just like blending right on in?
The shorts I wear, like I'm in golf shorts.
Oh, I guess you don't
lately.
wear those shorts anymore.
Either
I
the
was-
plaid
I was-
ones from like 15
yeah.
years ago.
When I in my mind's eye, the Woody image is wearing those for sure.
I saw some guy who was Woody's gamer tag for Halloween, and he wore those shorts. And mandals.
yeah, and the mandals. I rock the mandals, but yeah, I didn't know what the Patriot Front was. I just wanted to learn, and the internet was like, "Don't take their word for it. Listen to us. Don't go there." And when I got there, I couldn't find any propaganda. Like I said,
Yeah.
it was just T-shirts and hats in poor taste.
Don't go there. Listen to the people who thought that the OK sign was white supremacy. They are the experts on this sort of thing.
I don't know. I definitely don't want to listen to the people that thought that pizza parlor had kids in the basement either.
It ended
Solid
up
point.
that
There was
What
no
did-
basement.
did they
Turns
not have
out
a
they went to the
basement?
wrong pizza parlor.
Ah,
No, the whole thing was completely not true remotely.
Mhm.
It
I
was
don't
just-
remember.
It
Sure.
was
Like
Alex
anything.
Jones level insanity.
Oh yeah, and it's just
Was
a
it-
coincidence. Another off that onto another little conspiracy theory.
Mm.
It's the Boeing whistleblower. That's the one that died again this week.
You know,
There's
there's
a picture of this guy.
Multiple of them.
Heart attacks left and
So-
right.
It's not that. This one is like fishy as fuck. They're like they called it an extremely aggressive disease that took him, and they show a picture of him, Woody, and he's like a 35 to 38-year-old very fit man. Like
Mm.
it's and he was their second whistleblower that's like,
You know, Kyle, this happens a
Disappeared.
lot. I see it in Russia too.
holy shit.
Yeah,
don't mess
you
with
go
Boeing.
against authority, and sometimes accidents happen.
I didn't know Boeing was down like that though. I didn't know that they took people out.
It
That's
does look fishy.
One of the biggest military companies on Earth, and you didn't think they take people out for whistleblowing?
no.
I did, and by the way, I think they're blowing the whistle on like 730.
Remember they make
No,
fucking-
777s. What is it? 87s? No, the 737, the Supermax. I said it right.
Yeah, I don't know which planes, but I keep hearing about Boeing planes with issues and doors flying off and engines exploding and shit. And I don't know what's happening to this generation of technology because planes I always thought were so foolproof that the idea of even worrying about it was like having a silly phobia. Like you might as well be afraid of heights when you're in the plane as much as the plane failing.
It seems like the FAA and the plane manufacturers are more like partners than adversaries, and that needs to change. It should be like speeders and police. That's the relationship they should have, not just two people working together.
Yeah, it should be regulating and keeping an eye on them and looking over their shoulder all the time to make sure they're not cutting corners on airplanes. I don't know. I'm not one of those people that ever minded when you see all that tape on them either, because I know that's not like structural tape. They're just trying to make the thing cut through the air a little bit better.
Mm.
But holy fuck, the engine explodes or the door. The one the other day, the fucking ramp flew off or something. Like it deployed midair and blew away, and they're like, "Oh, we got to go back. We lost the ramp." It's like what? Like how is that shit happening?
Yeah, I I don't know. It's pretty wild. I wonder if Airbus is better,
I don't know.
or if they just have better PR. They don't have the same whistleblowers. Like
I don't think
airplanes
they've
are
been having
complicated to make.
the same mechanical failures, have they? Or at least
I'm
not
just
of late.
shocked that dude. Like, I want to know what killed that guy. Like, I want to see his. I want them to do an autopsy because the wording of the article was bizarre. It called it like some rapid moving illness or disease or something. Like something he got this week that killed him.
Yeah, I wonder what it was.
Like, if you get sick today and you're dead in 3 days, Taylor, we're gonna look into that. We need to figure out what Taylor caught.
Yeah, because it's probably very serious.
A
And it's probably
45-year-old
not just going to affect me.
in good health, noted for having a healthy lifestyle. He was in critical condition for 2 weeks. He alleged serious and gross misconduct by the senior quality management of the 737 production line. He was fired recently. He was intubated and developed pneumonia from a serious bacterial infection, MRSA.
Oh,
MRSA is a pretty big deal.
yeah.
Damn. Usually people don't just come down with that.
Well, that's not nearly as mysterious as the article I read made it out to be. They made it seem like he caught dengue fever that kills you in a week or something.
He got
Mhm.
dengue fever.
But instead,
He got that West Nile.
Like, kind
gonna-
of that bird flu. Oh, last night I was in my backyard smoking a double doink, and it was dark. I mean, dark. And I hear a bird flying. I can hear it going. It's close enough that I can hear its wings in the air, and then it crashes into the tree. That's like, and I can't see it because it's so dark. It crashes into the tree just real close to me, and it's in there, and it goes. Dude, I got so scared. I ran back in the house and closed the door behind me.
Dogs are pawing at the door. Let me in.
I was like, don't let the little dog go out there. I heard a big bird land in that tree. I was like, I
Sounds
don't know
like
how
it might
big
have technically been a raptor. So you made a good
Yeah.
call.
Mhm.
It it sounded like a big
Take the
fucking
first.
owl or something that would scoop up his little ass and
They have
peck him
very
to death.
silent wings. It's not an owl.
Well, okay, not an owl, perhaps some sort of eagle or hawk. Or maybe it was a monster. I don't
Falcon.
know. Maybe it was one of the demons I've been asking for a while. Me and Satan over there.
Be wary with that.
I was telling
Might give you what you're looking for.
we were playing poker, and I told those guys that you had agreed at one point, Woody, to sell your soul to me, and they were like, yeah, that's fine. I'm like, no. He said that I could bring like a demon, like a Satanist on board to like be the middleman, sort of the notary. I would show up with like a demonic notary public, basically, like a guy to
puppet
like.
one.
Yeah.
No, a real one,
A real one. My bad. I'm crazy.
Yes, like I want him to do the real rituals or whatever. I want you to like prick your thumb and like maybe sign in blood or something, make an X in blood for us, and have a whole contract. And when I explained to them that you're willing to do that, they were all like, I would never do that. I would never do that. Everyone I've told this to, and again, just to be clear what the scenario is, a person who believes in the devil and worships them is going to show up with some old-timey fucking scroll and shit, and you are going to swear
An
to give them their
ancient
soul in exchange for something and sign in blood and give it back to them. And you have no reservations, not even a little.
No. Imagine this. Imagine I had a quarter in my palm, right? And you were going to use all the satanic tricks that you could think of so that when I turned my hand over, that quarter wouldn't fall, right? Everything. You bring out a real Satanist, you sign in blood, all this. Do you think that quarter will fall when I turn my hand
Completely
over?
different
Why
scenario.
would a
We're not
demon
talking about
want to
moving
do that?
quarters. We're talking about bargaining your soul, another intangible thing that may exist as far as we know.
Yes.
But if this thing had any power, he'd be able to keep a quarter afloat.
No, if it had
No.
any power over material objects in our dimension, it would. But I'm talking about your everlasting soul if it exists, and we don't know if it exists.
Yeah, you could be selling your soul for a fucking piece
We're
of
talking
pizza.
about the thing that is you that might live on for eternity,
am
being sold to a
so
demon who wants it.
confident that this doesn't exist. This isn't real.
I'm not.
I'm not either. I think it definitely is. Like it's not.
Oh, this is there's no soul, there's no magic.
Your parents would never do this.
Your parents wouldn't do this, and the vast majority of people throughout history believed in this stuff. Like,
yes, that is true. I will admit the vast majority of people in history believed in spiritual whatever, because there's things that we
the
can't
vast majority
explain.
of people today believe in it.
Yeah, most people today believe in that.
It's carries over, right? They're from the before they could talk, they were brainwashed with that.
Look at Woody here. He knows something nobody else has ever known. Nobody knows today.
Isaac
I mean,
Newton. Isaac Newton, a fool because he was he believed in Christ. Yeah.
Einstein wasn't real.
There's no way I would sign a blood contract with a person who was actually a demon fucking worshiper. Like
I wouldn't do it with anyone. No chance. No way.
You know, would you? I mean, I've heard you jokingly invite Lord Satan into your heart and soul. So you need to be careful about that too.
Only joking.
Are you like doing one of these like under the table?
I'm doing fingers crossed, and I would never in sincerity do something like that.
Yeah, that's you making the crucifix to protect yourself.
Yeah, the spirit worlds, afterlife, all that shit. It can't remotely be true.
Wow.
I mean,
you are in the vast minority if you don't believe in any afterlife. The vast minority.
So you don't think there's anything supernatural at all ever?
Right.
Like there's no soul, no spirit.
When
no
you
angels,
die, the energy, the calories that your body has gets re-released into the universe.
So you think we're only material, nothing more?
Right. And I'm like wildly confident that there's nothing after this.
I feel like even physicists aren't wildly confident about the fabric of reality. Like they're always talking about dark energy and dark matter. And like, what is it? And it's like, don't even think of it as energy or matter, and certainly don't think of it as dark. It's some stuff that we can measure but not quantify. It's a thing we can see but never touch, and it exists in greater quantities than anything that you can see and touch. And you're like, holy fuck, is there like? Well, that's worrying to me.
Like and when you think like if a demon wanted to harm you, and like let's for the sake of argument say like demons, angels, religion, all that 100% true, like there would be no incentive for a demon to keep a quarter glued to your palm. What it would want to do is what it says they'd want to do in the Bible, which is convince you that it's not real and to live for yourself and to do whatever you want all the time. And then you awaken into the afterlife in hell because it's not, that's one thing that some movies do get right about like the devil and demons and everything. And many get wrong is like, they aren't trying to bring brimstone into your kitchen and scare you to God. They would be trying to convince you that you had all you needed and your own faculties were the only thing you ever needed to rely on. And just keep living, get to the end of that life and it'll be nothing. And then it's not nothing. Like that would be the incentive for the demon, not to glue something to your hand like a
he doesn't want to do a magic show to give you faith.
Yeah.
He can't.
Well, then why doesn't God do a magic show to give you faith?
Because then what would be the point of faith? That's not faith. That's knowledge.
I mean, oh my God. It seems like we just keep making up rules along the way.
No, we're defining the word
complete
faith.
lack of evidence.
No, we're defining the word faith.
Right? Like there's never been evidence of this throughout all of history of mankind, but everyone believes in it, and that's why everyone believes in it.
Well, I'm not trying to defend religion. I'm just explaining why you can't have faith with proof. Like that's
like the purpose of it. Kyle's right. Like faith isn't faith if you're just watching a demon glue something to your palm.
It seemed like before everyone had cell phones with cameras in our pocket, like in Jesus's day, he was doing parlor tricks all the time. He's turning water into wine. He's walking on water. He's doing shit all the time. Nowadays, we've rewritten it, and it's, oh yeah, you know what? You got to believe in nothing. That's what faith is.
Not really. Like it's. I mean, he said like he was the final kind of revelation, Jesus. Like he was there and he was like, and I'm leaving. And
no, I'm with you on the parlor tricks. I'm 100% with you on the parlor tricks, and I don't believe. Just to be clear, I'm like 99% atheist on this, probably or agnostic at least. Like I kind of like the idea that maybe all those stories are based on something that happened. Like I don't know, maybe some fucking 4-dimensional being like from the third body problem that
con man.
I mean, con man's most likely for sure, but then again, there's like stories and tales that match up from lots of civilizations that kind of look weird.
Yeah.
But what I would suggest, if there's anyone out there who has any sort of demonologist or Satan worshiping or soul notary public transfer experience or skills, if you've got, you better have a Necronomicon or some kind, like a book. You better have a book. I want a scroll. I want quills. And I want you to be, I don't want you to look like Susie Homemaker. Like, yeah, we're Wiccan. No, get your fucking girlfriend's weird hobbies out of here. I want the devil man to show up. Not that guy that's talking about Gaia and the fucking earth spirit. I want a dude that wants to invite Lord Satan into his heart. He does it every night, every morning. I want someone who knows something about blood sacrifice. If we can get them on the show, I want to buy Woody's soul because I'm worried about my own. And I feel like if I've got his in my back pocket.
I do not want to do a show with a fucking Satanist. That's disgusting.
No, only
I need him to. You really don't want to like be part of me buying Woody's soul?
No, I want nothing to do with demons and Satan. No way. What's the trade-off there?
Well, I think it'd be very entertaining, and I get Woody's soul potentially.
What are you going to do? Sell it back to him when his life falls apart, Simpson style?
No. I'm keeping it. He's not getting it back for anything. But I figure maybe when I pass away, maybe a demon or an angel of some kind may come to me and say, "It says here you have the soul of the Woodworth," and I'll be like, "Yeah, that shit's mine. He sold it to me. I got that dude Clint. He hooked me up."
You definitely go to hell for buying a soul. They'd be like, devil himself.
No, they'd bargain with me. They'd have to do a deal with me. And I've got 2 souls instead of 1. So that first deal is clearly a trick. That first trick would be like a soul for a fucking timeshare property or something.
Cherry tomato.
Oh, I don't want that. I mean, cherry tomato might be helpful if you're in hell. But yeah, I'd like to have Woody's soul if at all possible. So if there's any like.
I've been trying to keep it good.
I doubt that. So if any of you out there who feel like you could handle this transaction in a believable and more importantly an entertaining fashion, like I would like that. I want someone wearing a black cloak, you know what I mean? And like we try to crack jokes, and he's just like, yeah, it's all very amusing, sir. Again, place your hand on the Black Bible, your right hand, yes, sir.
That's racist.
And your other on your heart.
They use the same.
Very
Bible,
good.
Kyle.
Very good.
I don't think they would.
Now
swear
repeat
on,
after me.
I don't think they'd swear on the Bible.
It's a black Bible.
Yeah,
Black Bible. Yeah, these are all those books that were removed. The book of
black people use
the book
same
of the
Bible.
Morning Star.
Ooh, that's spooky. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want to be around that.
I want it.
No.
He's wearing an upside down crucifix or something, or maybe a pentagram, and he's like bleeding when he shows up, and he's all like, "Yes, it's very amusing, sir. Once again, you are. I understand why people watch now. Again, your hand on the Black Bible, sir.
An unironic
repeat after me."
Is like
he starts speaking Latin, like what he's repeating after him in Latin. Oh, this could be fun.
I don't sell your soul, Woody. Don't sell your soul to the devil.
I mean, this is equivalent to bringing in a Warhammer expert to get my soul. Like this is total.
See, that's where he is
fiction.
on this.
That's,
the fact that
I just don't see it that way at all.
I don't see it that way either, and I'm not religious anymore. I'm really not. But it's one of those things where like, what if you were dying? Would you throw one up? Like, just in case you're up there. I did try to be a good man. I did do my best, and I hope you looked down and it made you proud.
If it made someone else feel good, I'd do that for sure.
Oh, see what I'm talking about, Taylor? He's just zero belief. I've got a little, like you shake the tank and you can hear some in there.
Yeah.
Woody's canteen, just sand comes out.
Yeah, I've definitely got the most of us.
Here you go, Mr. Frodo. You can have some from mine. There's just a little left in there for me. But Woody's canteen's fucking dry on the faith. My goodness.
Yeah, I don't.
I would not sell my soul.
No, I would never sell my soul. That's a bad move.
I've seen enough Supernatural to know better.
Yeah.
There's been episodes of that.
I can't argue against that. I mean, geez, you've got to. I mean, now I'm stumped.
I mean,
now you're being ridiculous.
That's a documentary.
Yeah.
So say what you will. Just as all things are possible through God. I'm pretty sure the devil might be the good guy anyway. You know, the I feel like history's written by the victors.
Mm-hmm.
Churchill had some great quotes like that.
People,
yeah, the devil's absolutely not the good guy.
Churchill said something.
How many people
like,
does God kill?
I know I think Churchill said,
I don't
"History
know.
will look upon me fondly.
Lots.
I know because I'll write it," or something like that. I know because I'll write it, or something like that.
Yeah. How many
That
people
is-
has the devil killed?
A lot.
Is
Yeah.
it? I thought it was like 3 or something.
Killed?
I can't win on biblical knowledge. I'll lose
Like
every time.
I don't. Did the devil ever kill a person? I don't think so.
Oh,
No.
like in the Bible, killing someone?
Yeah, I mean, he had a war in heaven against the other angels.
He
Like-
rebelled against God, and now the only power he has is to corrupt God's ultimate creation,
Oh,
which is
says
man,
God.
which is causing us to stumble and not go to heaven and go to hell. And so in that way, countless people have fallen to the devil.
I'm just saying, I feel like God asks a lot, gives very little. The devil,
Eternal salvation?
that doesn't sound like fun to me. Eternal salvation? What does that even mean? Why didn't he promise like houses and like
Taylor, I'll give you
hookers?
eternal salvation for
But at least
$19.99.
I'll say this about the
No,
I'll say
you're
this
not
about
God.
I mean,
if the
You-
Muslims
you
interpretation
really want to
is
risk
right,
that? I might be.
like
No, you're definitely
72
not.
virgins. 72 virgins sounds way better than eternal salvation.
I mean, I don't know as much about Muslim belief, but
Yeah, I
I
don't
believe
either.
eternal salvation is also part of their doctrine.
Yeah, but they get pussy like
like they have
codified in.
heaven and hell. And no, I and again, I don't know enough about Islam, but I think that 72 virgin thing is only for like
Martyrs?
someone who dies, like a martyr.
Oh, fucking! I got you. I eat that bacon for you, Lord. My whole life, and it took me down.
And they took. Wait,
72 virgins.
so you're a Muslim who's eating bacon, and you're
Oh,
expecting
I
the
forgot
virgins?
about that. They don't like that, do they?
No.
Shit. I couldn't.
Yeah,
do
of all
You
the
thought they were trying
sacrifices
to
you could have
spite
made, you
Jews?
ate bacon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I ate bacon. I didn't know. Damn.
Yeah,
I got.
they would have been like, this guy just fundamentally did not understand the assignment. Like, he just really didn't get what we were going for at all here.
That doesn't seem like the kind of religion where you
The hell
plead
with
ignorance either. They just be fucked her up.
No.
Yeah. I believe just enough to not sell my fucking soul to a demon man.
Yeah,
I'm shocked that you would. That's the one I want to know. I want to know, like y'all.
See, a lot of
listeners
people
out
do
there.
this. They're like, you know what? I've lived my entire life without even the smallest shred of evidence this is true. But a lot of people say it is, so I'm gonna hedge my bets. And I don't know. I go with my gut.
I think the whole point of it is there is no evidence. That's what faith's about. So the lack of evidence.
How convenient.
What's the definition of the word? You know.
Well,
It's
I mean,
belief without evidence.
That's like what all of Christianity is, and all these religions.
Trust.
It's like you're saved, or at least in Christianity, by God's grace through your faith.
I was not given the
through
gift of faith. This
actions.
is really on God.
You
You
work
think-
on it.
No, because
It's a
he wanted to
gift.
know what kind of bear it was earlier. His mind works differently.
This does come back to the bear thing.
Like, people look at problems differently.
Oh,
Yeah.
sales are
No evidence.
Whoa. Zach Pace it. Souls are inalienable. Consequently, they cannot be sold even to the devil. Any such putative deal would be invalid before God. It would be a mortal sin to attempt such a deal, but the deal would be invalid and would not result in the transfer of ownership of the soul. Thus, the individual's soul always remains his own, and if he properly repents in such a deal before death, he no longer has the mortal sin either. Sounds like Kyle was about to get conned.
Conned.
Yeah, you can't sell a soul, but I'm gonna get I don't even
A
know what I
quarter.
was
You
getting.
you
A quarter?
agreed to like a nominal fee, so I can't get scammed. You
I thought they were
can
like
get your mortal
1995.
sin though, and I.
This is the best proof I've seen of devil yet. I'm looking at him.
I get your soul, Woody.
Yeah, you can't sell him, I guess.
You can't sell them. Not yours to sell.
Yeah. Well, even if I don't get the soul, like maybe I can be a middleman for Lord Satan, just slide it across the table to him. I know I can't handle it, maybe, but I could just go to like wedge it over there.
You're gonna
even
go
to
to
the
hell
devil.
to be a middleman.
For all we know, hell is like the place
You
wanna
aspire
go.
to be a middle manager.
All
of
I
hell?
bet
People are in
heaven.
hell.
I bet heaven. He like plugs your soul into some sort of God machine that's giving him all of his power, and you exist as some sort of energy slave for all eternity. And he's like, salvation for all eternity, my child, my battery, my power. and you're like, God's eyes flash a little, and you realize he's not the good guy, and Jesus is like the slave master. He's like walking. He's just a jailer.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's retarded.
And then but then someone the energy bubble next to you that's power him goes, don't worry. On the moon, Satan will come for us. He has promised this, and we're all down there like praying to Satan because he's the good guy. He didn't like God abusing humanity like this. See, God told us that Satan got jealous of mankind, but in reality, he pitied mankind because they'd been created to just be an energy source, to live painful lives, and then to die and be power.
Satan
for God.
Introduced sin to humans.
Yeah, that's how. It's not sin. Knowledge, right? It was the tree of right and wrong, or the tree of knowledge, or whatever. That doesn't sound like the
tree
bad
of good
thing.
and evil. Yeah,
the tree of good and evil. Again, it sounds like Satan was showing up and saying, "Don't be brainwashed. You've got to understand the master plan. First, eat this apple." And we're like, "Holy shit, you're right. Now you got to eat this orange." And then God showed up, and we never got to eat the orange of fucking truth and darkness, or whatever the fuck.
No, they got in trouble because Satan tricked Eve into eating from the tree of good and evil.
Again, that's God's version of the story.
Yeah, I'm going to go with God.
Are you? Yeah. He named himself,
He named himself God?
Yeah.
Well, who else is going to do it? There was nobody around.
I mean, he could have called himself the boss, or
he does seem
coach,
pretty conceited, right?
He could have been coach
for the 10 Commandments about worshiping him.
Yeah. No graven image, no God before me. My name in vain.
It's no other gods.
Dude's
no
got
idols.
a huge ego.
Don't take the Lord's name in vain. And then all the rest are like, honor your parents, don't steal, don't murder, don't envy.
Adultery's one.
Adultery, stuff like that.
Coveting thy neighbor's wife.
Man, quick. I like the pictures here.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
No other gods before me, no idols. Don't take the Lord's name in vain. Keep Sabbath day holy. Honor your father and mother. No murder, no adultery, no stealing, no lying, no coveting.
1, 2, and 3 are about worshiping him properly. This guy has an ego problem.
He needs the energy. My whole point. It's something about worshiping him is giving him energy, and he's using it.
Sounds like he just wants a monopoly on the con man market.
That's a very matrixy interpretation, Kyle. I don't agree with it. I don't like it.
I'm just a little worried that we're only getting one viewpoint on reality.
I'm not gonna take Satan's word for anything. He's a bad guy.
I think you need to broaden your information diet.
We didn't read his book. It'd be
like getting all your information from MSNBC. Like, I'm not going to take Fox's news for
it would
anything.
be like reading Mein Kampf and letting that be your only bit of information about Hitler. Man, they're giving this guy a hard fucking time. They locked him up for what? A little brouhaha? Jeez, how many years? Man, this guy dresses sharp too. Holy fuck! You get to the end of Mein Kampf, and you're like,
you think there are pictures in Mein Kampf?
I have the illustrated version. Thank you very much. And yes, there are lots of pictures in my Mein Kampf. You can pull like things out of the side and
not Mein Kampf.
Well, Mein Kampf does have the pictures in it, and like that's what I'm saying though. If you only read Mein Kampf and that was your narrative on Hitler,
let's all read Mein Kampf before next week and do a book report on it.
Oh, that would be fun.
I think it's actually pretty fucking long.
Of course, there's an English version.
Yeah, there's got to be a version.
It's been translated into every language known to mankind.
I think it's actually pretty long, though, right?
I wouldn't know. I've never read Mein Kampf.
I feel
like on a list, you buy that shit, dude.
I feel like a lot of those books are like real, like Communist Manifesto. Like if you've ever read that, it's super, super short.
It's just a little
it's a little fucking pamphlet. But I feel like in my head I've seen Mein Kampf at the bookstore, and it's like a pretty fucking big book.
I just found it online. First of all, when you buy it, all the money goes towards
Israel.
Scanned past it. It was a Jewish proceed of some sort, which I thought was interesting. And it was 720 pages, at least this version.
It's a pretty good read, man. I don't know. He wrote it in prison, right? I think at least much of it. Yeah.
That'd be a funny book to like review, where you're like, it really got slow in the last third. I was looking for a big payoff. and then nothing happened. I don't actually know what it's.
I don't know what it's really about.
Probably just political philosophizing and stuff like that. And like, I would imagine it's a lot of like hashing over like what he thought was wrong with Germany.
You know what it
and
means,
the cause
right?
of it. Yeah, my struggle.
Yeah.
And then towards the end, probably prescriptions for what he thinks would fix it. And it would probably be 700 and whatever pages of that.
Yeah.
Was he a good writer? We know that he didn't put all his eggs in the painting basket. You know?
I thought his paintings were fine.
They were fine, but they wouldn't blow your mind.
No, well, I don't think he was going to make a living as an artist or anything. But he blows me out of the water. You know.
Okay,
like,
fine. He's a better painter than all. He's better than all of us at painting. But if we were walking through,
you've never seen my paintings.
There's no way any of us are as good as Hitler at painting.
I've only painted walls.
But if we walked through an art museum, you'd blow right past the Hitlers. Like you'd only stop and look if it said like Hitler under it.
Have you been to an art museum? I would not blow past the Hitlers.
No, I'm saying like just by the virtue of the art itself.
I think I've been to an art museum.
I've been to art museums a bunch of times. Like you wouldn't stay there and just stare at Hitlers. You wouldn't just see it and be like, who did this? It's magnificent.
You know what I spent the most time on? The ones that only use weight paint. I was like, what is this? Oh, wait a minute. There is a painting here.
This dude's staring at the wall next to the bathroom still.
Like, that's just a curiosity. It's a white paint on white canvas.
Some kid
protester threw coffee at Da Vinci's painting for the crime of being white last weekend.
I always like the science museums. I like to look at the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs and the like all the sciencey shit. Like they had all sorts of kid stuff, especially. You know that little thing you put on your desk? It's all the pins, and you like put your hand in it, and they pop out on the other side of your face. And they had a giant one, like a man-sized one that you could fuck around in. And on either end of this long room, they had these dome-shaped chairs. And when you sat in it, you could speak with your normal speaking voice to someone like 70 feet away, and like a normal voice because of the way the shape of those two things were.
I went to the South Carolina Aquarium, but it had this like big sandbox. And when you piled up the sand, the lights from above would shine on your tower. And the higher you made your pile of sand, the new lights would be exposed. Like it's like red, but fucking kids are getting reds. Then it gets yellow, and I'm like, what's after yellow? And there's like a green, and all right, what's after green? And at this point, I'm like gathering all the sand in the box, making the biggest thing. I'm getting to blue. I'm breaking the record on this sandbox piling. It was fun. And then I had to show
you got all the kids out of the way.
I wanted to muscle them out of the way, but I actually did the opposite. I kind of gave them my sand.
Coward.
Yeah, true.
Did either of you watch that Late Night with the Devil movie that's on Plex?
No, not familiar.
It's pretty good. So the premise is I wasn't scared. I was entertained though. The premise is that it's a 70s era like late night show competing with Johnny Carson, and it's their Halloween episode. And so they're going to do some spooky acts, and one of them is and things actually start getting spooky. So the viewpoint is from the TV cameras and like a behind the scenes like camera crew and stuff. So you've kind of got that found footage feel to it, but you really don't. It's not a plus or a minus, I didn't think. But then there's lots of fun like effects and gory shit and creepy shit. It was pretty good. It was like they bring on a girl who's been possessed by the devil, and then they have like a couple other acts. Some fun stuff happens. It's pretty dark at the end. I would say it was a good movie. I liked it, but it wasn't like a terrifying movie. It was just a good scary movie.
What was it on?
Plex? Yeah.
Okay, I'll check that out. I've been looking for a good spook. Haven't seen a good spooky film in a long while. I guess I haven't tried. I haven't been watching a lot of movies.
You watched Barbarian, right?
I did. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I liked that a lot. That was fucking crazy.
Yeah, that was a good one. Other than I have not watched many movies in the last 6 months.
If you want a good like psychological, you're gonna. Whenever I tell people this, they get caught up in the fact that it's a sequel. But The Exorcist 3 is the best Exorcist movie, I think.
Better than the first one?
So the first one is very, very good. And The second one is like a standard old school sequel where they just added a number and made the same movie again, and it's bad. It's really bad. It's silly.
Yeah, Exorcist
not a
sucks.
good movie at all. The third one is good. It's got Brad Dourif in it, who plays Wormtongue and any number of other characters, and basically there's a demon that's possessing this guy, and there's a serial killer doing horrific things, and what it is in reality is a demon is possessing people and bouncing from body to body, doing the horrible things. And you've got like a detective investigating it. It's a slow burn. There's only a couple scenes of just like crazy, scary shit. It's mostly just lots of talking in rooms with like the demon man, and lots of the detective being like befuddled by the awful things he's seeing. But I like The Exorcist 3 a lot. I think it's really good. It's way better than the second one, and I don't know if I think I like it more than the first one. I think I do. Yeah. And I like the first one a lot. It's obviously even the first Exorcist, everybody, it was the scariest movie of all time. Yeah. And like 1970 or whatever it was, 71 or whatever it was, no one had ever seen anything like that before. And you got to keep in mind, so much of the audience was very religious. They didn't just believe they had a soul. They believed the devil might come and take it. So they were influenced by that film in a way that a modern audience just won't be. Plus, we've seen so many. If you look at what a modern horror movie is and how many they've got a timer. Every 8 minutes, there's going to be a jump scare. Every fucking 8 minutes, and it might be a double or a triple jump scare. The thing where it's like, oh, it's just you, Jimmy. Oh shit. The husband like come home, like her whole family comes in one after another to like home from school, and it's a jump scare every time a new person walks in, and it's nothing. Like it's every 8 minutes, it's a jump scare. It's like the faces that go and like melt off with the crazy eyes. It's like I've seen this so many times. It's not scary. I want a movie that creeps me out, or a movie where when you put yourself in the position and it's hopeless, those sort of not only bum me out but scare me. Like if it's like, man, I'd be in worse shit than you right now. You did the karate kick. Like I can't do that kick.
I can do like a shin kick.
I'm way slower than this guy.
That'll happen sometimes. Like I get them confused, but I think it's 28 Days Later. There's the part at the beginning where the guy he abandons his wife and all the other people in that house they've been holding out in because the zombies have taken over.
Did he do the wrong thing or the right thing?
He did the right thing, in my opinion. It looked like
Taylor,
she was being,
do you know this?
being swarmed.
Yeah, I don't think, if I remember the scene right, there was no saving anyone.
Yeah, no saving.
Okay. I think you're both leaving out a critical thing. I'm sorry, Kyle, can I just set it up a little bit? So at the very beginning, they're in this room, they're kind of locked, and bad guys, zombies, fast, extra scariest zombies ever are entering the house. There's a kid on the other side of the room. Their kid, husband and wife. And the husband's like, ditch the kid, we got to go. The wife is like, no, we can't ditch the kid. And she goes to save him. Husband is like, I'm out of here. He is quickly proven right. By not leaving immediately, she signed her own death warrant. And I've talked to a bunch of people about this. And most seem to think the husband should have joined the wife in signing the death warrant in what was a hopeless attempt to save the kid. And
let me just say, I appreciate that it's proven right, as you say, but not just right. He barely gets out of that room. He barely then gets off the roof. He barely then outruns them out of the yard he's in. He barely then beats them to the dock where the boat is parked. And when he gets in the boat to like make his getaway, they're all over it, hanging on to it with their fingernails. He so narrowly escapes that I'm just like,
truthfully, it's unlikely the wife would have matched his speed, even if she matched his decision to immediately.
Zero chance.
Yeah, I don't know how well she runs, but most women can't run as fast
than any of us. This dude could haul out. He was.
I think you're right.
It was that I'm terrified, and this is the fastest I've ever moved run.
Yeah.
I asked people about it, and they're like, "No, he should have a hopeless attempt to save his family. That's what he should have done." I'm like, man, he's obligated to join her bad decision. And I was like, what if a kid was drowning in molten lava? Is he obligated to jump into that and pull him out, knowing it is an absolute, no one's going to survive jumping in molten lava to save somebody else? Yeah, kid's already dead. It's hopeless. All you can do if your kid is in molten lava is decide to commit suicide with him or not.
Yeah.
And no one seems to think you should jump in molten lava, but they all think you should give the zombie thing a go, even though, like Kyle
It's 28 days later. It's 28 days later, 100%. Yeah, it's the first one. They're making 28 years later or 28 months later, whatever. 28 years later. Yeah, they're making that one now.
If you've never seen 28 Days Later, you can watch the opening scene on YouTube to hear what we're talking about.
It's pretty good.
And I think it will pull you in and make you want to see the movie.
Yeah, as far as zombie movies go, it's the only one where as you're watching, you're like, oh, they're all more athletic than me. None of them get tired. Like
they're not stupid.
They're pretty bright. They have like little band leaders seemingly that almost organize around your
rage
compound.
vibe in that movie. Because killing people and having them like come back from the dead is like hungry man eaters is clearly like silliness. But someone having like super rabies kind of seems like something within the realm of possibility, which is they're like bleeding from the eyes, full. They call it the rage virus, I think. And I've seen, and they're just, I don't even know if they're trying to eat people. They're just trying to tear people apart or something. I don't really remember.
On a warpath.
Yeah, and they're super duper infectious. Like in Walking Dead, for example, many people get into fist fights with these guys and win. Yeah. These guys, I think they're
a drop in the eye and you're done.
A drop in the eye and you're done. But what about like scratching? I'm not really sure about that. But it seemed like you were in it was very hard to survive a zombie encounter. And one thing about 28 Days Later they did well is the consistency. I watched every Walking Dead episode more than once. And it is frustrating when sometimes a single zombie walking on a pile of dead leaves sneaking up on you is a catastrophe. And other times, literally hundreds, if not thousands of zombies is a survivable situation. 28 Days Later avoids that. They're all very problematic.
Yes. Yeah, I appreciate that too. Like you said, the inconsistency really ruins something like Walking Dead. I haven't picked up the new series, with Rick and Michonne or any of that.
I might see it, but I haven't.
I might see it too. I might even see that From show, but I'm not into it right now.
I'll probably see it. I can tell you if it sucked more or not.
Yeah. I need a new show. All I've got is my my World War II history right now because I don't listen to my Warhammer lore anymore. I used to listen to 2 hours of Warhammer lore every day. Just I would go to sleep listening to Warhammer lore.
I need a show too. We're going to finish The Gentleman in a little bit, and I think it's a 6 out of 10, so it's not like I'm pushing it.
Hey, once you finish it, watch the movie, because the movie's Matthew McConaughey and a bunch of other good actors, and it's the prequel basically to what you're watching. That whole drug network that's underground, it's all under like dukes and duchesses places or whatever. It was all fueling one gangster. It was his idea to put it under all those people because he knew it wouldn't be searched or questioned. And the premise of the movie is Matthew McConaughey is getting out of the business. He's selling the whole thing to this guy, and but he's also got lots of problems. It's a Guy Ritchie movie. It's the guy who did Snatch, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and my commercial. It's a Guy Ritchie movie, so it's sort of a fun British Quentin Tarantino kind of vibe to it. So it's good.
Rap?
And
yeah.
All right. Check out the links. Check out Josh. PKA 698.